Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Title: The Black Bird Oracle. Author: Deborah Harkness. Contents: 1. Cover. 2. By Deborah Harkness. 3. Title page. 4. Copyright. 5. Contents. 6. Dedication. 7. Genealogy. 8. Prologue. 9. Part 1. 1. Chapter 1. 2. Chapter 2. 3. Chapter 3. 4. Chapter 4. 5. Chapter 5. 6. Chapter 6. 7. Genealogy. 8. Chapter 7. 9. Chapter 8. 10. Chapter 9. 11. 10. Part 2. 1. Chapter 11. 2. Chapter 12. 3. Chapter 13. 4. Chapter 14. 5. Chapter 15. 6. Chapter 16. 7. Chapter 17. 8. Chapter 8. 9. Chapter 10. 11. 10. Part 2. 1. Chapter 11. 2. Chapter 13. 3. Chapter 14. 4. Chapter 15. 5. Chapter 16. 7. Chapter 17. 8. Chapter 18. 9. Chapter 19. 10. Chapter 20. 11. Part 3. 1. Chapter 21. 2. Chapter 22. 3. Chapter 23. 4. Chapter 24. 5. Chapter 26. 6. Chapter 27. 7. Chapter 27. 12. Acknowledgements. 13. About the author. Landmarks. 1. Cover. 2. Cover. 3. Title page. 4. Contents. 5. Start. 6. Copyright. Print page. List. 1. 2. 2. 4. 3. 5. 4. 7. 5. 9. 6. 3. 7. 5. 8. 7. 9. 8. 10. 9. 11. 10. 12. 13. 13. 14. 15. 15. 16. 17. 17. 18. 19. 20. 20. 21. 22. 23. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 95. 96. 97. 98. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118. 119. 120. 121. 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 40, 141, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 68, 69, 70, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 100, 101, 102, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 107, 108, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Mine was safely hidden, tucked in a blind spot at the corners of my memory, under a hollow bruise that I thought had healed long ago. Then the ravens came to New Haven, carrying an invitation that neither Shadow nor I could refuse. It was a Friday in late May when the invitation arrived. "Hey, Professor Bishop, I just put your last mail delivery through the slot." I'd been wool gathering on a familiar route home from my office at Yale, listening with half of my attention to Becca's excited chatter while the rest of my mind drifted. I hadn't noticed that we'd arrived at the ornate iron gate that guarded our house on Orange Street, or that our regular mail carrier, Brenda, was just leaving the property. "Thanks, Brenda," I said, giving her a limp smile. The heat was withering. It was always like this in New Haven around graduation time, which led to frazzled tempers, damp academic regalia, and long lines for iced lattes at the city's many coffee shops. "You must be excited about getting back to England, Becca," Brenda said. She was already wearing her USPS bucket hat and shorts, prepared for New Haven's warmer temperatures and sky-high humidity. "I am." Becca hopped from one foot to the next to prove it. "It's Tamsy's first trip, and I get to show her everything." Tamsy was a recent addition to the family, one of the historical dolls that were all the rage among the 13 and under set. Marcus and his mate, Phoebe, had chosen the colonial-era doll for Becca because of her fondness for Marcus's house in Hadley and her delight in the stories he told about growing up there in the 1760s and 1770s. Though she had been given a different name by the manufacturer, Becca had rebaptized her at the moment she had seen the doll's green eyes and red hair peeking out from the box's clear, round window. Since receiving the doll, Becca's active imagination had been fully engaged with Tamsy and her world. She came with a variety of outfits and accessories that helped Becca bring her to life, including a horse named Penny. Tamsy was well supplied with home furnishings, too. Matthew added to them with a small replica of the Windsor chair at Marcus's house that had once belonged to Grand-Père Philippe, and a Tamsy-sized version of a painted Hadley chest like the one Phoebe used to store household linens. It was fitted with a tiny lock, and Becca had already packed Tamsy's clothes, her school books, her quill, pen, and inkpot, and her collection of hats for the journey to England. Brenda, who was hanging from Becca's hand, a wave. She turned to me. "You must be excited to get back to your research, too."
At the end of every school year, Matthew and I would take the children to England, where we spent the summer months at our house in Woodstock. It was only a few miles outside Oxford, which put me within easy reach of the Bodleian Library and made it possible for Matthew to work in his quiet Oxford University laboratory, with no colleagues or graduate students to interrupt him. Becca and her brother Pip had acres of land to roam, hundreds of trees to climb, and a house filled with curious treasures and books to occupy them during the inevitable summer downpours. There were trips to France to see Matthew's mother, Ysabeau, over long, lazy weekends, and a chance to see more of Marcus and Phoebe, who would spend part of their summer in London. I couldn't wait to get on the plane and put Yale, New Haven, and the spring semester behind me. The prospect of a new research project focused on the wives and sisters of early Royal Society members beckoned, and I was eager to get my hands on rare books and manuscripts. "I expect you have lots to do before tomorrow," Brenda said. She had no idea how much. We weren't packed, the houseplants were still inside and not neatly arrayed on the back porch so the neighbors could water them, and I had at least 3 loads of laundry that needed doing before we could leave for the summer. "I double-checked your mail hold. You're ready for takeoff as far as the New Haven post office is concerned," Brenda said, drawing our conversation to a close. "Thank you," I said, removing Tamsy from Becca's grip and sticking her, legs first, in the top of my tote along with the campus mail. "You and Pip have fun, Becca, and I'll see you in August," Brenda said, adjusting the thick strap of her mailbag. "Bye," Becca said, waving at Brenda's retreating form. I stroked her shiny hair, blue-black and iridescent as a crow's wing. Becca resembled Matthew so closely, all long lines and contrasts, with pale skin and heavy brows. They were alike in temperament, too, with their confident reserve that could erupt into strong emotions in a heartbeat. It was Pip who resembled me. Comfortable with expressing his feelings and quick to cry, he had my sturdy build, fair hair glinting with strands of copper and smattering of freckles across his nose. "We do have lots to do, Peanut," I said, starting with taking care of Ardwina and Apollo and sorting all this mail. After that, the house would need to be put in apple pie order, a daunting task. My little house on Court Street had been far too small to contain a vampire, a witch, 2 bright-born children, a griffin, and a deerhound. Matthew's son Marcus had offered us his palatial home on Orange Street instead. He'd bought it just before the Civil War, when he was first studying medicine at Yale, and mahogany and formal entertaining were very much in fashion. Every surface in the house was polished, carved, or both. It was a nightmare to keep clean, and the spacious rooms filled all too quickly with the clutter of modern living. Despite its vast size and formal appearance, the house had proved to be surprisingly well suited to family living, with expansive covered porches that provided a place for the children to play in rainy weather, a private backyard where Philip's griffin familiar, Apollo, and my Scottish deerhound, Ardwina, could join in the twins' games, and numerous downstairs rooms that had once been allocated to residents according to gender and function. At first, Marcus's house seemed too grand for our small clutch of vampires and witches, but families have a way of expanding to fit the space allotted to them. What we thought would be a temporary stay had turned into years of permanent residence. Becca, who was attuned to my changing moods, felt my anxiety rise. "Don't worry, Mom, I'll help you." Out of her hip pocket, Becca pulled a Yale blue kazoo that she'd found in the office, hoping to rally my flagging spirits by piping us the last few feet home. The kazoo's strange, bleating squawk disturbed the birds settled in the nearby trees. They took flight with an irritated flutter of wings, the murmuration of dark shapes and raucous cries protesting this interruption in their sleepy afternoon routine. I shielded my eyes, mesmerized by the swirling, attenuated black cloud of birds that rose and fell on the damp currents of air. Becca was also rapt at the sight, her eyes wide and filled with wonder. A single bird broke from the formation, its shadow falling over our clasped hands. The outline of the bird's head and curved beak extended onto the walkway, pointing the way to the front door. A sudden chill fell, and I shivered. Curious as to what had caused the drop in temperature, I looked up, expecting to see clouds blotting out the bright sun. Instead, all the color had leached out of the world. The mellow stucco of the house, the green canopy of the trees, the splashes of blue from tall stalks of delphinium and bearded iris in the perennial border, everything was reduced to grayscale like a washed-out photograph of foggy London taken in the 1940s. My perspective was altered too, the house looking too tall and wide, and the trees too short. The clear tang of petrichor replaced the usual green sense of summer, along with a sulphurous note of brimstone.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. The usual sounds of the neighborhood traffic, the call of the birds, the hum of lawnmowers were all too loud, as was the drumming of my heart when a wave of the uncanny crashed over me. Power, prickling and ominous, flooded my veins in response to the surge of magical energy that held us in its colorless shroud. I drew Becca toward me, sheltering her with my body. The solitary bird that had been gliding overhead plummeted to the ground in front of us, wings outstretched and its head bent to the side at an angle that told me its neck had snapped on impact. Its curved ebony beak and the ruffle of feathers at the neck told me this was a raven. A rustle of birds' wings filled my ears as the raven's companions settled on the branches of the nearby tree, dark spots in the ghostly world that stood out in sharp relief like a string of silhouettes cut from black paper. There were not just a few ravens, but dozens. Everything I knew about the significance of ravens, magical, mythical, and alchemical, raced through my mind. Messengers between the dead and the living, ravens often symbolized the first step in the alchemical transformation that led to the Philosopher's Stone. Some traditions linked ravens to the power of prophecy. What it meant to have one fall dead before you, I couldn't imagine, but it couldn't be a sign of good fortune. A pool of blood, crimson and thick, spread out on the pavement underneath the raven's body. With the release of the bird's life force, the color bled slowly back into our surroundings. Becca's denim shorts were blue once more. The floral sprigs on my blouse turned a rosy pink and bright yellow. The irises returned to their usual indigo. "That bird is dead, isn't it?" Becca peered out from my arms at the raven lying motionless before us, its eyes open and staring. Her nostrils flared at the scent of the raven's blood, and an expression of hunger passed over Becca's face, making her look every inch a vampire. Becca had demanded blood as an infant, and though her avidity had waned over time, its coppery smell still roused her need for it. Yes, the outpouring of blood confirmed it, and there was no point in avoiding the truth. When the bird died, why did the colors die too? Becca's eyes were as wide as those of the dead bird. In their depths was a dark spark I had not seen before. "What do you mean?" I asked carefully, not wanting to dilute her response with my own reactions to this afternoon's events. "Everything went gray, like the ashes in the fireplace," Becca explained. "Didn't you see it?" I nodded, surprised that my daughter had noticed it too. Becca's powers of observation were second only to Matthew's, but unlike Pip, she was not usually attuned to the magical forces that swirled around her. "Was it magic?" Becca wondered. "It didn't feel like your magic, Mommy." "Yes, sweetie, I think it was," I replied. Whatever magic had visited our New Haven neighborhood, it had retreated now. Even so, I wanted to be safely in the house, away from the dead bird and the dark shadow it had cast over me and my daughter. Before I could move Becca in that direction, the unkindness of ravens perched in the trees started a mournful chorus. Their song was made up of screams of pain, gurgling croaks, throaty chuckles, and raspy cries. One particularly large raven took flight. The slow, heavy motion of its wings quieted the other birds. The raven opened its beak and outpoured the sound of bells, high and chiming, to replace the previous cries of grief and despair. The sizable raven landed safely on the pavement before us, light and sure-footed.
The bird's feathers shone deeply black with a hint of darkest blue that reminded me of Becca's hair, and its neck swelled so that it looked as though the raven had donned a black ruff. With a snap of its formidable beak, the raven cocked its head. Becca returned the gesture. Carefully, she approached the bird. "Careful," I murmured, unsure of its intentions. The ravens in the trees cried out with loud cra-cra, indignant that anyone would think they would harm a child. Becca crouched by the dead bird. Its lively companion took a few two-footed hops to narrow the distance between them, and strutted back and forth, emitting a bubbling stream of chatter. It picked something out of the dead raven's beak and dropped it before her. It didn't clatter like metal, but the round hoop suggested it was a ring, albeit one that would have fit only a very slender finger. "Don't touch it," I cried. My Aunt Sarah Bishop had taught me never to touch an unidentified magical object, and for the most part I obeyed her rules. Our daughter was made of more independent stuff. "Thank you," Becca told the raven, slipping the ring over her knuckles. It left streaks of the bird's blood as it traveled down her finger. The raven chirped a reply, and Becca listened attentively, nodding as though she understood what it was saying. Tamsy stared at the raven from my tote bag, blinking slowly every now and then like she was clearing the sleep from her eyes. As Becca and the raven conversed, a prickling sensation in my left thumb and the pucker between my eyebrows told me that the strange magic had not retreated after all. It had simply shifted to something else that was equally unfamiliar. I tried to probe the nature of the magic, sending out inquisitive feelers in the hope of identifying it, but it was smoky and murky, without clear intentions or any discernible knotted structure. It had a strange scent, too. Sea salt, pine, barberries, and brimstone, all garbled together. "I'm sorry your friend died," Becca said, when the raven at last fell silent. "You must be sad." The raven's head rose and fell in time with guttural chirps that sent its throat feathers sticking out even farther, like a porcupine's quills. "We'll bury her," Becca crossed her heart, just as Matthew had taught her to do. "I promise." Becca's solemn oath was a large commitment for such a young person. Given the enchantment unfolding around us, the ravens had not come to Orange Street by accident. Someone had sent them, and they had come bearing a gift for my daughter. I had learned the hard way that magical gifts always came with strings attached. "Let's go inside and give the birds a moment with their friend," I suggested gently, still wanting to be behind closed doors rather than outside and vulnerable to whatever complicated spell is unraveling. I held out my hand and Becca took it. "We can't. We have to stay until her friends sing her on her last flight, Mommy," Becca explained. On cue, the ravens sitting on the branches began another haunting dirge, this one rattling like bones against wood and full of grief and longing. It was a privilege to listen to the inner life of these magnificent birds. Emotion filled my throat as I too felt their loss. Becca gripped my hand tighter as the birds sang. Heavy tears fell from her eyes, and though she tried to sniff them away, they mingled with the dead raven's blood, forming clear saline puddles in the darkening stain around the bird. The ravens took flight, their song of grief turning to one of hope as the sound of bells once more filled the air. The birds soared and tumbled over their fallen sister, their feathers shimmering with otherworldly brilliance. "Thanks for delivering her message," Becca told the lone raven. "I won't forget." With a few powerful strokes of its wings, the raven joined the rest of his unkindness, though that seemed like a collective misnomer based on what I just witnessed. Together, the birds rose higher and higher until they were nothing more than black specks against the sky. "What was the bird's message, Becca?" I asked, eyeing the dead raven with concern. "He told me it was time to come home and gave me this." Becca held out her left index finger. I examined the ring as closely as I could, given it was smeared with gore and had clumps of earth attached to it. The ring was blackened with age in places, but white as bone in others.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Its surface was pierced, and coarse, dark fiber was woven through the holes. But we're already home. It's awfully sad that his friend died delivering a message that we didn't need." Becca's tears resumed as she looked up at me. Is it my fault she died? Of course not. I drew her close. The raven just misjudged the distance to the ground. Becca sniffed. "Come on," I said firmly. "Inside." "But the bird," Becca protested, putting all her weight into resisting me. "Your father will take care of the raven," I said. The colors may have returned to the world, and the sounds and smells of a New Haven summer filled my nose instead of the strange resinous mix that had accompanied the ravens. But there was no mistaking that something had happened on Orange Street today. Something magical that was both uncanny and unfamiliar. Once we'd gone inside, the house's cool entrance with its marble floors and high ceilings, I let out a quiet sigh and leaned against the closed door. My overflowing tote bag slipped from my shoulder, joining the mail at my feet that had been delivered through the brass-plated slot. Tamsy tumbled out of the bag, and Becca rushed to retrieve her. Becca's eyes bored into me. She was a watchful child, and little escaped her notice, whether it was a mouse out in the garden scrounging for food, or the shifting emotions of the people around her. "Do you need a cup of tea?" Becca asked. Everyone in the family knew that the quickest way to soothe my ruffled feathers was to put a book in one of my hands and a cup of tea in the other. "I most certainly do," I laughed. "And you look like you could use a snack. Peanut butter and apple slices?" It was Becca's favorite treat, the crisp half-moons of apple providing the perfect dipper for the creamy, salty spread. "Yes, please," Becca said solemnly, her mood still affected by the raven's death. I scooped up the mail and tote bag, and we made a beeline for the kitchen. This sunny room in the back of the house was my favorite space in Marcus's otherwise wallpapered and well-upholstered home. Because the purpose of a vampire kitchen was comfort rather than food preparation and consumption, it was often designed around aesthetic considerations instead of the practical needs of a cook. The kitchen felt more like a living space as a result, with ample seating and warm, inviting lighting. The cabinets were painted a cheerful duck-egg blue and retained the original glass-fronted upper doors to display crockery and a large selection of wine glasses that sparkled in the light. Ardwina and Apollo were fenced in the former sewing room just off the kitchen. Apollo was sporting the disguising spell I'd designed for him that made him look like a large yellow Labrador retriever. They greeted us with their own chorus of barks and chortles. "Why don't you take the animals outside?" I suggested to Becca, who was still watching me like a hawk. My hands shook as I dropped the mail and my bag on the kitchen table. Now that the eerie moment with the birds had passed and the adrenaline was leaving my body, I was aware of the tension I'd been holding. "Okay, Mommy." Becca opened the door and led Ardwina and Apollo into the backyard to stretch their legs and pick up any messages left by the neighborhood's other beasts. Musing over the raven's gift and its strange message about going home, I took the kettle to the sink. I was so consumed trying to recall every detail of the mysterious magic that had settled around us that I forgot to remove its lid, and the water hit it with such force that it splattered all over me, the counters, and the window. I mopped up the mess, filled the kettle properly, and set it on the stove. Then I took down a small bowl for Becca's snack and gathered a knife from the drawer. Still distracted, I narrowly avoided slicing the tip of my finger rather than the apple. By the time the dog and the griffin had sniffed every plant and tree in the garden, I'd managed to safely slice the fruit, put some dollops of peanut butter into the bowl, and make myself a bracing cup of tea. "Wash your hands before you sit down," I reminded Becca as she came inside, not wanting the blood and grime of this afternoon to get into my daughter's reactive bloodstream. The five of us settled around the scarred but substantial piece of furniture that had been used as a chopping block when the house was built. Now it was where we gathered for family meals rather than in the stuffy dining room. Tamsy was in her high chair, listing to one side with a bemused expression and a buckled shoe dangling from her foot.
Ardwina curled as close to Becca as possible in case a peanut butter-smeared finger or half-bitten piece of apple came her way, while Apollo positioned himself so that he could keep one tawny eye on the hallway, alert for Pip's return. My son and his griffin were tightly connected by the mysterious bond that developed between weaver switches like Pip and me, capable of making new spells, and the magical companions who supported them on their magical journey. My familiar had been a fire drake, and I still felt pangs of loss whenever I thought of Cora, whom I'd freed from service after she helped me save Matthew's life. Becca did not have such a creature at her side. We weren't sure when or if one would appear. Our daughter's magic was not progressing by leaps and bounds like Pip's was, and Matthew and I were fine with that. Becca's vampire instincts were sharp, and her hunting skills excellent. Still, I needed to pay more attention to Becca's development as a witch this summer. I'd been so preoccupied in the last few years with my responsibilities at Yale that I hadn't been doing much magic at all. As she sat, Becca took my emotional temperature and seemed to find it improved since she tucked into her snack without mentioning Yale, Brenda, or the Raven on the front pavement. I flipped through the mail delivered to Orange Street. It was mostly bills that needed to be paid before we left. In between sorting items, I cast long looks at the ring on Becca's finger. Now that it was free from dirt and blood, I could see its intricate carvings. It was made of bone, though what kind of bone I couldn't tell. The black thread woven through the piercings gave both texture and color to the ring and reinforced the delicate tracery. Magic was woven through it too, and I wanted a chance to explore it further. "Can I see your ring?" I asked. "Sure." Becca tugged at it, but the ring didn't budge. She put her finger in her mouth and sucked on it before I could stop her, then pulled on it again. It stuck. "Let me try," I said, beckoning her over. She extended her finger towards me. The tip sparkled and shined. "Look, Mommy!" Becca hopped up and down with excitement. "My finger is on fire, just like yours is when you do magic." "So I see," I replied calmly, though my heart had dropped into an ominous drumbeat. I touched the ring, hoping to learn its secrets, and the light at the tip of Becca's finger dimmed. The magic was stuck inside the ring, just as the ring was stuck on Becca's finger. "Can I wait for Daddy and Pip in the library?" Becca asked, impatient with my fussing. The colored paper, tubs of markers, pencils, and all the bits and bobs she used in her craft projects were stored there, and she would much rather play with them than stay in the kitchen with me. "Of course you can," I said, letting go of her finger. "Are you going to draw a picture of what you saw at Yale to show Daddy and Pip when they come home?" Becca picked up Tamsy and shook her head. "I'm going to draw a picture of the Raven so I won't forget her or her message." Becca was an exceptionally resilient child, but the Raven's death had made a deep impression on her. "Okay, sweetie," I kept my voice light. "I'll join you soon." Becca skipped off to the library, and I sipped my tea, staring into its depths as though it might tell me what to make of the unkindness of ravens, their strange behavior, Becca's even odder reaction to it, and the unbudgeable ring. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Was Becca's magic waking up at long last? Would I have 2 teenage weavers on my hands in a few years and not just one? Matthew was bound to have similar questions when he discovered the dead bird outside. For now, I had no answers for him or myself. I returned to the mail with a sigh. Bills. Sale flyers. More bills. I quickly pitched them onto an empty chair to be recycled. My hand stilled when they touched a thick, creamy envelope with Italian stamps. This was not junk mail. It was a letter from the congregation, the ruling council that oversaw creature affairs in an often hostile human world. Holding the thick envelope in my fingers, I was reminded of my office in Venice and the work I'd done to integrate demons, witches, and vampires into the congregation, disrupting the status quo and breaking the tradition that a member of Matthew's extended family should preside over its proceedings. Today, my friend Agatha Wilson led the 9-member council, a demon who had brought many creative solutions to perennial congregation problems. The occupant of the de Clermont chair after me had also broken with precedent. The vampire Fernando Gonzalez, the mate of the revered and long-dead Hugh de Clermont, represented the family, not Matthew or his older brother Baldwin. I flipped the envelope over, expecting to see a swirl of black, silver, and orange wax impressed with the official congregation seal of a flaming triangle with a sun, star, and moon held within it. This seal was all silver, however, with an unblinking eye in the center. The all-seeing eye was the personal emblem of Sidonie von Bork, one of the congregation's 3 witches. She had been the bane of my existence even before Baldwin had appointed me the de Clermont representative to the congregation. While I was on the ruling council, Sidonie had made it her personal mission to thwart me at every turn. Braced for bad news, I cracked the wax and opened the envelope. A whisper of rose and cedar escaped from the broken seal. I drew out the distinctive marble-edged paper, made by a marborizatore at a shop where the congregation had been purchasing their stationery since the 1860s. The letter began, "Dear Professor Bishop and Professor Clermont, as you know, we assess the talents and skills of all children who have a legacy of higher magic in their family. Because both of Professor Bishop's parents came from such a lineage, we feel there is some urgency to proceed with your children's evaluation as soon as possible." Sidonie was wrong. My mother, Rebecca, had dabbled in higher, darker magic for a time in her teens and 20s. She'd first encountered my nemesis and her rival, Peter Knox, at some congregation event for higher magic hopefuls. But my father, Stephen Proctor, had been notable for his lackluster magical talents. My father was a weaver, like me, unable to work other witches' spells. Aunt Sarah had told me that Dad wasn't interested in the craft, never mind its advanced practices. As for his lineage, the head of the Madison Coven, Vivian Harrison, didn't believe the Proctors had produced any witch of real talent for generations. We will be in touch with you in August to arrange for an examination in the early autumn, before Rebecca Bishop Clermont and Philip Bishop Clermont turned 7 in November. Kind regards, Sidonie von Bork. I shivered despite the heat. The fractured memory of Peter Knox's examination still had the power to unsettle me. He had come to Cambridge when I was 7, and my parents, who had no doubt received a letter like the one I held, had spellbound me before he arrived, tying my power in knots and removing my memories of childish magic to guard me from the congregation's interest. It wasn't until I found the Book of Life and met Matthew that my parents' spellbinding loosened, and my memories of those dark days slowly started to return, along with my magic. But Knox's curiosity must have been roused, despite my parents' desperate measures, and the congregation alerted to something strange in our household. For a few weeks later, my mom and dad went to Nigeria to conduct research on ritual magic, drawing their focus away from me. They both died there, under mysterious circumstances I still didn't completely understand, although the role Peter Knox and his allies had played was evident. After their deaths, I'd had to figure out the contours of my own power, without their support or guidance. "No," I said fiercely, "absolutely not. The congregation was not going to probe the twins' magical abilities so they could make use of them, as Peter Knox had tried and failed to do with me. The witches in Venice would not be given access to knowledge of my children's potential. I would go to the congregation myself and take this up with Sidonie and the other witches." I turned my tote bag over, dumping my wallet and everything else I'd gathered from the office all over the kitchen table, scattering the freshly sorted house mail and undoing my earlier work. As usual, my phone had sifted to the bottom. It was now on top of the small mountain of campus mail that I had yet to go through. Matthew was the first number on my speed dial. With more force than was necessary, I pushed the button on the screen to connect us. "Hello?" Matthew's voice was warm, and I immediately felt supported in my determination to protect Becca and Pip from Sidonie and her congregation cronies. "Are you home?" "Yes, and I need you to come home too," I said. "They're after the children." "Who is?" Matthew asked, his tone now blade-sharp. "The congregation. We got a letter," I said. "They want to test the children's magical talents. You'll have to take Becca and Pip to the old lodge while I go to Venice and sort this out." "Slow down, Diana." Matthew was trying to calm me, but the urgency of the situation had me in its grip, and his words carried little weight. "If we let Sidonie test the children, the congregation's witches are bound to discover that Pip's a weaver," I cried. "And they might be able to sense if the twins have blood rage, too." Blood rage was the scourge of vampires, an inherited genetic condition that resulted when demon, human, and vampire blood mingled. It manifested in uncontrollable anger, violence, and bloodlust. Matthew was afflicted with it, as was his great-grandson Jack. Matthew had refused to perform tests on the children to see if they, too, had inherited his genetic mutation. "I can't spellbind Becca and Pip," I said, my heart breaking and my voice following suit. "I can't, Matthew." "I thought I could, if necessary." "But now I'm on my way," Matthew said, his keys jangling as he gathered his things at the lab. The line went dead. In the silence that followed the call, I was aware of the distance between Becca and me in the house. Needing to close it, I swept the contents of my tote into my arms. I could sort through my campus mail in the library just as easily as in the kitchen. Marcus's impressive paneled library served as our family room, a quiet place tucked away from the street at the back of the house. It had windows that opened onto the garden, walls lined with books, a cozy fireplace, and a long table like those at Sterling Library. Becca glanced up from her drawing and splayed protective hands over her work. "Don't look, Mom, it's not finished." "I won't," I said, dumping my possessions on the far end of the table. "Cross my heart." Though I was tempted to peek at Becca's creation, I dove into the drifts of paper instead, looking for my planner so that I could begin to make the arrangements for Venice. Matthew had told me to wait, but there was no harm in looking at dates and imagining how we could adjust our summer calendar. I located the slim diary and drew it from the pile. Sticking out from underneath it was a letter addressed to me at the Yale History Department. The sender's identity was embossed in navy on the upper left corner. Professor G.E. Proctor, Ravenswood, Ipswich, Massachusetts. "Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth." I stared at the return address, unable to believe what I was seeing. Professor? Proctor? Ravenswood? Ipswich? Sarah had assured me that all my nearest Proctor relatives were dead. But the postmark indicated that the note had been sent 3 days ago. As far as I knew, ghosts did not have access to the U.S. Postal Service. I took hold of the letter and slid my finger under the flap, ripping a clean tear across the top, releasing the scent of petrichor and brimstone I'd noticed outside with the ravens. The thick card inside bore a formal inscription, "From the desk of G.E. Proctor." Below were 3 lines written in a sloping script no longer taught in American schools. "It's time you come home, Diana. Your great-aunt, Gwyneth Proctor." It was the same message the raven had delivered to Becca. It couldn't be a coincidence that both messages had arrived from 2 different sources on the same day I'd received the ominous letter from the congregation. Had this mysterious great-aunt of mine sent the ravens in case her invitation was lost in the mail? Could the invitation to Ipswich have something to do with the congregation? Professor Gwyneth Proctor. I traced her name with my finger. I knew almost nothing about my father's family, and I was surprised to discover that there were academic women among them. I looked to see if there was anything else in the envelope. I tipped it over, and out slid a playing card. Someone had drawn a hexafoil on it, the most popular apotropaic mark used to protect humans from witches and magic. It resembled a simple six-petaled flower. You could still see the tiny hole where the point of a compass had rested. I took up the card, and the weaver's cords on my left hand flared in response. Usually, weavers had a clutch of colored cords that helped them make new spells tied to the corresponding powers woven into the universe. Mine had been absorbed into me like the mysterious book of life, becoming part of my body as well as my magic. They had been quiet for years, but today's events had awakened them. When I flipped the card over, I saw a woodcut of a man in dark clothing and stout buckled shoes walking along a dark path bordered by low grasses. Clouds gathered above his head, and one hand was outstretched as if pointing the way. The image had been cut from some broadside or book and glued to the card. "Home," my witch's sixth sense whispered as I stared at the man's outstretched hand. Another piece of paper slid from the envelope and fluttered down into my lap. It was small and tissue-thin, folded neatly in half. The crease in the paper was soft and worn, as though it had been opened and closed many times. On it was a pencil drawing of two clasped hands, with a raven's shadow falling across them. One hand belonged to a child. The other was adult and wore an intricate ring. My ring. It had been a gift from Philippe de Clermont to Matthew's mother, Isabeau. She, in turn, had given it to me, and I'd worn it ever since. I looked down at my left hand and compared the rare jewel to the pencil drawing. The similarities between them were unmistakable, with the tiny hands holding a heart with a diamond embedded in the center of the ring. I searched the paper, looking for further clues about who had drawn it and when. Rebecca and Diana was written on the back, along with a set of initials, MFP, and the date, 1972. It was impossible that a drawing made decades ago, before I was born, could depict something that had happened just this afternoon in such detail. The weaver's cords on my left hand stood out, trailing from my fingertips, over my palm, and down to my wrist, in strands of white, gold, silver, and black. A round figure appeared around my pulse point, woven from the cords. An Ouroboros, the snake with its tail in its mouth. It was the de Clermont family symbol, as well as a representation of the 10th knot of creation that so few weavers had the power to tie. These were the colors of darker, higher magic. I looked to my right hand, where the colors of the craft, brown, yellow, blue, red, and green, normally appeared when my power was stirred. There was no trace of them. The card and the drawing that Gwyneth Proctor had sent only captured the attention of the cords of higher magic, which I had rarely used. I drew Sidonie's crumpled letter from my pocket and held it next to my great-aunt's missive. In one hand, I held the prospect of danger and a threat to my family. In the other, I sensed a thin lifeline of hope and possibility. I glanced at the picture made in 1972 of my daughter's hand inside my own, the shadow of a raven's wings falling like a benediction where our bodies met. I felt a pang of intense desire for something I couldn't name, and a place I'd never heard of before, where a great-aunt named Gwyneth Proctor waited for me. I flexed my fingers, and the Ouroboros at my wrist appeared to move slightly underneath my skin, while shimmering colors of higher magic brightened in the air around me. I was not going to England or Venice, not yet. First, I was going home, to Ravenswood. Chapter 2. I moved to one of the deep chairs by the fireplace, my feet on the brass fender that surrounded the hearth, as I re-examined the pencil drawing, accurate to the last detail depicting the events of this afternoon. The aged card, the note from Gwyneth, and the official missive from the congregation rested in a pile on my lap. Who drew that? Becca had come to look over my shoulder, silent as a panther and curious as a cat. "I don't know," I replied, making room for her in my lap. Becca climbed up and rested in the hollow of my arms. I think it might have been one of Grandpa Stephen's relatives." Becca's fingers reached out for the drawing, and I gave it to her so she could take a closer look. She held the edges carefully. Phoebe had been teaching the twins to treat priceless objects with respect, and while Pip could still be dangerously exuberant with a piece of porcelain, Becca was an excellent pupil. "That's your ring," Becca said, "the one that Gammer Yisabo gave you." I nodded, my cheek sliding along Becca's smooth hair. "I'm going to draw the next thing that happened," Becca said, hopping down and returning to the table and her coloring supplies. I returned to the playing card. It was old, based on the thick, rough cardstock that had once been white, but now a mellow ivory tinged with amber. The walker's clothing was from the 17th century, and the high-flying feather in his cap indicated the image dated from the reign of Charles I or Charles II, as did the lace-trimmed cuffs and collar. The glue that held the image to the card was brittle and yellowed. The item gave off a homemade air, as though someone had been doing a craft project between 1629 and 1685 with scissors, a glue pot, and a pile of old playing cards and pamphlets. As for the significance of the card itself, I wasn't sure. Was this a one-off image, something intended to be kept in a document box or between the pages of a book and mounted to cardstock for durability? Did the hexafoil signify the curious card was a magical talisman of some kind? Or did it belong to a larger deck? I found myself wanting to follow the solitary walker to his unknown destination, as though the answers might be found at the end of the road. Though his route was not signposted, my feet itched to step into the prints made by his heavy soles and match his progress stride for stride. "Go home," the walker seemed to say, urging me to accept Gwyneth's invitation. "There are answers there." I studied the card as if it were one of my alchemical manuscripts, hunting for anything I might have overlooked. I spotted a faded letter, and another. There was a faded number, too, along the top margin. I picked up my cell phone and took a photograph, then fiddled with the settings until a negative version of the card appeared on the small screen.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. This was a trick I'd learned in the archives, and it often saved me from having to reserve time with the ultraviolet light that revealed faded or obliterated writing. Happily, the trick worked. With the help of magnification and a few more tweaks, I was able to read the old inscriptions. Written in a copper plate from around 1700 were the words "The Dark Path" and the number 47. Puzzled, I sat back against the chair's plump cushions. Playing card decks had 52 cards, but not a card titled "The Dark Path," nor were they usually numbered above 10. Tarot decks had 78 cards, but only the first 22 cards of the major arcana were numbered sequentially. As this was numbered 47, the card couldn't be from a tarot deck either. Before I could take my thinking any further, the doorbell clanged. Then the door banged open. Pip was home. Whether the house was empty or full, whether he was with a creature holding a key or not, Pip couldn't resist turning the crank of Marcus's doorbell, which released a blare of tinny sound capable of raising the dead. A low murmur of voices followed, then Ardwina's sharp bark and Apollo's answering chortle as the animals raced to meet the new arrivals. "Hi, Mom!" Pip bellowed. "We're home!" "Daddy!" Becca's voice was loud and piercing as she left the table to follow the dog and Griffin. "Did you see the dead raven?" "Yes, Moonbeam." "Where's your mother?" Matthew replied from somewhere in the middle of the house. "She's in the library." It was Becca's turn to shout, "Mom, Daddy's home! Pip, too, and Uncle Chris and Aunt Miriam." "Hey, Diana," Chris called. "I'd like to give those witches on the congregation something really scary to worry about, a pissed-off godfather." "Where is it?" Matthew asked from the library threshold. His hair, dark as a raven's wing like Becca's, stood up in agitated patches, and his brows were dangerously low over his gray-green eyes. I picked up the congregation's letter from the nearby table and extended it to him.
Matthew knelt by my chair, searching my face for signs of distress. "We will figure this out, mon coeur," he said, bringing my hand to his lips and pressing it into his cool flesh. "You will not have to spellbind the children. We can go to Septours rather than the old lodge. No one will disturb us there, and Baldwin and Fernando will have something to say to the congregation about the fate of our children. We'll be safe." My parents had thought I'd be safe in Madison with Sarah, and I had been for a time. I wanted more than temporary security for Becca and Pip. "What happened to that raven?" Chris asked, arriving a few steps behind Matthew. Pip shot past him to give me a kiss. Becca was right on her brother's heels, headed toward the library table. "It was bringing me a message, Uncle Chris, and then it hit the pavement. See?" Becca raved the pencil drawing from Gwyneth Proctor and her own drawing of a flat raven outlined in vivid red. "Mommy said it was an accident. I'm not sure, though. I should have asked her friend." "Wait," Chris performed an Oscar-worthy double take. "You got a message from a bird? Are you enrolled in a school of witchcraft and wizardry now?" "That was an owl, Uncle Chris," Becca replied. "This message came from a raven." But the message was not the only thing the ravens had brought to New Haven. They'd brought Becca a ring, too. I was surprised to see it was no longer on her finger, given how tightly it had clung to her skin earlier. Where had it gone? "Were you expecting a message from the dead, Diana?" Miriam asked, slipping into the room at her usual unhurried pace. She was an ancient vampire and capable of great speed, but she was temperamentally averse to haste. "That's what ravens usually carry." "No," I muttered under my breath, "but I got one anyway." My quiet words captured the full attention of the adults. "We got several messages today," I explained. "One from Venice, one from the Raven, and one from the Proctors." "The Proctors?" Matthew's face went blank as he processed this revelation. "I thought all of your nearest relations were dead." "So did I. Sarah had told me so repeatedly." "3 messages," Miriam said thoughtfully. "All of them magical. That can't be a coincidence." "My Aunt Hortense swore that bad things come in 3s, Chris said, his voice ominous. "So do Newton's laws of motion," I said, wanting to squash this superstitious talk as quickly as possible. "Pigs, too," Pip chimed in, presenting evidence from his own area of expertise. "And bears." "And French hens," Becca added, a piece of paper in each hand. She charged at her father. "Careful, Becca," I cried, afraid she might damage the delicate drawing. I rose to my feet, and the old playing card tumbled to the floor along with Gwyneth's note. Matthew's eyes fixed on the fallen items. "What are they?" "A message from my great-aunt Gwyneth Proctor. She'd like me to come home." My voice was even as I made the startling announcement. Matthew's eyes met mine, storm-dark and gleaming. I picked up the cards and handed them to my husband. "Home?" Chris said. "You are home. Gwyneth's home." "In Ipswich," I said, my gaze not wavering from Matthew as he studied my great-aunt's message, though my voice broke on the word home. "A place called Ravenswood." "What about the congregation?" Chris asked with a frown. "Shouldn't you be going to Venice?" "What about England?" Pip cried, horrified at the prospect of a change to his careful summer plans. "What about me?" Becca demanded. "The Raven said I needed to go home, too." "Nothing's decided," I said lightly, even though I was fully committed to going to Massachusetts. "Let's talk about it after dinner. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm hungry. Who needs a glass of wine?" The twins, distracted by the prospect of a warm meal, took charge of Tamsy and the animals and led the way to the kitchen. Chris and Miriam lingered behind in the library, as did Matthew. "Ipswich?" Matthew's eyebrows rose. "You're going to Boston's North Shore on the basis of a 6-word note from a great-aunt you've never met?" But it was more than that, and he knew it. "After dinner," I promised. "We can talk about it after dinner." Once we were all gathered in the kitchen, everybody took up their usual Friday night dinner responsibilities. It was a tradition for us to come together at the end of the week and have a family meal. While Matthew prepared the food, the rest of us fed the animals, cleared off the table, turned on the speaker to listen to one of Chris's playlists, and set 6 places with all the plates, cutlery, napkins, and glassware necessary to cater to a hungry mob. Becca plopped Tamsy in her high chair, and the doll surveyed the whirl of activity around her with the superior attitude of an aristocrat watching servants at work. Around the doll's neck, suspended from the coral beads that she had come to us with, was the missing bone ring. Praying that no one would ask questions about this fresh addition to Tamsy's wardrobe, I poured a healthy slug of wine for each of the adults and took a gulp of my own to steady my nerves. Soon the comforting scent of cassoulet filled the kitchen. Matthew had been making pots of hearty French food once or twice a week all semester, and feeding me and the children out of them one ladleful at a time. Ratatouille, potée over knot, beef and chicken stewed in wine, each one was delicious and different. Chris had started calling Matthew Julia and had arrived for one of our Friday night suppers with a ruffled apron and a block of butter, instead of his usual offering of wine and flowers. We got through Matthew's delicious concoction, which Pip accurately called fart stew, and 2 bottles of red wine without incident, except for a few petty squabbles about portion size, the amount of French mustard Pip wanted spooned into his dish, Becca's desire for a slug of the blood she still liked to drink on special occasions, and one very loud expression of gas from the direction of the twins.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Becca and Pip kept up an endless stream of light-hearted chatter and shared important neighborhood news, such as the arrival of kittens at the house on the corner, and all we adults had to do was follow their lead. Matthew drank a whole bottle of Burgundy himself. By the time I served ice cream and espressos for dessert, my husband was casting hard, speculative glances in my direction, his patience now exhausted. Once the bowls and tiny cups were empty, I tried to hustle the children upstairs to bed so that we didn't argue in front of them. Something told me Matthew wasn't going to be amenable to the plan I'd cobbled together over dinner. "I can't go to bed yet, Mommy," Becca protested, carrying her empty bowl to the dishwasher. "I have to take care of the raven first." "Your father will do it," I said, making sure that Ardwina had fresh water and one of the deep sinks was partially filled so that Apollo could give himself his nightly bath. "No!" Becca's sharp cry was fueled by a surfeit of sugar. "I have to do it, Mom. I promised the raven's friend that I would bury her." I put my hands on my hips, trying to judge my daughter's level of commitment to this lunacy. "And your maman knows that our word is a solemn oath," Matthew said, rising from his chair and swinging his long-legged daughter into the air before setting her down, light as a feather. "Let's do it properly, oui?" "Oui," Becca said gravely. "Can I come?" Pip asked his sister. "Cuthbert too?" The battered blue rabbit with the long ears was already tucked into his elbow. Becca considered her brother's request. "I think that would be okay. Mind if I tag along? I've never been to a raven funeral before," Chris said. "The funeral already happened, Uncle Chris. The other ravens took care of that. This is just the burial," Becca explained. "Ravens don't have hands. They needed my help with the shovel." "Oh." Chris looked at Matthew and me, his eyebrows lifted. "Point noted." "And me?" Miriam asked, though she knew the answer already, for Becca never refused the ancient vampire anything. Like Phoebe, Miriam was one of Becca's role models and close confidants. "Are you coming, Mommy?" Becca stopped by the door to the backyard. "You were there for the funeral, so it's okay if it's too hard for you to say goodbye again." "I think I'll just stay behind and clear up the kitchen," I said, mindful of all that would need to be done if I went to Ravenswood tomorrow. "You go ahead, but it's straight up to bed after that." "Yes, Mom," the twins intoned in unison. While washing the dishes, I kept my eye on the proceedings outside.
In the garden shed, Matthew and Becca found a suitable shovel to scrape the raven's remains off the pavement. Miriam conferred with Becca about where the bird should be buried, and after much deliberation, they decided on a spot under the canopy of the majestic tree outside the library window. It was one of the few specimens to have made it through the blight of Dutch elm disease, and my neighbors told me that in case of fire, I should let the house burn and save the tree instead. Miriam and Chris dug a hole for the bird, while Matthew, Becca, and Pip went off to the front yard to retrieve the corpse. When the three of them returned, Becca led the burial cortege, carefully holding the shovel with the raven before her. Pip, in charge of Cuthbert and Tamsy, followed in the role of chief mourner. Matthew brought up the rear of the procession, his hands folded before his heart in a gesture of prayer. Apollo, sensing that a ritual was afoot involving another winged creature, pecked at the doorknob. I let him and Ardwina out and stood by the open door, watching as Becca came to a halt under the elm's spreading limbs. "Bye-bye, Blackbird," Becca said sorrowfully, standing next to the shallow grave. She tipped the shovel, and the bird tumbled into the hole, its body stiff and its feathers gleaming. "I'll visit you when we get back. Sweet dreams." Our daughter had managed to organize a touching memorial in a matter of minutes, using a combination of one of her favorite songs, a promise, and a few words from our family's nighttime ritual. My eyes filled at Becca's empathy for the dead bird, and her determination to give the creature a proper send-off. "Pack up all my cares and woe," Chris sang in his rich bass, picking up on the mood of the ceremony as well as a snatch of the same song Becca had woven into her goodbye. "Here I go, wingin' low, bye-bye, blackbird, where somebody waits for me, sugar's sweet, so is she." Miriam joined in, her pure soprano soaring above Chris's resonant tones. "Bye-bye, blackbird, make my bed and light the light, I'll arrive late tonight." Matthew added his voice to the choir on the next lines, providing a baritone note. He rested his hand lightly on Becca's bowed head. "Blackbird, bye-bye." I dashed a tear from my cheek. In the silence that followed, a few early fireflies flickered in the garden as if they too wanted to contribute to the occasion. "Here, Becca." Pip handed Tamsy to his sister. Becca buried her face in the doll's streaming red hair, her sniffs audible in the quiet. Chris and Miriam shoveled earth over the raven as the others watched. Once the bird was encased in its tomb, everyone waited for Becca to signal that she was ready to go. "It's okay now." Becca took a deep breath and waved at the small mound of freshly turned earth. "Bye-bye, Blackbird. See you soon." I stood aside as the burial party re-entered the house, unexpectedly moved by the poignant sight of a raven being put to rest. "My plan makes perfect sense," I told Matthew, once we'd tucked the children in, read the obligatory bedtime stories, and returned to the library to join Miriam and Chris. "You'll take the children to England or Sept tours if you'd like. I'll go to Ravenswood to meet Gwyneth Proctor. She must know something about why the ravens came. Then I'll go straight to Venice to tell the congregation to leave our children alone. I'll join you at the old lodge as soon as I can." Chris put down his glass of bourbon and looked at me in disbelief. Miriam paused in her efforts to remove the cork from a bottle of Vouvray. The pair exchanged glances, then voiced their opposition to this cockamamie plan. Matthew crossed his arms, leaned against the library fireplace, and gave me the latest in a series of uncomfortable stares. "Exactly what happened here today that's made you rethink our summer plans?" Matthew asked. "Not to mention abandoning your research proposal and the countdown to departure that you started back in April. Let's see." I put down my wine glass, the impact making a dull thud on the table. A swarm of ravens descended on the house. One of them died. Becca talked to another. We got a letter from the congregation, and I received a picture and a playing card from a branch of my family tree I thought had died out. Call me crazy, but I think a change of vacation plans may be in order." "You mean a conspiracy of ravens?" Miriam said. "It's an omen, clearly. Where's the picture?" Matthew held it up, and Miriam took it from his fingers. What kind of omen? I asked, worried. Miriam had been born back in the days when consulting auguries was part of daily life. Dead birds couldn't signify anything good, but an omen was on an entirely different level, the kind that comes wrapped in a prophecy. Miriam pointed to the date the picture had been drawn. This says 1972, almost half a century ago, but the ravens didn't come until today. It says Rebecca and Diana on the back, I said. I would have thought it was a picture of Mom and me, except for Yasabo's ring. So it's a double prophecy, Miriam commented. You weren't born until 1976. Someone with the initials MFP foresaw it all. Your birth and Becca's, Matthew, and the ravens, too. Whoever it was, I'm guessing that P stands for Proctor, I said. A close relative of Gwyneth's, perhaps? How is it possible you know so little about your father's family? Miriam asked me in disbelief.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Weren't you ever curious? This question troubled me too, and my voice took on a defensive edge. The Proctors were never part of my life. We never spent any holidays with them before my parents died or afterward either. I don't remember there being any Proctors at the memorial service we had for Mom and Dad, I replied. Dad never mentioned his family, so I suppose I never questioned their absence. Sarah said the only Proctors left were far distant cousins. Families aren't always reliable when it comes to their own history, Matthew said. Perhaps this isn't the first time one of your father's kin reached out to you. Previous attempts might have been met with silence. I'm sure neither Gwyneth nor any other Proctor ever tried to contact me. To believe otherwise would mean that Sarah and Emily had been keeping another huge secret from me while I was growing up. Though I sounded certain, a memory niggled at the edge of an oubliette left by my parents' spellbinding. Had M mentioned the Proctors once upon a time? Before I could chase down the elusive thought, Matthew spoke. When, exactly, did Rebecca talk to the raven? The look Matthew gave me was not gentle like snowflakes, but as penetrating as a falling icicle. After the world turned gray and the other raven plummeted to the pavement, I replied, supplying additional details of the encounter. When the bird bled out, the color returned to the world. All the ravens settled in the trees except the one who delivered the message to Becca. I think he was their leader. I'd never witnessed our daughter talk to birds before, but she had so many imaginary friends I might have missed it. The sight of that single raven hopping along the path toward her kindled another spark of curiosity. Why had Becca been able to communicate with the bird when I could not? So magic was already at work when Rebecca made her oath. Matthew swore and sat beside me. What kind of magic? Miriam asked. I'm not sure. My left hand tingled and I shoved it under my thigh. But the ravens were caught up in it. They sang the most mournful song after Becca spoke with their leader. It was like nothing I've heard before. The whole swarm conspiracy, Miriam corrected me. Or an unkindness, if you prefer. Unkindness behaved as though a family member had died, I finished. Becca said that the raven who spoke with her was the dead bird's friend. Did you ever observe this kind of behavior in your research, Matthew? Miriam asked. My husband had done research on wolves, not birds. Confused, I waited for his response. Ravens form mating pairs, just like vampires and wolves, Matthew replied. They grieve when their mate is gone, and their social group often participates in the mourning. In Norway, I witnessed wolves howling along to the raven's lament when a member of their group passed. I frowned. You make it sound like ravens and wolves have some kind of relationship? They work together in the wild, Matthew said, nodding. They play together, help each other locate prey, and even share kills. It's an unusual example of cross-species cooperation. Speaking of which, Chris said, we'll need that spirit of teamwork to take on the congregation. They're coming to test Becca and Pip, dead raven or not. Maybe we should focus on that and not some spooky omen. What if they're connected? I asked.
Even a human like Chris had to see that the whole of the afternoon's events was far greater than the sum of its parts. Maybe they are, Chris conceded. But right now, I think we should work on a greater level of trust between the vampires, witches, and humans in this room. And I'd like some credit as a prophet myself. I knew something like this was going to happen, not that any of you listened to me. Miriam shook her head in warning, but Chris plowed on. We can't let anyone, and especially not the congregation, learn something about Becca and Pip that we haven't already discovered and come to terms with, he continued. It's long past time to run genetic tests on them and get a sense of what powers and abilities the twins might have inherited before somebody else beats us to it. We've been over this, Chris. Matthew's voice was quiet, but the dark vein in his temple was ticking dangerously. Diana and I want Rebecca and Philip to develop their talents and skills naturally, without laboratory findings shaping our ideas about what they might become. Chris flung his hands up in exasperation. You may not have noticed, Matthew, but there are a lot of smart, observant humans in New Haven. They know you and Diana are different, even if they can't articulate how. Pip grew an inch in the past month, and Becca is well on her way to mastering trigonometry. You can't keep the twins inside the Addams family mansion until they're 18, hoping nobody picks up on their advanced development. Not only did Chris watch a lot of television, he wasn't fond of Marcus's house. Pip and Rebecca go to school, I pointed out, defensive at the notion that the twins were housebound. You think Maria Montessori is going to make them appear like average folk? Chris snorted. It's a Waldorf school, actually, I said, gritting my teeth. We felt that the focus on developing curiosity and channeling the imagination was a better fit for Becca and Pip. Pip has a pet griffin, Dee, Chris said, and Becca is turning into some combination of Alan Turing and Dr. Dolittle. I don't think you have to worry about their imaginations. With respect, Christopher, Matthew said, this is really none of your business. With respect, Matthew, that is utter bullshit, Chris replied, his voice rising. Miriam and I are their godparents, along with half of the family. Still, Chris and Miriam had sworn to protect and defend the children. They had a right to speak their minds when it came to ensuring the best possible futures for them. We are not testing the children now. Matthew's tone said, do not press your luck. When they are 18, they can decide for themselves if and when they want to be research subjects. And the congregation has agreed to your schedule? Miriam asked pointedly. Because I'm with Chris on this. It's time we knew the truth. Matthew sipped his wine rather than responding. My glance fell on the old bar cabinet where we'd arranged a group of family photos. A picture of Yasabo and Philippe during happy times at the 1924 Paris Olympics shared the space with a snapshot of my parents' wedding. My maternal grandparents hovered in the background, beaming with joy. There was a marvelous picture of Phoebe throwing her wedding bouquet into a crowd of well-wishers gathered in Freya's garden, a laughing Marcus by her side. Several photos of Sarah and Em were there too, along with a photo of Jack and Fernando wreathed in smiles on a beach in Portugal. And there were pictures of the twins as well, captured in the active, happy moments of early childhood. Pip's first tricycle ride, a trip to a farm to meet the animals, Becca and I playing patty cake, Matthew reading them a bedtime story. My father was the only representative of the Proctor family among the photos. He'd never explained why his parents weren't in any of their wedding pictures, and I'd later assumed they must have been dead by the time he and Mom got married. When I was old enough to ask questions, my father too was dead. My great-aunt Gwyneth must have known where to find me for some time, but she hadn't reached out until now. Some intricate plan was unfolding, and though Gwyneth might not have been the architect of it, she was somehow instrumental to its workings. Gwyneth Proctor is the key to all of this, I said, half to myself. It's her message that matters. She knew that the Ravens were headed this way. She must have known about the congregation, too. My great-aunt has more to devolve, or she wouldn't have invited me to Ravenswood. A Proctor relative would be a godsend, Chris said, pitched forward in excitement.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Her blood could answer so many questions about the kid's DNA. Not now, Chris, Miriam warned, putting a restraining hand on his knee. Nevertheless, he persisted. And it would shed light on the gray areas in Diana's genome that we still don't understand. Chris's excitement mounted at the prospect of even more DNA findings. Gwyneth can't be the only Proctor in Ipswich. There must be more. Can I come with you? The thought of arriving at Ravenswood with a bucket of cheek swabs and Chris Roberts in tow was too much. No one is going with me, I said firmly. Gwyneth invited me to Ravenswood. Whatever she has to say, it's a family matter. She isn't likely to share it with others listening in on the conversation. We are going with you, Matthew said grimly. Chris gave Matthew a high five. Not you, Matthew said sternly, dashing Chris's hopes. Rebecca, Philip, and I will go. This supposed relative could be luring you into a trap. Supposed relative? Trap? There's no vast conspiracy of creatures impersonating members of my family, I said, taking on the first of Matthew's absurd comments. Gwyneth Proctor must be in her 90s. I doubt she's sprinkling a bag of breadcrumbs between Connecticut and Massachusetts to lure me into some malicious web. Matthew's expression told me that he wouldn't put anything past Gwyneth Proctor. I smothered a frustrated reply. You have to put the twins first, Matthew, I said, conviction making my voice rise. And if you won't go to England without me, that means staying here, in New Haven. The twins shouldn't be anywhere near Ravenswood until we know more. She's right, Matthew. Miriam was an unexpected but welcome ally. I won't be long, I said more gently, a few days at most. Very well, Matthew said reluctantly. I'll stay here with the children while you interrogate Gwyneth Proctor. Matthew was making it sound like a military operation, not a family reunion. But you must promise me you'll leave immediately if you sense something is wrong, and stay in touch while you're there. We'll decide what to do about the congregation and our summer plans when you get back, he continued. It's time you came home. Gwyneth's strange invitation whispered through my mind. I didn't know where the road to Ipswich would take me, or what I would find once I arrived. But I was eager to follow the mysterious walker in his plumed hat and buckled shoes. I won't be gone long, I repeated to reassure him, just until Monday or Tuesday at the latest. Matthew silenced me with a glance. Don't make promises you might not be able to keep, Malion. That night, under the dark of the moon, I made promises with my body that Matthew was not willing or able to silence. With every gentle touch and press of my lips to his flesh, I promised more. More intimacy, free from secrets kept too long. More trust, free from the fear that made life feel impossible. More love, unimaginably more love, to fill the remaining days we would share. Matthew responded to my promises with his own, that not even deeply hidden secrets would threaten our love, that nothing was impossible so long as we faced the challenge together, that nothing would keep us from living every moment to the fullest. The moonless night wrapped us in velvet when we were at last sated and at peace. I stole into Matthew's arms, stretched along the length of him. My husband's familiar contours were comforting in their coolness, accustomed as I was to the temperature of a vampire's body. I won't be gone long, I murmured once more, pressing another kiss into the muscles over his heart. Matthew didn't say a word, but gathered me closer as I fell into a dream-filled sleep. Chapter 3. The sign on Route 1 that flashed past my window indicated that I was 7 miles from Ipswich and only 8 miles from Salem. The shadows cast by the nooses that once swung on Gallows Hill were long,
and I felt their chill. It wasn't the first time I'd been to Ipswich. My mother had insisted we stop there en route to summer vacation in Maine and have fried clams in the town's legendary clam box. Dad had been uncharacteristically quick to anger and sharp of tongue during the ride from Cambridge, as he preferred to get to the small cabin in East Boothbay as quickly as possible, with a minimum of stops for ice cream and antiques. I sat outside at a picnic table, slurping down a frozen root beer slushie while they fetched the food at the pickup window. My parents' raised voices floated toward the parking lot, setting my face afire with mortification at the thought that everyone could hear them argue. I couldn't recall what they had been fighting about, though I now suspected it might have had something to do with our proximity to Dad's family. I turned off Route 1 and onto the old road from Topsfield to Ipswich, leaving behind the land of strip malls, pizza parlors, and national donut chains. A quiet stillness descended as the traffic was reduced to a trickle, and sprawling old houses with green lawns replaced the neon signs of commerce that lit up Boston's northern suburbs. It was like driving back in time to pass by the 18th century houses with their pristine paint and picket fences. I drove into the center of Ipswich along Market Street, one of the town's main thoroughfares, and pulled the Range Rover into a parking spot outside a thriving cafe called The Thirsty Goat. Outside, under a swinging sign with an image of a goat in 17th century clothing, tipping his head back to drain a goblet, the tables were filled with a wide range of locals. Young mothers sipping lattes, their children parked next to them in strollers. Old salts in overalls and worn baseball caps, clutching paper cups full of steaming brew. And people with laptops clicking away at their email while downing mochas. The Thirsty Goat was clearly the hub of the local community. It was also the perfect place to ask for directions to Ravenswood. Though I'd plugged Gwyneth's zip code and the word Ravenswood into the navigation system when I left New Haven, the directions had only landed me here in the center of town. Without a street name and number, I was going to have to rely on local knowledge to find my great-aunt. I turned off the ignition and grabbed my tote bag from the passenger seat. I was in desperate need of hot tea to revive my courage before meeting Gwyneth Proctor for the first time. When my feet touched the pavement, a nudging tingle filled the air, as though 1,000 witches were blowing kisses. My eyes swept the crowd, looking in vain for a witch among the prams and baseball caps, but I couldn't locate the source of the warning that witches were nearby. My senses on high alert, I entered the cafe. It was a cheerful space with a lofty beamed ceiling. The crisp white on the rafters extended down until it met chair-height red paneling, and the work of local artists covered the walls. The cozy atmosphere turned chilly as I felt the strong probe of a witch's gaze. Then another. Behind the cafe's counter stood 2 witches. One had wild black hair piled into a topknot and a nose ring. Her arms were covered with tattoos, a new moon, an owl feather, a moth, a tarot card, and more that were hidden in the sleeve of her black t-shirt. Embroidered on her apron was a name, Anna, along with a vivid rendering of the High Priestess card from the Rider-Waite tarot deck. The other witch had a colder, more forbidding air. Her apron was embroidered with the name Meg, and the Queen of Pentacles was displayed across the bib. Meg wore a pin that read, Coven Membership Committee. Not even the most obtuse human could overlook that these were witches. As if to prove it, I spied one of the industrial Italian coffee machines that Matthew adored. Though not a cauldron, it was black and set in a prominent place. Occasionally, it discharged a puff of steam. A sign taped to it read, No cappuccinos under the balsamic moon due to power surges. Take your complaints to the Topsfield Coven.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Can we help you? Anne's tone was brisk, her power carefully banked and managed. It was not wild like the power of the elemental witches in London's Reed, or delicate and precise like a weaver who made new spells.
The image that came to mind was that of a highly trained magical figure skater willing to patiently inscribe modest school figures in the ice so that she could explode later into effortless quadruple spins. I smiled brightly. A hot tea with milk, no sugar. To go. I was grateful that my order wasn't restricted by the lunar cycle since I had no idea what phase the moon was in at present. Our specialty tea is witch's brew. It's not on the menu, but it's a town favorite. Meg's lips rose in a sardonic smile, the force of her stare intensifying. She had strange, mottled eyes that contained different hues, sea glass green and bark brown, a mixture of water and earth. "No eye of newt?" I asked sweetly, fishing for the wallet inside my Bodleian tote bag. "Only in sorbet," came Anne's quick reply. "English breakfast would be fine," I said, refusing to take the bait. These two may enjoy going full witch on the tourists who had straggled in from nearby Salem, but I wasn't going to encourage them. "Anything else?" Meg demanded, her eyes narrow with suspicion. "Everything all right, Meg?" A slight woman with jet hair iced with white and holding a parasol to shield her skin from the sun entered the cafe, power and magic following her like Cinderella's train at the ball. The witch studied us from behind round, rose-colored glasses. "Just an unexpected visitor," Anne said, placing a slight emphasis on the last word. What she meant was witch. Did Ipswich's coven require magical passports for creatures like me? "It's under control, Goody Woo." Meg bristled at the unwanted interference. Goody was an old-fashioned form of address, and one that I'd not heard uttered in a community of witches since I time-walked to Elizabethan London. "Oh, I think not," Goody Woo said softly, breathing out a stream of sea-glass-tinged air that sparkled and chimed in the light. It reached me in curious wisps that tickled my ears and slid up my nostrils. Quite the opposite. How many witches were in this town? I'd been here less than 10 minutes, and I'd already met 3. "Hello!" A tall, slender willow of a witch breezed through the door, adding another creature to my tally. She was wearing a pink canvas bucket hat emblazoned with a griffin and the kind of plaid Madras shorts my mother had worn in the early 1980s when preppy was high fashion. A messy ponytail attempted to capture her blonde and gray hair, the length of it bundled up under the brim of her hat. An enameled pin proclaimed her to be mistress of coven ceremonies. As she drew closer, I could see that her energy and agility, along with her delicate features, had made me think that she was far younger than the fine lines around her eyes indicated. "Welcome home, cuz." I looked around to see whom the witch was greeting. After an uncomfortable pause, I realized she was referring to me. "Hi," I waved weakly. The witch flung her arms around me, knocking her own hat off in her enthusiasm. She whispered into my ear, "I'm Julie Easty. Just play along and I'll get you out of here." Easty was a name to conjure with in this part of Massachusetts, just like Bishop and Proctor. 4 victims of the Salem Panic had been members of this old Essex County family. If Julie was indeed my cousin, then the list of my relatives caught up in the dark events of the hanging times would expand exponentially. "Fancy meeting you here." Julie pulled me away so she could get a better look at me. She beamed with pride, but a warning sparked in her pale aquamarine eyes. "And Gwyneth is waiting for you out on the neck. She sent me to town so you wouldn't get lost." Gwyneth didn't mention she was expecting guests at the last meeting. There was a thoughtful note in Goody Woo's voice. I was sure Goody Woo didn't mean the PTA or the local garden club. "It's summer, Katrina. You know how it is," Julie said with a dismissive flap of her hand. "Ipswich is crawling with tourists. Not today, though. It must be pagan discount day. I see you've met Meg and Anne." 2 fresh sets of witchy eyes pinned their attention on my back. I turned to see that the exit was blocked by a woman in her 40s wearing a navy suit and a crisp white blouse. She was carrying the same distinctive Coach messenger bag with the flap and the brass closure that my mom had taken to Harvard every day, and in the same tan leather, too. At her side was an elderly dumpling of a witch with tight white curls that were tinked pink to match her cardigan. "Oh, look, Hitty Braybrook and Betty Prince have arrived," Julie said cheerfully, though her eyes narrowed a fraction. "Busy day here at the Thirsty Goat." "You called?" Hitty asked Anne. Someone had hit an invisible alarm button to notify the community that there was a strange witch in town. Betty stared at me with open curiosity. "Is that a bishop?" "My cousin, Diana Bishop, yes." Julie gathered me into her arm. The firm squeeze she gave me was tight enough to make me wince. "She's here to visit with Gwyneth." "That's a disturbing procedural irregularity," Hitty observed. "Gwyneth should have notified us so that we could take proper precautions. I'll be taking this up at our next meeting." Though she wore no identifying pin like Meg and Julie, I suspected Hitty was the coven parliamentarian, the unlucky witch who had to master the rules and regulations. "Precautions," Julie snorted. "Goddess above, it's not 1692, Hitty. Give Diana a break." The town's bells sounded 1 o'clock. "Is that the time?" Julie exclaimed. "We need to get to Ravenswood. Gwyneth takes a nap at 3, and she'll want to catch up with you first." I turned toward the door. "Don't forget your tea." Meg held out a paper cup with the distinctive goat logo. I hesitated, tempted to walk away without it. Meg smiled, slow and satisfied as a cat. "Thanks." I marched over, plucked the tea from her grip, and headed straight for the door. "Ready when you are." "Ready as I'll ever be," Julie said. "Gwyneth's been dying to have a good gossip." Anne blinked at this announcement. "I predict it's going to be an interesting summer," Goody Woo said, addressing the cafe's customers, all of whom, human and witch, were watching our drama unfold. "And you're never wrong," Julie said over her shoulder as she took me by the elbow and rushed me past Hitty and Betty. "Katrina is our chair of divination and prophecy, Diana. She always knows what the future will bring. I'm sure we'll meet again." Goody Woo's eyes fogged with possibilities. "Goodbye for now, Diana Bishop." We reached the sidewalk, and I took in a lungful of magic-free air. The power in the cafe had been stifling, and the clean, salty tang was welcome. "Keep moving." Julie's pleasant demeanor changed as soon as she was out of the cafe. "We need to escape before Meg starts working the coven phone tree. Otherwise, someone will flag us down at every intersection." "Which is your car?" I pointed to the large black Range Rover. "Of course it is." Julie shook her head. "Vampires. Conspicuously consumptive with no regard for the environment." I opened my mouth to defend Matthew's choice of vehicle. "Follow me. I'm in the blue truck." Julie pointed across the street to where a pastel blue vintage Ford was parked at a sharp angle in a spot designed for motorcycles. Julie waited until I closed the car door before she dodged through the thickening traffic. Once in her truck, Julie performed an astonishingly speedy U-turn without crashing into oncoming traffic. "Stay close," Julie said through the open window. "We don't want to get separated." I'd fallen out of a fantasy novel and into a spy thriller, complete with a car chase. Julie's U-turn had been a sample of her driving style, which was erratic and confident in equal measure.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. After a near miss with a cyclist and a brief conversation with a uniformed officer of the Ipswich Police Department, Julie slowed down and remained in her own lane. This gave me a chance to observe the changes as we left Ipswich's dense center and turned onto East Street toward the Old Harbor. This had once been a bustling economic hub for the area. Now it was the site of a quiet marina for leisure craft. Crouched 17th century houses popped up regularly among the statelier 18th century buildings.
Ipswich was clearly proud of its history, and white wooden plaques with black lettering identified each house, the person who first lived in it, and the date it had been built. I followed the signs back in time. 1671, 1701, 1687. How had these houses survived the pressure of development? Julie's truck bounced along as the road swept to the northeast. We had arrived on a long spit of land that stretched out toward the water. I felt another prickle from the past, heard a window open and my mother laugh as she drank in the sea air. There was a song playing on the radio, and Mum was teaching me the words. I nearly went off the road at the sudden flash of memory. And yet I had been sure I'd never been anywhere in Ipswich except for the clam box. Julie's hand waved out the window to alert me that we were close to our destination. I spotted a battered sign for Ravenswood and slowed the car. We peeled off the paved two-lane highway and onto a worn carriage road. Someone had dumped gravel on it to fill the deep ruts left after winter's hard freezes and a wet spring. The ancient overhanging trees created a luminous green tunnel that cast everything in an otherworldly glow. I lowered the window, drinking in the scent of grass and marsh and muck, the earthy aroma sharpened with a faint tang of salt. There was no loud music playing from nearby houses as there was in New Haven, or the banging of doors and shouts of students. There was only the hum of insects and the raucous caws of the birds as they flew over us. A man walked in the ditch at the side of the road. He was dressed in short, baggy trousers tied below the knee and held a pair of sturdy shoes in his hand. His long white shirt, the sleeves rolled up, grazed the top of his thighs. It was made of a coarse cloth, as were his breeches. A worn hat with a floppy brim and a wilted turkey feather stuck in the band shielded his face, so that I could not make out his features. Still, he seemed familiar. The walker from the card. I had already passed by him, and I peered into the rearview mirror to take another look. He was gone. I slowed down, searching the trees to track him, but there was nothing to see but rough trunks and thick underbrush. Julie honked her horn impatiently, and I pressed my foot on the gas pedal. After sailing slowly over the dips and swells like overloaded galleons, we reached the first fork in the road. A sign pointing to the right read Orchard Farm. The only features of the house that were visible were the two chimneys that anchored its sloping roof. Julie drove past the turnoff for the farm and proceeded up a barely visible dirt track. Another crude sign nailed to a post indicated we had arrived at the old place. I tried to spot a house through the thick hedges speckled with white polka dots, but an aged chestnut tree blocked my view. It stood like a sentinel, ramrod straight on the rise, with limbs spread wide and distinctive ovate leaves. Its rough gray bark looked like feathers, the ends tipped up and away from the trunk in delicate furls. Golden catkins dropped from the branches, their heavy scent filling the car. But the fuzzy panicles were not the only ornaments on this tree. The chestnut was festooned with objects and pieces of paper, too. They were tied to the trunk with faded ribbons and frayed string and drooped from the branches on wire coat hangers and bits of old rope. Doll legs and heads swayed eerily in the breeze. A worn shoe beat against the trunk, a muffled toll to announce someone had arrived. A witch's tree. My mother had written an article about such trees, once upon a time. People left messages and offerings on the branches, hoping that the witch who lived nearby would pass them on to ancestors and other intercessors. Even through the car's robust frame, I could feel a magic shimmering around the bedecked tree that was both protective and inviting. Visitors were welcome to leave their tokens and prayers here, but the tree would keep anyone from venturing farther unless they were welcome at Ravenswood. Ahead, Julie had stopped her truck. She honked again to capture my attention and waved her hat out of the window to make sure that I knew our goal was still unrealized. Out popped her blonde head. "You can visit the tree later," Julie called. "Get a move on." As my heavy vehicle crested the rise, a primrose-colored clapboard house appeared below, hunkered on the edge of the salt marsh with a wide horizon of blue sea beyond it. It looked like it had been built in the late 17th century, with its simple salt box shape and single central chimney. And unlike houses of the same period I'd passed in Ipswich, there was no busy road inches away from the front door, or a gas station perched nearby. This house was a rare survivor, perfectly preserved in its original setting of deeply forested woodland and waterside meadows. I took a closer look at the house after I switched off the ignition and set the parking brake. The clapboards were narrow, confirming its age, and layers of paint and lashings of wind and rain had made them bow and bubble, giving the house the wrinkled appearance of an old dowager. From the side, the old place seemed to have 3 floors. A single attic window was set in the peak of the gable, while 2 windows set at slightly different heights marked the second floor as though the house were squinting. The ground floor had 2 more windows and a door with an overhang to protect anyone entering or leaving from being drowned in a sheet of falling rain or impaled by an icicle. Julie parked her car where the sharply sloped roof nearly met the ground, leaving only a scant 3 feet of wall between the tufts of green grass and the eaves. While this might have been the place where the road from town ended, it was decidedly not the front of the house, with its odd angles and tiny door. The 2 windows tucked under the low eaves were wider than they were tall, and reminded me of the narrowed looks I'd received from the witches at the cafe. The old house was peering out at me from under its lowered brow, and with just as much suspicion as Meg and Anne had showed too. Home, the susurration of chestnut leaves said. Home, the bees buzzed. Home, a raven called from its perch on the ridge of the roof. Home, my heart echoed. I belonged to this place where I'd never been, and a sense of rightness settled over me as Ravenswood exerted its pull, like the moon on the tides. I savored the feeling, drinking in a little more of its magic with each passing breath. A slender, elderly woman with neatly bobbed gray hair, held back with a velvet headband, stepped out from the side door, her blue and white striped shirt and trim gray cotton trousers straight out of a Talbot's catalog. An old pair of slip-on CVs stained with salt were on her feet. She bore a subtle but unmistakable resemblance to my father, especially around the eyes and in the widow's peak that framed her forehead. I released my seatbelt and opened the door, sending one tentative foot toward the ground. "Come down from there, Diana." Gwyneth took a few steps, then stopped, her tone vinegar. "I'm 87 and too old to be scampering up hills." I hopped down from my seat. When my feet touched the ground, the soles sent roots deep into the soil. I swayed in place, startled by the change to my center of gravity. "Steady on." Julie put a supportive hand under my elbow. "You'll be fine. You just need to get your witch legs under you."
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Who wants tea? It'd been so absorbed following Julie and looking at the local landmarks that I hadn't taken a single sip from the thirsty goat's cup. My stomach let out a gurgle. The kettle is on the hearth. Gwyneth shielded her eyes from the sun. "Come closer, my dear. I don't bite." Silvered laughter sounded at Gwyneth's joke. "Canst thou remember a time before?" My mother whispered the line from Shakespeare's Tempest. "Mom?" I had seen the ghostly form of my father and my grandmother Joanna Bishop. I'd even caught glimpses of Bridget Bishop, my ancestor who had been hanged at Salem. But the one time I'd seen my mother was after the witch Satu Yarvanen had dropped me into an oubliette. I had never been sure it was her ghost who visited me, or just a trick of my panicked mind that made me think Mom was there. I looked for her in the trees, the meadow, and the marsh. At last I spotted her at the edge of the thick wood. Like the man on the carriage road, her outlines were clear, as was her familiar red Plymouth Plantation t-shirt, banded at the neck and sleeves in navy, with the passenger list of the Mayflower printed on the front. This was no ethereal ghost.
Here was my mother, right down to her old boat shoes. "Mom!" My feet sped down the hill, and another sharp memory surfaced, cutting through my heart. I'd run down this hill before, hand in hand with my mother. We were laughing as we ran toward. I crashed into Gwyneth, who, despite her frailty, was able to catch me before I could reach the thicket of trees. She held me tight as my mother vanished into the shadows. Like the witches in town, my aunt's power was substantial and carefully managed, but it was not hidden. Nor was it dressed up in love spells and embroidered into lavender-filled pillows to help you sleep. Darkness frilled the edges of it. Not yet, Diana. Gwyneth's eyes were a shade greener than Julie's brilliant aquamarine, but had the same translucent paleness. That's the Ravenswood, and the source of a Proctor's power. You need to get accustomed to the place, and it to you, before you barge around in the trees. My mother, I struggled to break free, but my great-aunt's grip was surprisingly strong. Has been waiting here for you for some time, just as I have, Gwyneth replied, her voice low and compelling. She's not going anywhere, but you're not ready to meet with her just now. Be patient. I took a deep breath, inhaling Gwyneth's scent of cinnamon and buckthorn and crushed stone. It blended into the salt tang of the marsh air and conjured images of crackling fires and rocky, wind-swept beaches. The scent was both grounding and comforting. "That's better," Gwyneth said, releasing me. "As for your witch legs, you'll have to forgive Ravenswood for greeting you so enthusiastically. Like your mother and me, it's been expecting you. Are you two coming?" Julie had reached the low door into the old place and was squinting back at us. "Wait," I said, planting my feet. There was a question that my aunt needed to answer before I went any farther. "Why didn't you reach out to me before? Why now?" "The oracles told me it was time to make contact," Gwyneth replied. "It's a good thing they did, too, for the ravens took flight 2 days later. I hoped the U.S. mail would deliver my message before a flock of birds arrived. It did," I said, "but I didn't open your message until afterward." "That's a pity," Gwyneth said sadly. "Was your daughter with you when they appeared, like my sister Morgana foresaw?" MFP stood for Morgana Proctor, another unknown great-aunt. She was. My words were abrupt. I wasn't ready to talk about Becca and Pip and what my trip to Ravenswood might mean for them. And with every passing moment, I was more convinced that my current situation had as much to do with my father's past as it did my present or the children's future. Gwyneth took note of my tone, and her response was equally brisk and to the point. "There are things you need to know, Diana, about the Proctors, about yourself." A sense of anticipation hung in the air of Ravenswood. "Come inside, have some tea. We'll take this one step at a time." Gwyneth's eyes were warm and filled with compassion. After 40 years of silence, our Proctor noise must be deafening. I took a step, then another, down the dark path unspooling before me. Chapter 4. The spring mechanism on the old place's ancient screen door screeched shut behind me. Coming from the strong sunlight into the cool interior blinded me temporarily, although neither Julie nor Gwyneth seemed affected by it. They both moved surely and swiftly, and I heard the clatter of crockery and the ring of silverware. Once my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I saw that we were in a long, narrow room. There was a door at the far end, with another wooden-framed screen that created a cross-draft and let in the scent of the wisteria that clambered outside. The uneven floor underneath my feet had been made from huge slabs of granite. Some effort had been made to keep the floor level, but time and damp had rearranged the stones. A few cupboards were nailed to the wall, and a run of open shelving surrounded the room on 3 sides. The hum of an old icebox, it was too aged to qualify as a refrigerator, and a scarred butcher block suggested this minuscule area of the larger room served as Gwyneth's kitchen. But where did my aunt cook? That mystery was solved by the vast fireplace, where the granite gave way to 18-inch wide planks of pumpkin pine. Gwyneth was living in the house as her ancestors had, cooking over an open fire. The wooden flooring was nearly as dipped and bowed as the stone floor in the kitchen, and the wear of hundreds of feet and furniture legs had carved small hollows in the stout boards. Julie looked up from her phone, which was resting on a stack of plates. Her fingers had been racing over the screen since we entered the cooler confines of the house. "Juniors are standing by. Grace and Tracy are out of range," Julie reported. "They must be on the boat. DeMarco heard the news. They're already saying a bishop's come back to town down at the Seagull." She sounded frazzled. "Ipswich doesn't approve of secrets any more than Ravenswood," Gwyneth said calmly. "Every witch in Beverly, Danvers, Salem, and Topsfield will know the news of Diana's arrival by tomorrow morning. There's nothing for it," Julie grumbled. "You were overruled. Let it go." Gwyneth pointed down the room with the knives she clutched in one hand. "After you." I passed by the wide fireplace with its cooking cranes and iron cauldrons and the oven built into the back wall for baking bread. The heady aroma of yeast and flour filled the air, and a seaweedy steam escaped from the covered pot that made my mouth water. 2 more doors opened at the far end of the room. One led to the extension I'd seen jutting off the house, and the other offered a glimpse into a sparely furnished parlor with 19th-century portraits of a dour man and woman dressed entirely in black, and a few brightly colored pieces of pottery that stood out against the creamy milk paint that covered the walls. Someone had scratched symbols into the doorframe, hexafoils and daisies and crude crosses, some of them overlapping in complicated patterns. Though the marks had been painted over again and again, the gouges in the wood were still visible. "Apotropaic marks," I said. "They were common in old houses, and put on the sides of Amish barns to ward off evil." "Keen eyes," Aunt Gwyneth nodded approvingly. I ran my fingers over the scarred wood. Symbols and sigils sprang to life under my touch, each one illuminated for a moment as the faded hexes uttered when they were carved flared into life. I traced one intricate hexafoil with my finger, and it emitted dark sparks, crackling with power, as though the spell had been cast yesterday.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Neither Aunt Gwyneth nor Julie blinked at this manifestation of magic that would have sent Aunt Sarah scuttling for the Bishop grimoire and the restorative powers she found in a bottle of Gentleman Jack. "These wards aren't like any others I've seen." My fingers drew away from the scarred surface, and the old magic quieted. "Most witches' marks are inscribed by humans to keep magic out," Aunt Gwyneth said. "These were made by Proctor witches to keep the magic in. If I don't get some tea and a blueberry muffin in the next 2 minutes, I won't be held accountable for the consequences." Julie wedged her body between us and wiggled into the room. "Julie's known for her impatience," Gwyneth said dryly. "It's a Proctor family trait. I wasn't sure the dad I'd known had inherited it, but I had more than a touch of it myself, and hunger only sharpened it." I followed Julie into the room, observed all the while by the couple on the wall. "Your grandparents, from 6 generations ago," Gwyneth said, following my glance. The historian in me wanted to know their names, when they were born, who their children were, and how they had died. Julie sensed in which direction the conversation might turn and put an immediate halt to it. "If we start going over the family tree, Aunt Gwynnie, it'll be Yule before I get my muffin." Julie was bent over a round brown teapot set on a spider over the coals of the hearth. She lifted the lid and gave the contents a stir. The malted scent of tea filled the room. Julie took a mug down from one of the hooks pounded into the mantel. "Here, Diana, I hope you like it strong. It's from Ceylon and very good," Aunt Gwyneth said. "I get it from a witch in Chicago who makes custom blends." Lured away from the portraits by the prospect of caffeine, I took the mug from Julie. "How do you like your tea?" Gwyneth inquired.
Like we do, I expect. Julie handed over a mug. Strong milk, no sugar. That was indeed my preferred recipe. Milk jugs on the table, Julie said, pouring herself a cup of the bracing brew. She plopped down in one of the straight-backed chairs gathered around a venerable oak table. Without ceremony, she grabbed a blueberry muffin and put half of it in her mouth. Julie let out a moan of satisfaction. "You still made the best muffins, Gwynnie," she said in between chews. My stomach gurgled again. I'd eaten a bagel somewhere between Hartford and Worcester, but was already famished. Not only were there muffins on the table, Gwyneth had made sandwiches, too. Delicate little triangles of white bread filled with eggs, mayonnaise, and herbs. "Sit down, Diana. Help yourself." Gwyneth took up occupancy in the grandest and most uncomfortable-looking chair. I sat and forced myself to count to 5 before I dove into the platter of sandwiches. I was chewing on one and pouring milk into my tea when Gwyneth slid a knife toward me. Confused, I wondered if it was a Proctor custom to stir their tea with knives rather than spoons. "For the muffins," Gwyneth gestured toward my mug. The tea inside was whirling and swirling without any implement or aid. "We use tea-stirring spells in this house. It saves on the washing up." While Julie and I devoured the food, Gwyneth studied me over the edge of her mug. It was white with a blue lion on it and emblazoned with Class of '52. Julie's mug was decorated with a red-winged horse and Class of '78. I looked down at my own mug. It bore a seal in sky blue, along with Mount Holyoke College in Gothic script. "Are you an alum?" "Of course. So is Julie. Most of the Proctor women went to Miss Lyon's Seminary, or Mount Holyoke if you prefer," Aunt Gwyneth replied. "They say Mary Lyon got her idea for a women's college when she was here, serving as the assistant principal of the Ipswich Female Seminary. The family was terribly disappointed when Stephen took that job at Wellesley," Julie said sadly. "What was your major?" I asked my great-aunt. "Geology," Gwyneth replied. "Tally and Morgana loved to collect shells on the beach, but it was always the rocks that captured my attention." "Tally," I said, tasting his name on my tongue. It was exotic and familiar at the same time. "Your grandfather and my older brother, Taliesin Proctor. Mother was going through a druid phase," Aunt Gwyneth sighed. "Wore robes, played a harp, the whole 9 yards. She believed she was a reincarnated Celtic priestess. We all got names from the Arthurian legends. I got 2, Gwyneth and Elaine. My respect for Gwyneth rose. Female scientists were few and far between, even now. I knew she was a professor, but if my aunt was a PhD student in the sciences in the 1950s, she was filled with grit and determination. Did you go on to get a doctorate in the subject? I wondered. Yes, from Johns Hopkins, Gwyneth said. They were one of the first programs to admit women for advanced study. After I received my degree, I returned to Mount Holyoke to train the next generation. I spent my whole career there. By the time I retired, my students claimed I'd spent as much time at the college as the dinosaurs in Clap Hall. Julie snorted into her tea. Maybe more. You must miss it, I said, comparing the constant energy of a liberal arts campus with life on the quiet banks of the Ipswich River. At times, especially in October, when the skies are Mary Lyon blue and the leaves are at their most spectacular. I still get a call from the department secretary to tell me it's Mountain Day, Gwyneth admitted, her voice wistful. Once upon a time, I used to lead the students on hikes up Mount Tom and Mount Holyoke. A wave of grief at all that I'd missed by not knowing Gwyneth, including not having another academic role model in the family to rely on for advice and perspective, threatened to pull me under. "Why didn't you contact me sooner, Gwyneth?" I cried. "Didn't you want me before?" "We all wanted you," Gwyneth said sharply. "But Stephen was determined that you not know us, and your grandparents died before you were born. Sarah had sole custody of you after he and Rebecca were murdered. As far as she was concerned, you were a bishop. First, last, always. The lawyers told us we had few legal rights to challenge that, even though you were our flesh and blood, too. If Dad didn't want me to know you, then why is my mother here? My questions were tripping over Gwyneth's answers, eager to be heard. Rebecca felt at home at Ravenswood, Gwyneth explained. She always wanted to return, but Stephen wouldn't allow it. Your mother was creative, though, and persistent. So I have been here before, I said, remembering the feeling of running down the warm grass toward the house. Not with Dad, but with Mom. Only once. Gwyneth's regret was etched into her face in painful lines. We hoped that it would be enough to make an impression, but when I was 7 years old. Now that I'd vented some of my questions, my anger erupted. What did you expect me to do? Hijack a Greyhound bus and follow my nose? Exactly what you did do. Live your life, grow into a woman, and make your own decisions, Gwyneth replied. Time was on our side. Stephen and Sarah knew that they were fighting a losing battle. So did Rebecca. She understood that higher magic could only be denied and suppressed for so long. Shadow always finds us in the end. You make it sound as though my parents were at war over magic? My stomach tightened at the implications. Not at war, but in an uneasy state of détente, Aunt Gwyneth said. Stephen refused to let your mother practice the higher, darker branch of the craft, or to teach you its basic principles. It was a condition of their marriage. My father's love for my mother couldn't have been conditional. It wasn't possible. What Gwyneth was saying went against everything I believed about my parents. Their relationship was built on a foundation of rules established by Stephen, Gwyneth continued, her voice disapproving. She ticked them off, one by one. No higher magic, only the simplest workings of the craft. No contact with the proctors.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. No further involvement with the congregation. No local coven membership. No further intimacy unless Rebecca promised she would spellbind any child who showed an inclination to follow the dark path. It was quite a prenup. Id made a similar promise to Matthew's brother Baldwin, only my oath involved spellbinding any of our children with blood rage, not higher magic. Dad would never do such a thing. I was numb in the face of these latest revelations. But something Sarah once told me made me pause and reconsider. Rebecca seemed to lose interest in higher magic once she met your father. Maybe Mom hadn't lost interest, but had been forced to give up these aspects of the craft? Your father didn't believe in negotiation. It was his way or the highway, Gwyneth said. Rebecca loved Stephen so much she agreed to his demands. She would have been a formidable witch, a legendary one, perhaps, if only he'd let her hone her talents. Rebecca was relying on time and love to soften his stance. The clock ran out. Her love for him never did. The silence in the house was absolute. Not a floorboard creaked. The logs in the fireplace stopped crackling. There was not even the soft tick of a clock to break the stillness. You still haven't answered my question, I said. Why did you decide to go against Dad's wishes now, Gwyneth? Because when you turned 7 and the congregation sent someone to examine you, 2 people I loved died. Gwyneth's tone was flat and tinged with weariness. The oracles told me that your children were about to reach that milestone in a witch's life. I won't sit back and let tragedy befall the Proctors again, not while there is breath and blood in my body. How long have these childhood examinations been going on? I had always thought that Peter Cox's arrival at our house had been primarily because of his obsession with my mother, and, by extension, not because of an established schedule of magical assessments. The standardized congregation tests are relatively new, Gwyneth replied.
Before the 1880s or so, it was left to families and local covens to send word if a young person showed a talent for higher magic. The old tests were straightforward and required only filling out a form that the congregation sent to witches who had been earmarked as having noticeable magical potential. I'd never understood what, precisely, Knox had been looking for when he probed my mind on that long-ago Cambridge afternoon. Matthew and I thought it might have been my ability to weave new spells. Might he have been searching for evidence of a propensity for higher magic instead? The World Wars made it difficult for the congregation to enforce any kind of global initiative, however, Gwyneth continued. It wasn't until the 1960s that the tests started up again, with a new format and in-person examinations by a congregation member or their representative. A shadow crossed Gwyneth's face. It was fleeting, but a sense of darkness remained. There was more to the story than she was telling me. I suspect you're unfinished business as far as the congregation is concerned, Gwyneth said. The congregation knows I'm different, if that's what you mean, I replied. They know I'm a maker of new spells, like Dada Weaver. Surely one of the witches would have noticed if I had other talents as well. A weaver, eh? Julie's blue eyes sparkled. We call them knotters around here, but I suppose it's the same thing. Maybe one of the congregation representatives did notice. Gwyneth blinked at me like an owl. Peter Knox. I closed my eyes at the sudden vision of him, fatally caught in my snare of magic. I had taken his life to save Matthew. Peter Knox was the witch the congregation sent to examine me, I said. He knew that my parents were hiding something. I always thought it was the fact that I was a weaver, but maybe Knox's interest was also connected to Mom's study of higher magic. Perhaps, Gwyneth said, but Knox would have recognized that you'd inherited your mother's talent for higher magic too. But it wasn't just the prospect of the congregation examining your children that led me to write to you, Gwyneth confessed. The oracles told me that you had also reached a point in your life's journey where difficult choices must be made. She conjured up a bright green ribbon. Your father's Proctor heritage, and your ability to make new spells. Another ribbon, this one blue, blossomed out of the air. The bishops, and their talent for higher magic. Gwyneth pulled out yet another magic ribbon, this one black as night. Your marriage to Matthew de Clermont, and the children born to your union. These are the 3 paths that led you here to Ravenswood, Gwyneth said, her voice ringing with power and prophecy. The ribbons fluttered in the breeze from the open window. The currents of air carried a raven-black feather into the house. The feather sailed through the ends of the ribbons, the sharp point on the feather's hollow shaft piercing the soft fabric. Its weight dragged the ribbons down to the table, pinning them so that they were spread out in 3 directions with the feather at the center of a brilliant crossroads. A crossroads usually had 4 paths, however, not 3. One of the paths was missing. If Ravenswood is here, I said, lightly touching the feather with the tip of my finger, and these are the 3 paths that have brought me here, where do I go next? You must choose your own path forward, Gwyneth replied. Not the road that Sarah chose for you, or Stephen, or even the one you embarked upon with your husband. This is a path you must walk alone. I didn't like the sound of that, and Matthew wouldn't like it either. I had come to Ravenswood to find out how to protect my children from the congregation, not to go on a magical adventure. I drew the old card that Gwyneth sent me from the side pocket of my cargo pants and laid it on the table where the missing ribbon should have been. I saw this man walking along the carriage road. I doubt it was this man, Gwyneth said. Wait. Julie stared at the card, her face drained of color. That looks like descriptions of John Proctor. Diana saw John Proctor, Gwyneth, out on the carriage road, in the middle of the day? The John Proctor? If asked to name one of the poor souls executed at Salem in 1692, most Americans would rely on their high school reading of The Crucible and dredge up his memory. I knew my father was descended from him, but I had not been able to figure out how. Our many times great-grandfather, Julie said. Why didn't I see him? I look for him every Halloween when the veil between the worlds is thin. He never appears. If it was our ancestor, I don't suppose John was here for a family visit, Gwyneth said, or to answer your questions about his sundial spell. If only I could figure out the last part of it. I know it would work, Julie said, frustrated. Gwyneth took a considered pause. My oracle cards are in the cupboard. Could you fetch them for me, Julie? Something told me that Gwyneth's oracle deck was not available next to the register at Be Blessed, Sarah's shop in Madison, where impulse items tempted visitors as they checked out with their herbs, tisans, and organic vegetables. Julie scrambled to her feet. She returned with a black velvet pouch. I eyed it with curiosity. The bag was threadbare in places, and someone had embroidered a hexafoil on it using tiny beads. Gwyneth drew a pack of cards from the enclosure. The cards inside were old, but not as ancient as the ones she'd sent me through the mail. These belonged to my Granny Elizabeth Proctor, Gwyneth explained. She was a teacher, like Gwyneth, Julie said. Granny Elizabeth was the head of magical education here in Ipswich. Hush, Julie. Gwyneth's eyes were foggy, like Goody Wuss had been at the Thirsty Goat. I can't formulate a decent question with you yapping. Julie made the gesture of locking her lips and throwing the key over her shoulder.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. We waited in silence while Gwyneth considered her possible queries, all the while shuffling the cards. The cards became uncooperative and flew from Gwyneth's hands into the air. I gasped, prepared for them to rain down on all our heads. After a few seconds of suspension, however, they fluttered down onto the table where 9 of the cards arranged themselves into a pattern, face up. The rest of the cards were clumped to the side, face down. Most witches laid out their cards one at a time, but Gwyneth's cards sorted themselves out. The Proctors had enchanted oracle cards. Ooh, Julie said, peering at the cards. The 2 paths spread. If you read the cards clockwise, the oracles will help you determine a logical course of action. If you proceed widdershins, their guidance will reveal a more intuitive path. I was for logic at this point. Gwyneth always uses the widdershins technique, Julie continued, dashing my hopes. She believes the answers are more reliable. We fell silent once more so that Gwyneth could get on with the difficult work of interpreting the card's message. You're being pulled backward in every direction and struggling to move forward at the same time, Diana. Gwyneth sat back against the carved chair. At the moment, it's still possible for you to return to your old life and the bright, familiar roads that have brought you this far. Vivid visions of New Haven and the old lodge, of a summer spent in the Bodleian and visiting family, shot through my mind like blazing stars. But Gwyneth was right. I was always caught between what would be best for the children, Matthew's interests, and my own desires. Or, I asked quietly, you can take another step, and then another, until the direction of your own path becomes clear, Gwyneth replied. Your path, Diana, one not mapped out for you by someone else. Something undeniably powerful had called me to Ravenswood, opening up new worlds that had been hidden for far too long. Stay for dinner. Gwyneth's face looked drawn. She was exhausted by the excitement of the afternoon. I've readied a room for you at the farm, in case you'd rather sleep at Ravenswood tonight than the Squid and Anchor. How did Gwyneth know that Matthew had made a reservation for me there? It had been the only bed and breakfast with a last-minute weekend vacancy. A lot of bad blood between the Proctors and the Purleys, Julie muttered. I wouldn't sleep there if I were you. After the reception I'd received at the Thirsty Goat, I'd been inclined to cancel the booking, and that was before I knew of the family feud between the Proctors and the Purleys. I hesitated, then nodded. Thank you, Gwyneth. Agreeing to remain at Ravenswood, even for one night, felt like a monumental commitment. It's just one step, one meal, one night, Gwyneth said, drawing her hand across her forehead. I'll get Diana settled, Julie told my aunt, grabbing 2 muffins for the road. You need to rest, Gwyneth.
Aunt Gwyneth acquiesced, an indication of her fatigue, for I was sure that my aunt wasn't the type who liked being coddled and fussed over. She disappeared into another room, leaving her cards scattered on the table. With a cluck of disapproval, Julie gathered them and returned them to their bag. "If you leave them out, oracle cards can get into all kinds of mischief," she explained. "Let's get you settled at the farm. You probably need a rest, too." Julie guided me out the back door, which was really the front door, a rather grand affair, with sidelights and carved molding, and past a small vegetable patch enclosed within 4 black iron posts and some chicken wire. It was immaculately kept, with straight rows of seedlings all neatly marked so you could tell the carrot sprouts from the radish, and not a weed in sight. The same orderliness was evident in the perennial borders, which were filled with irises and delphiniums at this time of year. The peonies were still in tight balls, but would blossom in the coming weeks. "My Uncle Tally, your grandfather, loved the early summer here on the marsh," Julie said. "He said it was like watching the flesh grow on Ravenswood's bones when the trees leafed out and the vegetables sprouted." "Did my dad grow up here?" I asked. "At Ravenswood?" "Yes. Not in the old place, though. We all grew up in the big house." Julie looked fondly at the spacious white farmhouse peeking out from the small apple orchard just past the garden. "Orchard Farm has better plumbing. You need that with teenagers," Julie continued. "The old place was the original house on this parcel of land, and it depends on magic to keep it going rather than electricity and sewers." A large barn was tucked into a rambunctious hedge between the two houses. Its sliding wooden doors were tightly shut, and the whole structure was cloud in magic, from alarm spells to wizard bolts. Like the witches' marks in the house, the magic was surprisingly robust and intricate. I frowned at the sheer number of preventive spells. "Is it safe for Aunt Gwyneth to be here alone?" I asked Julie. "Oh, those wards are just to keep the local teenagers out," Julie explained. "Witch, demon, or human, kids turn 16 and they dare one another to try to get inside the Proctor barn. It's an Ipswich rite of passage. What do they think they'll find in there?" I wondered. "The Ark of the Covenant? The Holy Grail?" "Wonderful things," Julie replied, a twinkle in her eye, as though she had heard my thoughts. My cousin opened a screen door into the passageway between the farmhouse proper and its attached carriage house. Gardening trugs and tools, galoshes and hip waders, folded brown paper bags for the grocery store, and kindling for the stove indicated that this was the main artery of the house. Julie led me to a room painted a vivid turquoise. The color clashed with the softer blues of the massive blue willow teapot resting on the shelves of an old Welsh dresser. Tins and bags of tea were tucked in among the plates and cups. The mystery of my beverage of choice was solved. Tea was a Proctor preference. The bishops all loved coffee. The kitchen was anchored by a round table that had been scoured clean so many times its wooden edges were now soft. A ring of mismatched chairs of varying heights and styles surrounded the table, including a black Windsor chair embellished with a college seal, Mount Holyoke, of course. A large farmhouse sink, a small stove, another vintage mint green icebox, and an old jelly cupboard with pierced tin panels in the doors completed the room's furnishings. I examined the items on the dresser shelves more closely. Family photos were tucked among the tea and crockery. As an only child who had grown up with a meager handful of images of my parents, some of them violent and horrifying, these were unexpected treasures. My father's face, younger than I had ever known him, dusted with freckles, his eyes squinting against the sun as he stared into the camera, smiled out from one of the frames. He was standing by a giant boulder, and his arm was slung around the shoulders of a laughing woman who looked just like— "Wow, you look like Ruby," Julie said. "The boys all swarmed around her in high school, like bees to a flower. Your grandmother wasn't a witch, but she could certainly cast a spell with her hourglass figure." I spotted another snapshot of Ruby on the shelves, this one a formal wedding portrait. The man standing next to her, in a white suit with a black tie, must be my grandfather, Tally Proctor. Ruby was wearing a slinky satin gown of the sort familiar to anyone who had seen pictures of the marriage of Wallace Simpson and the Duke of Windsor. A veiled, halo-shaped hat was tipped at a jaunty angle over her right eye. "When was this taken?" I asked, pointing to the photo. "In 1939. By all accounts, Tally and Ruby were Ipswich's golden couple, and quite dashing," Julie said. "They followed their own moral code, and to hell with convention."
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. "They look pretty traditional here," I said, noting the bouquet of white lilies Ruby carried and the row of bridesmaids in prim gowns holding sprawling baskets of blooms. "It didn't look like a winter wedding, but it must have been. My dad had been born that October." Well, they weren't. Julie's voice dropped to a confidential whisper, as if someone might overhear. "Mama told me that all of Ipswich knew they were having sex months before the wedding. It was a huge scandal. They finally married in May. Your grandmother's bouquet had to be that large to hide her baby bump." Taliesin Proctor and Ruby Addison. Though I'd never heard them before, the two names rang when I whispered them to myself, like the chime of crystal glasses in a wedding toast. Why hadn't I ever noticed their complete absence from my life? "Poke around, find what you need. We put you in Tally and Ruby's bedroom. You'll know which one it is." "Dinner is at 5 o'clock sharp," Julie said, glancing at her watch. "Don't be late, or the lobster will be tough as old boots." The screen door swung open on its rusty hinges as Julie departed. There was a sharp thwack when it closed. Alone in Orchard Farm, I sank into the Mount Holyoke chair and wondered where my next step would take me. Chapter 5. It didn't take me long to figure out that it involved finding the toilet. I prowled around the ground floor looking for evidence of the prized Orchard Farm plumbing. I found not one toilet, but two, on opposite ends of the range of ground floor rooms. I also located a parlor with stiff, formal furniture and a single vinyl-covered recliner from circa 1965. A mason jar full of feathers sat on the table next to it, and a cheerful bouquet of freshly cut daisies stood in the fireplace. They lent a bright note to the otherwise brown room and breathed life into the place. Past the parlor was a room filled with a bulky oak desk circa 1940. Its swiveling metal office chair, with a cushioned green vinyl seat and back, looked like it could withstand a direct bomb strike. Shelves ringed the room, which held a wide variety of books and magazines, as well as a complete set of Encyclopedia Britannica. Once, the room had been the domain of Taliesin Proctor. I knew this before I saw the burnished metal plate that read Taliesin Proctor, editor, the Ipswich Chronicle. More family photos were here, framed in gleaming silver and popsicle sticks. One was a glamorous portrait of Ruby. Another showed my dad, around the age of 8, with a girl of the same age. Both wore rain slickers, boots, and wide grins. There were professional pictures, too, of Taliesin accepting a journalism award, and one of him at a desk in a newspaper office, puffing on a pipe while he studied a page from the latest edition. My grandfather may not have been an academic like his sister Gwyneth, but he was a man of letters nonetheless. I found a snapshot of Tally and Gwyneth's sister Morgana, taken in her 20s. She was dreamy-eyed and pensive, sitting on the porch of the old place with a starchy old woman in a Victorian dress that was decades out of date based on Morgana's cinched-in waist and fluffy knee-length skirts. In the door to the old place, just visible in the background, was a slip of a girl who might have been teenage Gwyneth. There were other rooms on the ground floor, but it was upstairs where I found 5 bedrooms around the landing that the mystery surrounding my father and his family deepened. The largest had a freshly made bed, and fluffy towels waited in its adjoining bathroom. 2 of the rooms were sterile and empty, guest rooms devoid of personal touches with sprigged wallpaper in spring hues.
The beds were unmade, but towels and sheets waited in case any more unexpected visitors turned up. The final rooms were a different story, however. They still bore the signs of their previous occupants, literally and figuratively. Wooden letters painted in red, yellow, and blue spelled out STEPHEN on one door. I stood before it, the knob heavy in my hand. I was reluctant to twist it, for I didn't need the Widdershins' guidance of Gwyneth's oracles to tell me that what I discovered inside would forever change my sense of my father. I turned the knob and pushed the door open, revealing a time capsule of his life before he left for college. The navy and red plaid bedspread was smooth, which had never been Dad's strong suit. Usually he popped out of bed and left everything rumpled and straggly. Apart from that, there was plenty of evidence that an active, curious boy had grown toward manhood here. I picked up a magic 8-ball and shook it. When I turned the ball over to see the message in the window, it read, "Ask again later." I put the toy back and noted the slinky, the Etch-a-Sketch, and the pair of Mouseketeer ears embroidered with my father's name. These were iconic toys of Dad's youth. So, too, were the Hardy Boys mysteries piled up on the floor. Unlike Grandpa Tally, Dad preferred his books in an unsystematic heap rather than a curated collection. His study in Cambridge had always been a maze of stacked books and mounds of paper. At some point, my father had been passionate about model airplanes. Several flew across the room, suspended on a pale blue fishing line. Becca and Pip loved working on models and puzzles, their vampire blood giving them unusually deft and agile hands. I shut my eyes tight against the image of my dad, who would be in his late 70s were he still living, sitting on the floor with his grandchildren and gluing together a car or building an elaborate structure out of Legos. The twins were missing out on so much by not knowing their grandfather. I opened the drawers, which held a jumble of T-shirts, and the closet, where a few crisp Oxford shirts remained. Jeans, like books, were piled on the floor underneath the hangers that Ruby had no doubt purchased in a futile attempt to encourage Dad to take better care of his clothes. My mother had done the same, but to no avail. A bulletin board hung over a small desk. I switched on the metal desk lamp so that I could see what was posted there. Most of the space was covered with photos, and all of them showed my father, taken at different ages with the same girl I'd seen in the picture downstairs. They looked as though they'd all been snapped in the same spot, with the same view of the harbor and the seas beyond, and the same lump of granite over Dad's shoulder. Carefully, I removed one of the photos and carried it to the window that overlooked the marsh, searching for the boulder. It was easy to locate, given its size and position. I turned the photo over. On it was the date, November 1944. My dad had been just 5 then, and World War II was still raging across Europe, Africa, and the Pacific. I was always surprised by the realization that my father had lived through those horrifying years. He was older than Mom, but in my mind they were both the same age. Maybe my father had been more conservative at the start of their marriage than he had been later when he participated in political protests and volunteered his time with the homeless in Boston. But simple conservatism couldn't explain the long list of conditions he'd put on my mother and their relationship. I returned to the desk and scanned the photos, following along as my father grew taller, then chunkier, then lean and strong. His hair changed too. Short at first in a military buzz cut and increasingly shaggy as he entered his teen years. One of the most recent pictures was in color. It showed Dad in a Harvard t-shirt. The girl in his arms was a woman now, no longer pigtailed, but sporting bobbed hair, ankle-length cigarette pants, and dark red lipstick. The woman held a Mount Holyoke College mug, emblazoned with a green griffin. My dad's usual wide grin distracted the viewer's attention from the worried furrow between his brows. His grip on his companion was tight, as though he wanted to shield her from danger.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. The young woman's resemblance to Ruby Addison was undeniable. She was not one of my dad's childhood friends, but his sister. It was impossible to believe that Dad had a sister I knew nothing of, and yet I went to the adjacent bedroom with its chalkboard reading, Naomi's room, no boys. Inside, the room was painted a deep lavender and had the female equivalent of all of Dad's childhood bric-a-brac: a well-furnished dollhouse that resembled Orchard Farm, an old-fashioned pram for dolls, Nancy Drew and Cherry Ames rather than the Hardy Boys. Naomi had been an athlete, and there were high school trophies for pole vaulting and hurdles on the bookshelves. She was a music fan, too. A guitar rested in the corner, and a faded advertisement for the biggest in-person show of '56 at the Boston Garden hung on the wall. A faint whiff of patchouli and incense among the childhood items suggested that, unlike Dad, Naomi had spent time here well into the 1960s. The top drawer of Naomi's white desk, ornamented with flower power stickers and peace signs, held another clutch of photographs. I riffled through them, my fingers moving as swiftly as Gwyneth's did when she worked with her oracle cards. I found a picture of the same girl with the same fashionable hairstyle. She was with my grandfather in a place I knew well, the cloisters at the heart of the congregation complex on Isola della Spella. The pictures fell from my nerveless fingers to the floor. They all landed face down except for the picture of my grandfather and Naomi in Venice. I swayed on my feet, the shock overwhelming. Reaching out a steadying hand, I gripped the edge of the desk. In my pocket, my phone buzzed and rang. I jumped at the sound, then went to the lavender and white gingham-covered bed to answer the call. It was Matthew. I'd texted him when I got gas before turning off for Ipswich, so he knew I had arrived. My silence since then must have been difficult. "Hello?" My voice shook, and I tried to steady it. "What's wrong?" Matthew's question was as quick as the lash of a whip. "Are you at Ravenswood?" "Yes." I cleared my throat. "I've met Gwyneth and a cousin called Julie." Matthew sighed with relief. "Thank God. I was worried you'd been in an accident." That was my Matthew, always prepared for the worst. I'm supposed to be the worrywart, not you. I sounded more like myself now that the initial surprise of the photograph taken in Venice had passed. "How are the kids?" "They're roaring around in the backyard," Matthew said, an unmistakable note of fond pride in his tone. "Rebecca has expressed a desire for a treehouse so that she can keep on the lookout for more birds." Ah, I thought of Ravenswood's witch's tree. It would make a good site for a treehouse, though there might be even better prospects in the forest that I'd been forbidden from entering. "How's the inn?" Matthew asked. "Comfortable?" "I'm not staying at the inn." I let that piece of information sink in before continuing. "Gwyneth thought it would be better if I stayed here, in the farmhouse. She lives in a small salt box across the meadow." "You're still at Ravenswood?" Matthew's tone was low and measured, a sure sign that he was grappling with his temper. "Gwyneth asked me to stay for dinner, and I don't want to make the trip home in the dark," I said. "Don't worry, I'm still planning on coming home tomorrow." Matthew made a non-committal sound. "Gwyneth is answering my questions," I continued, wanting to soothe my husband's ruffled feathers, "but there is a lot of ground to cover. It seems that the letter from the congregation isn't just about the twins' future. The past is wrapped up in it, too." "It always is," Matthew said grimly. "As a vampire, my husband knew this better than most." "Dad had a sister, Matthew. I think they were twins." My glance traveled to the photo of her and Tally. I got up to look at it again. When I flipped it over, I found the date, summer 1957, written on it, and, full circle, "Naomi is delighted. See you soon, XX Tally." Her name was Naomi. She and my grandfather were together at Isola della Stella in the summer of 1957, I said. There was complete silence on the line. "Matthew?" I asked, worried we'd been disconnected. "I'm here," he said. "There's more." I struggled to speak around the lump in my throat. "Dad made Mom promise not to do higher magic.
Aunt Gwyneth calls it their prenup. No practice of higher magic, no involvement with the congregation, no passing her knowledge of higher magic on to me. He put conditions on their relationship. My voice had risen, and I was close to tears. Stephen didn't strike me as the kind of man who issued ultimatums. Matthew and my father had met in London during our time walk. My father had traveled back to the past, too, in search of clues about the mysterious manuscript Ashmole 782. And Mom never struck me as the kind of woman who would succumb to the pressure of them. Not only was my image of my father shattered, my memories of my mother were also in tatters. Creatures do unexpected things for those they love, Matthew said. Are you sure you want to spend the night there? I need to know more about Naomi, and if she was my father's twin, and why he kept her existence from me. I was angry and frustrated. Did Naomi do higher magic too? Did she refuse to give it up, so Dad cut her out of his life? My mind took an uneasy turn as something niggled at me. I was missing something that would help me to see a pattern in all of this. Perhaps the distance between Dad and Naomi had something to do with the congregation, I said, giving voice to my jangled ideas. Maybe the congregation's interest in Pip and Becca is related to it too. I spotted a large earthenware crock filled with dark feathers. It was a gloomier assortment than what I'd seen stuffed into the mason jar downstairs. And the ravens, I said. Maybe there was a good reason why Stephen didn't want you to know the Proctors, Matthew said, his suspicious brain on high alert. Are you questioning Gwyneth's motives in sending for me? Of course I am, Matthew retorted. Ravens falling out of the sky? Missives from the congregation? Secret twins? He had a point. The one thing I'm sure of is that Gwyneth wants what's best for me and the family, I said. Whose family? Matthew asked pointedly. Ours or the Proctors? This was a question I couldn't yet answer, but I knew who could. The prospect of a lobster dinner was reason enough for me to return to the old place, but it paled in comparison to the opportunity for me to have an honest exchange with my great-aunt. I'd like to speak to Naomi. I was so intent on answers that I forgot basic good manners and was now standing at the threshold of the parlor. Gwyneth looked at me with raised eyebrows. Good evening to you too, Diana. Gwyneth held up a fine-stemmed glass. You're early. Wine? How can I get in touch with her? I asked. I don't know. Gwyneth filled my glass with a generous pour. Hers was more measured. What was her last known address? Between Baldwin and Jack, I was sure that I could find Naomi's present whereabouts, given their access to every legal and illegal method of tracing people across the globe. The Old North Cemetery in Ipswich. Gwyneth handed me the glass. She's dead, Diana. Dead. I sat down with a thunk. Didn't your father mention his twin sister, Naomi? Gwyneth looked as shattered by this possibility as I felt. I shook my head. Dad told me he was an only child. My revelation sparked Gwyneth's anger. I'm not surprised. I am, however, extremely disappointed. Naomi doesn't deserve to be erased, a blot on the Proctor family lineage. When did she die? The wine sloshed around in the bowl as I lifted the glass to my lips for a steadying sip. August 13th, 1964. The date sprang easily to Gwyneth's tongue. She had never forgotten the particulars of her niece's death. My birthday. An eerie sensation crept across my shoulders. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. What must my dad have thought when I was born on the same date that his sister had died? Had he worried I was a replacement sent by the goddess to fulfill Naomi's interrupted destiny? I performed some quick mental calculations. If Naomi died in 1964, that means she was only 24. Horror swept over me. What must it be like to lose a beloved child at that pivotal moment, when their future life was filled with possibilities on the cusp of being realized? As for my father, the death of his sister would have cut to the bone. To lose a sibling was traumatic enough. For a twin, it meant losing part of yourself.
Your father was in his first years of graduate school then, Gwyneth said, and hadn't yet met your mother. Was Naomi in an accident? There was no other reason for the strong, healthy woman in the photographs to die so young. Naomi took her own life, Diana. Gwyneth put her wineglass down with exaggerated care, as though she didn't trust herself to complete the simple gesture without catastrophe. The cumulative effects of this afternoon's shocks were beginning to take their toll. My fingers and toes went numb, and I had the odd sensation of being outside my body, looking down on what was happening below, connected but detached, like a member of the audience at a play. Naomi was on the congregation's higher magic track, the same one the twins will be tested for in September. The same program that you were tested for when you turned 7, Gwyneth said. I'd never heard the faintest whisper about any track for witches on Isola della Stella. I found a picture in Naomi's room of her and Tally in 1957. They were in Venice, at the congregation's headquarters. I was ashamed to be caught snooping, but Julie had told me to poke around. In the cloisters outside the meeting chamber. Gwyneth nodded. It was taken during the witches' annual training exercises in July. Tally was one of the instructors. Usually, they avoid having members of the family involved in the examinations, but they were short-handed that year and had to call on Tally at the last minute. You're no stranger to Isola della Stella, I said sharply. Only someone who had been to the island would know where the cloisters were relative to the congregation's main chamber. I was in the congregation's 1948 class of initiates, Gwyneth replied, the first to form after the end of the war. I took a break to finish my undergraduate degree and was made an adept in the summer of 1952. An adept? I frowned, unfamiliar with the term in this context. There are 3 levels of mastery in higher magic, Gwyneth explained. Novitiates, who are taking their first steps on the dark path. Initiates, who have been tested at the crossroads and chosen to continue on the dark path. The top rank is reserved for adepts who have passed through the witch's labyrinth and been recognized by the congregation as skilled practitioners of higher magic. There's no maze on the island, I said with a frown. How much time have you spent in the witch's precinct? Gwyneth asked, cocking her head. Not much. The witches had been reluctant to admit a member of the de Clermont family to their hallowed halls, even though I was not a vampire. Many members of the Proctor family have been tested on Isola della Stella. Tally's examination was in the summer of 1936, Gwyneth said, her expression proud. An astonishingly talented bunch of witches that class turned out to be. Morgana was in the class of 1939, but the invasion of Poland brought a halt to the program. She was happy with her oracles and didn't seek advancement to the level of adept after the war ended. Gwyneth's face crumpled with grief. As for Naomi, she made it through the first 2 levels of training and was awarded the rank of initiate, she continued. Naomi was invited to attempt the labyrinth, but got lost somewhere along the way. She was devastated and ashamed of failing to live up to Tally's legacy. I was familiar with the peculiar predicament faced by daughters who wanted to make their fathers proud. It was impossible not to feel you were falling short. Naomi broke under the strain. She took a whole bottle of pills, drank a 5th of tequila, and dove off the meeting house spire. Stephen never got over it, Gwyneth continued. He blamed the family for allowing Naomi to enter the congregation's program, even though she didn't have the strongest talent for higher magic or the self-confidence to brazen out her failures. Stephen blamed the congregation for not intervening at the first sign of trouble when something might have been done to save her. And he blamed higher magic itself for her death. My father's antipathy toward this branch of the craft made more sense now, as did my Aunt Sarah's insistence that higher magic was something to be feared. Though my mother and Em had both experimented with the darker arts, when I questioned their interest, Sarah wrote it off as a moment of teenage rebellion rather than a path to higher mysteries. I had long suspected Sarah might have been wrong on this point.
When my hands absorbed my weaver's cords soon after returning from the 16th century, and Sarah had glimpsed the colors of higher, darker magic on my fingers, she had conceded that their power was only as evil as the witch practicing it. To this day, however, Sarah retained her conviction that higher magic was dangerous. Mom was an adept too. Another piece of the Ravenswood puzzle slid into place. Mom had been drawn to Ravenswood because it supported her higher magic. Sarah didn't want me to know of its existence because of my mother's experiences, as well as the tragic circumstances of M's death. She was. Gwyneth's glance softened. And your grandmother. Joanna Bishop was in the class of 1936, with Tally. As the synchronicities mounted, I felt the hand of the goddess at work. But the pattern and purpose of her complicated weaving remained beyond my grasp, though some of the stitches were now visible. It was clear that the threads between the proctors, the bishops, and the congregation were knotted and tangled around a dark strand of higher magic. No wonder the witches were interested in gauging the twins' powers. There's no way to prevent Becca and Pip from being examined by the congregation, is there? I buried my head in my hands. No, Gwyneth said. The truth is on their side, after all. There is nothing Matthew Claremont can do either, except declare a bloody interspecies war he won't win. My eyes rose to meet hers. But you might be able to help them when it's the twins to choose their life's path. At the moment, you're only a fraction of the witch you were born to be. Gwyneth folded her hands and let them rest on the table. I foresaw where her argument was leading and shook my head. If you're suggesting I walk the dark path and become an adept in higher magic, you're going to be sorely disappointed, I said. I saw what that kind of magic did to Satu Jarvinen and Peter Knox. They were both highly talented witches, adepts too, no doubt. And they couldn't avoid turning to the darker side of higher magic. Emily Mather, Sarah's life partner, might still be with us if she hadn't returned to it. Dad lost his sister to that kind of magic and did everything short of locking my mother up to keep her from the same fate. And my parents died to prevent me from being marked as a potential magical asset for the witches to exploit. I'm a skilled witch and a trained weaver. I have enough power, thank you very much. Higher magic isn't for me, Gwyneth. That's not your choice, Gwyneth replied, with the patience of an experienced teacher. The goddess gifted you with these talents. Now you are faced with a decision, Diana. Will you refuse the goddess and the dark path? I hesitated. The goddess didn't like it when witches turned down her overtures. Will you let Pip or Becca walk the dark path alone? Gwyneth saved the thorniest question for last. I would never abandon either of my children. My expression told Gwyneth as much.
Keep consonant soft to maintain vocal warmth. My aunt leaned forward. Or will you, like so many of your ancestors, maternal as well as paternal, have the courage to face your fears and claim your birthright? I don't know enough about higher magic to decide. The truth burst forth in a loud rush. Not with the children's futures on the line. Oh no, this is about you. Gwyneth's finger pointed at my heart, the tip glowing just like Becca's had in New Haven. This is your choice, which you must make without regard for anyone else's fears or desires. When they're ready, Becca and Pip will make their own decisions about their own magic. But Sarah, I protested, thinking of my aunt's strong aversion to higher magic. Sarah is eager to tell you what you shouldn't do, Gwyneth said. What if I taught you what you can do? Gwyneth made it sound so simple, as though what I wanted was all that mattered. But I was part of a large, complicated family, and the time for acting unilaterally was behind me. Still, the prospect of greater knowledge beckoned, as alluring to me as it had ever been, even during the years I'd tried to deny my magical heritage. How would you do that? I asked, wary. Carefully, just as I have done with generations of witches for the past half a century.
Gwyneth's voice was tart. "I need to get back to New Haven." I bit the corner of my lip. "We're going to England for summer break." "A few more hours won't make much difference," Gwyneth said. "Meet me in the barn tomorrow morning. I think you'll find that higher magic is neither as terrifying nor as dark as your father and Sarah made it out to be." After dinner, I went back to the farmhouse and shared my updated plans with Matthew. The conversation with Gwyneth had revealed the neat hole in my life where the Proctors and their history should have been. Like the space left by a missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle, the outlines of the Proctor's absence were sharp and unmistakable. As a historian, I knew that such a neat hole was never accidental. Such lacunae appeared only when something had been deliberately excised. In this case, it was my father who had made the surgical cuts to the Proctor family tree. Perhaps tomorrow I would better understand why he had gone to such lengths to keep me away from Ravenswood and my own kin. Chapter 6. I woke to a chilly late spring morning, with bright blue skies and fluffy white clouds sailing past the sun. Pulling up the neck of my fleece jacket, I wended my way through the perennial borders that lined the paths between Orchard Farm and the barn. From the vantage point of the farmhouse, most of the barn's rectangular bulk was tucked into the thicket of surrounding shrubs, making it look smaller than it really was. The barn's tall roofline was also masked by the lower branches of ancient hemlocks and chestnut trees that grew into a protective shell around the structure. A crumbling stone wall hid in a brambly hedge behind the barn, creating an impenetrable barrier of twining grapevines, barberries with their vicious thorns, and the rambling branches of wild roses. Nothing was in flower yet, but soon the hedge would be adorned with splashes of white, pink, red, and purple. As I approached the barn, I had the uncanny sense I was being watched, but there was no witchy tingle to indicate it was Gwyneth. Drawing nearer to the barn's stout wooden doors, I noticed hundreds of white eyeballs staring back at me. Each bobbed on a blood-red pedestal, a black spot like a pupil on the end. This was baneberry, the poisonous plant that Sarah had warned me never to touch or eat, though she kept a single specimen in her witch's garden and used it in minute amounts for some of her charms and cures. No witch I'd ever encountered would plant a hedge of the dangerous stuff, and the berries didn't usually appear until the end of summer. The shrubs, like the barn, must be covered with enchantments. Gingerly, I touched the heavy handle on the barn's sliding door, expecting opposition from the wards and bolts I'd felt around the place yesterday. Gwyneth must have lifted them in preparation for my visit, for there was no resistance now. I slid the door aside on its well-oiled tracks. I gasped in wonder as the barn's interior came into view. Magic had been used on the beams and clapboards so that there was more space inside than the building's footprint suggested. It was crammed with a wizard's workshop of magical objects and supplies. Bookshelves held more dusty tomes than John Dee's Mortlake Library, and Mary Sidney would have been thrilled to work in the laboratory located along the back wall, where two brick-faced charcoal stoves topped with gleaming distillation equipment flanked a pot-bellied wood burner. A work table was centered in the middle of the room over a pentacle painted on the floor, the star surrounded by a circle that was so often included in human horror films and pulp novels about magic. A few old rocking chairs and the baskets, bottles, and boxes that filled the spaces between books completed the barn's furnishings. High shelves extended up into the exposed roof beams. Drying racks laden with herbs were suspended from them on long ropes. A narrow range of clerestory windows just above the shelves let in the raking sunshine. An old woman sat in one of the rocking chairs by the fire. She wore dark, simple clothing, and a woven blue and white blanket covered her legs. Her disordered silver hair was streaked with darker strands, and one long tress extended over her shoulder and snaked across her lap. Gwyneth hadn't mentioned anyone would be joining us. Puzzled, I waved hello. "Merry meet, daughter," she said, puffing on the pipe that was held firmly in her worn and stained teeth. "Gwyneth is on her way." "Good morning," I replied. "Are you a member of the Ipswich Coven?" The old woman rocked and wheezed, doubled over with laughter. She kept drawing on her tobacco while she did so, wreaths of smoke forming around her head. "A member of the Coven?" the strange woman repeated, gasping for breath. "What need have I of covens?" "Are you family, then?" I'd only met Gwyneth and Julie, but I was confident that dozens more Proctors were in the wings. "You should have waited like I asked, Granny Dorcas," Gwyneth fed from the threshold. "Suddenly appearing like that would frighten most people to death." "I only frighten those who wish me ill," Granny Dorcas replied. "Never family." "Morgana lost 3 years of her life when you appeared on her date with Bobby Williams," Gwyneth said reprovingly. Gwyneth was 87. She'd told me so yesterday. If this woman was her grandmother, then she would be well over 100 years old. But Julie called Gwyneth's grandmother Granny Elizabeth, not Granny Dorcas. Unless, no, she couldn't be a ghost. Ghosts were hazy and green, fading away at the edges and disappearing whenever you asked them a question. This woman was in full, albeit muted color. Her edges, like her tongue, were sharp, and she hadn't faded away when I quizzed her. "Are you a ghost?" I whispered. "I prefer to be called a specter." Granny Dorcas let out another cackle. "Spectral evidence, that's what they claimed they had against me in 1692. "Granny Dorcas is your direct ancestor, back 11 generations, Gwyneth said. She was carrying a scroll and waved it at Granny Dorcas. "I was going to show Diana the family tree before introducing you." My mouth dropped open in astonishment. 11 generations? Bah! Granny Dorcas removed her pipe long enough to direct a stream of spit at the wood stove. "We've not got time for frivolities and paper fancies. Let's get to business. This is my classroom, Dorcas." Gwyneth had dropped the reverential designation of Granny to assert rank. "I told you last night you're welcome to join us, but only if you don't interfere." Granny Dorcas responded by breathing smoke out of her nostrils like a fire drake. "That's better," Gwyneth nodded. "I think tea and a tidy is in order." Aunt Gwyneth waved her hand, and a barely audible hum filled the air. "Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth." Brooms danced across the floorboards, whisking away some ashes that had fallen from the stove. A mop swirled in front of the chemistry bench. Water rushed into a dry sink near the distillation equipment from an old pump hanging in midair. A flame burst forth from the banked coals under a 3-legged stand in the laboratory. "The older I get, the more magic I use," Gwyneth said with a sigh. She went to the sink and peered inside. "The kettle is full. Do you mind lifting it, Diana?" I skirted by Dorcas and lifted the heavy kettle onto the tripod with care. I didn't want to spill a drop and extinguish the flame. But I needn't have worried. As soon as the kettle was in place, the flames increased to boil the water. "Let me give you the grand tour." Gwyneth took me by the elbow. "I suppose we should start here, with the laboratory. Who did these belong to?" I examined the delicate shapes of the pelicans and retorts, and the heavy crucibles and mortars that were arranged around the stove. This was not the apparatus of a modern chemist, but an alchemist. "Me?" Gwyneth's eyes twinkled. "Doesn't the Bishop House have a still room?" "It does," I said, thinking of the small, cramped room off the kitchen. "But Sarah uses a crock-pot and a coffee maker to brew her concoctions." "We're old school at Ravenswood," Gwyneth replied. "Besides, I haven't found a crock-pot particularly useful when it comes to dissolution and conjunction. There's no way to see the color changes." Gwyneth was talking about alchemy, not just making love potions and valerian tea. "I've read your work, Diana," Gwyneth said gently. "It must be something of a shock to learn that alchemy is a part of higher magic, despite your arguments to the contrary. My first book had presented painstaking evidence that alchemy was an early form of modern chemistry, and not the stuff of deadly poisons and life-extending elixirs. Working alongside Mary Sidney in her laboratory at Baynard's Castle had confirmed this view. Gwyneth's words were forcing me to reconsider. Potions, poisons, medicinal concoctions, the Philosopher's Stone, I do it all." Gwyneth gestured toward the nearby shelves, where jars of dried plants and roots were arranged in alphabetical order, along with brightly decorated earthenware apothecary jars whose Latin labels identified their contents. Scorpion oil, wolf oil, aconite, basil unguent, mercury, marshmallow root water. Gwyneth possessed an array of precious substances that John Hester would have been proud to display in his shop at Paul's Wharf. I stepped closer, intrigued. "You'll be interested in the family's scientific instruments, too." Gwyneth led me to a display of brass, ivory, and wooden instruments. It was an assortment that would have been familiar to any 17th century practical mathematician. A tarnished Gunter's chain, used to measure distances. A circumferentor, to gauge horizontal angles to make a map or plan. A plane table compass, which might have been used to draw a chart of the Massachusetts coast. A mariner's astrolabe, for navigating the open seas and calculating the height of the stars. A compass to create the arcs and circles that were used in apotropaic marks, like the hexafoils on the keeping room door. Our John Proctor was an expert geometer as well as a farmer, and interested in all kinds of science, Gwyneth said with pride. His passion was passed down in the family blood, through my veins and yours. You can see his brass sundial at the museum in Salem, but these items remained in the family, along with his books. Owning a brass sundial in Puritan New England would probably have been sufficient to get you accused of witchcraft in 1692. It was John Proctor who designed the first protective sigils for the old place, Gwyneth continued. He sketched them in the Boston Gale and passed them to the Proctors on the outside to make sure his mathematical legacy lived on after he was gone. His children taught their children how to cipher and sigil and draw the geometrical symbols we still use today in our wards and spells. And was it really John Proctor's ghost I saw walking toward Ravenswood? Now that I knew the family ghosts were in technicolor and substantial, Julie's conviction that I'd seen our shared ancestor was more plausible. "I don't know," Gwyneth mused. "He's never appeared to me. I reckon it was John. That boy was always a wanderer." Granny Dorcas tapped the bowl of her pipe against the sole of her shoe, displaying a length of moth-eaten wool stocking that had seen better days. Tobacco rained down on the floor, some of it still alight. Dorcas rummaged in her skirts, found her stash of leaves, and packed the pipe with practiced swiftness. Then she set the tip of her finger aflame and touched it to the contents of the bowl. "I've repeatedly told you not to smoke in here," Gwyneth said, clicking her fingers. The fire shovel and broom clattered to attention and swept up the remnants of Granny Dorcas's last smoke before they set the barn on fire. "When were you born, Granny Dorcas?" As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I regretted it. My ancestor drew back, indignant. "Long ago, miss, when you didn't ask for the age of your elders. Back then, birthdays were often followed by burials, so were weddings." Granny Dorcas's flare of temper fizzled out. "My mam told me I was born under a waning winter moon, when Massachusetts Bay was filled with pox and hardship, when the first Charlie still had his head on his neck. Before 1649, then? Granny Dorcas was a very old ghost indeed." Granny Dorcas shrugged. "I suppose. I know the day I died well enough, and it wasn't September 1692, when the court killed me on paper." "Dorcas whore?" "When I was 10 and Sarah was trying to instill a sense of family responsibility in me, she'd made me memorize all the witches executed in the Salem Panic. When I was 13, my aunt drew up a list of all the accused witches who had survived. Dorcas Hoare had been among them. She'd confessed and pointed an accusatory finger at some of her neighbors, which earned her a temporary reprieve. There had been no hint that she was connected to the Proctors. Granny Dorcas will do. Dorcas fingered the lock of hair over her shoulder. This all would have been so much easier if you'd been patient, Dorcas. Gwyneth produced a teapot and spooned loose leaves out of an apothecary jar that had once held dried bergamot, but was now being used to store Earl Grey. She held the pot under the spout, and invisible hands tilted the kettle, releasing steaming water that filled it to the brim. I watched with curiosity, amazed that there was no spillage. How did it know when to stop? Overflow spell. Very useful when you live on the edge of a marsh, and cheaper than flood insurance. My aunt poured the tea, then added a splash of milk from an apothecary jug labeled mallow syrup. I reached for one of the mugs, eager to get the restorative elixir into my body. Gwyneth looked pleased that I was not politely waiting to be served. That overflow spell could conserve gallons of water, I said, after taking a sip of my tea. It was excellent, just like every cup I'd had so far at Ravenswood. It could save Yale thousands of dollars, given how distracted the students and faculty are. Everywhere I went on campus, someone had left a tap running. Magic? At Yale? Gwyneth's eyebrows rose. Dear me, Diana, it's one thing for the faculty to cast a spell at one of the Seven Sisters. God knows it wouldn't be the first time or the last. But I don't imagine Elihu Yale or Increase Mather would approve of a witch doing so in their hallowed halls. The faculty practice magic at Mount Holyoke? How strange it must be to teach in a small liberal arts college surrounded by witches casting spells. Certainly, Gwyneth said. We had a real ghost problem until the class of 1900 decided to collect all the specters and deposit them in Wilder Hall's attic as part of their class gift. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. And there's a spot on the hill behind the Mandells where Emily Dickinson left scraps of magic and poetry, some of it quite beautiful. Whenever there's a storm, one of the senior witches in English Lit goes out and gathers whatever the wind has brought to light. It counts toward her department service and is a lot more pleasant than serving on the curriculum revision committee. We both shuddered at the thought of such a thankless assignment. Let's look at a file from the family archives, Gwyneth suggested. It should help you understand the Proctor family's higher magic and give you a sense of our history with the congregation. And the family tree? I said, taking another sip of tea as I followed her to the work table. Gwyneth laughed. Yes, well, have a look at the family history, too. Are you coming, Granny? No need, Granny Dorcas replied. I am the family history. Suit yourself, Gwyneth said with a shrug. What are those? I pointed to a dozen carved wooden paddles. Each hung from a heavy nail pounded into the wall. They looked like enormous butter pats, except for the pieces of faded ribbon that clung to some of the frames. Spell looms, Gwyneth explained. They're the traditional way families in this part of the world preserve the power of their magic. We don't rely solely on written spells. They deteriorate over time. This was why weavers like me were so essential in a magical community, and why their deliberate extermination centuries ago had led to a decline in our community's powers. The old grammar no longer has the same resonance it once did, and the spells fray and twist out of shape. Exactly. The skin between Gwyneth's eyes puckered as she frowned. Rebecca thought you might become a knotter, like Stephen. Who taught you to translate your newly knotted spells into words? Not Sarah. A weaver called Goody Alsop. I smiled at the memory of sitting in her London house and learning how to weave magic. Matthew and I time-walked to London in 1590 to learn more about my powers. Thankfully, Goody Alsop was still alive, one of the last of her kind. And a great witch, too, Gwyneth said. I'm surprised she didn't notice your predisposition for higher magic. Perhaps she did. I was not yet ready to tell Gwyneth about the 10th knot, which could be used to construct spells of creation and destruction. I wondered whether my ability to tie the 10th knot was woven into my inheritance, along with higher, darker magic. Gwyneth watched me closely. She knew that I was keeping something from her. After a long silence, she returned to the matter at hand. "Right," my aunt said briskly. "Where are the congregation files, Granny Hallis?" I'd suspected there was an enchanted retrieval system to go with the tea-stirring and mop-swirling spells. I hadn't anticipated it would involve another ghostly ancestor. "Granny Alice's shelving system is rather eccentric, I'm afraid," Gwyneth apologized. "If you're looking for something, you'd best ask for her help. She's the one who devised the Byzantine classifications. It will save you hours of fruitless searching." A rolling ladder shot toward us, the wheels whooshing along the floor. When it reached the table, a middle-aged woman with an impressive bust line and brown hair knotted at the back of her skull climbed down the rungs. Based on her garments, Granny Alice was another grandmother, this one from the 19th century rather than the 17th. She held a clutch of manila folders, the edges brown. Granny Alice slapped the files down, looking reproachfully at Gwyneth. "The Barnes organization scheme is neither eccentric nor Byzantine. Melville Dewey based his system on Francis Bacon's advancement of learning. He thoroughly approved of my modifications to it." "Modifications? You totally gutted the technology classification." Gwyneth gathered the files closer. "Magic is an art, a science, and yes, it is above all else a technology," Granny Alice retorted, swishing her mauve skirts in irritation. They were accented with black braid, as was the bodice. "We can debate the merits of my interventions later. No doubt Diana will bring a fresh perspective to our argument, given her familiarity with Bacon's ideas. Right now, you have more pressing concerns." Granny Alice flounced back to the ladder and vanished on the 3rd rung. Dorcas chuckled, and Aunt Gwyneth sighed. "Here, have a look at these," Gwyneth said, pushing a file toward me. I opened the brittle folder. Inside were letters from the congregation, most of them written in pen and ink on the paper that was still used on Isola della Stella. Their dates ranged from the 1870s to the present. Flipping through them, I encountered Proctors and Easties, Dickinsons, and Mathers. I looked up from the letter dated 1925 that informed Jonathan Mather and his wife, Constance Proctor Mather, that their son, Putnam Mather, would have his magical talents assessed that summer. Sarah's partner, Emily Mather, came from New York, not Massachusetts. Even so, the possibility that one of the women who had raised me might be a Proctor relative sent a chill up my arms. And the hair on the back of my neck. "Your mother's friend Emily descended from Cotton Mather's son Creasy," Gwyneth explained, once again seeming to read my thoughts, though I felt no intrusive touch in my mind. "Reverend Cotton Mather!" Granny Dorcas spat and forked her fingers in the traditional gesture to ward off evil. "He touched us all, you know, looking for places their devil might suckle. The minister's son was just the same, lascivious and disordered. And the mother?" My witch's dark eye prickled in warning. "Tituba." Dorcas's steely gaze locked with mine. "Impossible! She was an old woman in 1692, I protested. "Says who?" Dorcas demanded. "Tituba was still a girl when Reverend Parris bought her in Barbados, and just turned a woman when she arrived in Salem. By 1692, she had been laboring for wealthy men for more than a decade. That will age you, quick enough." I knew that the old, haggard witch was a human stereotype, and that 30 was considered a ripe age in the 17th century, even though people could go on to live for decades more. Those few who reached the promised biblical age of 70 were considered very holy, very lucky, or both. When Governor Phipps shut down the trials, Tituba was free to leave the jail so long as Paris paid the colony what was owed for 13 months of housing her. Dorcas' puffing became agitated, and she rocked back and forth. That devil Paris refused the charges. It was Lady Mary who took pity on the poor creature and paid her fees. Then she took Tituba to Boston to serve in her household. The governor's wife? A pattern was beginning to emerge. Wasn't she accused of being a witch herself? Granny Dorcas nodded. Tituba was safe in Boston for a time, Gwyneth said, continuing the tale. When Lady Mary died, the Phipps's adopted son kept Tituba. According to Tituba's story, Cotton Mather spotted her one day when she was out on family business. He followed her back to the Phipps house and then returned to his own, afraid for his life. He babbled to his wife and children that there's a witch with the Phippses who wished him ill, and that he'd seen her devil's teat with his own eyes. Creasy Mather was a curious, wayward boy, desperate for his father's approval. He decided he would examine this witch himself. Examination turned to rape, Dorcas said bitterly. Tituba was at the end of her childbearing years, and the pregnancy put her poor body under great strain. Master Phipps sent her to the family's farm in Maine for the end of her confinement. She gave birth to a girl she named Grace Mather. That's when Tituba became entangled in the life of the Proctors and the whores, Gwyneth said. William Proctor fled to Maine when he was released from prison, like others who had been touched by the hanging times. Granny Dorcas was there too, along with some of her children. Soon there was a small community of Salem outcasts, bound together by shared tragedy.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. The Maine woods were full of magic then, Dorcas said. My Tabby used what spells she could to mend Will's broken heart, but he longed for Ravenswood. William didn't live to see the place again, but his wife, Tabitha, honored his last wish and returned here with their twin girls, Margaret and Mary. Gwyneth unfurled the scroll she'd carried into the barn. I get back a gasp as I saw the Proctor family tree for the first time. The tree focused primarily on my direct lineage, rather than including detailed branches and leaves for every family member. Gwyneth directed my attention to the top of the scroll, where the names Dorcas Galley, John Proctor, and Tituba were enclosed in boxes with green borders. Next to each was the name of the father or mother of their children, William Hoare, Elizabeth Bassett, and Creasy Mather. Tituba and Grace traveled with them. Tituba died on the journey, and Tabitha raised her daughter as one of her own, Gwyneth continued. She was a gifted child, intelligent and quick like her grandfather Cotton Mather. Grace was determined to remind people of what had happened to Tituba during and after the hanging times. She never dropped the Mather name, not even after she married and had children of her own. Her eldest daughter was called Tituba Mather, after her mother. Below the three names at the top of the tree were the children from whom my branch of the family was descended: Tabitha Hoare, William Proctor, Grace Mather. I followed the line of descent until I reached a box at the bottom of the tree that was outlined in gold with my own name inside it. On the branches above were my parents, Rebecca Bishop and Stephen Proctor. Next to my mother's box were two more boxes, one for Sarah and one for her beloved Emily, a direct descendant of the enslaved Tituba. Emily was doubly part of my family, and my eyes filled to see her and Sarah recognized alongside my parents. My ancestors had raised her ancestor. As you see, you were always connected to the Proctors, Gwyneth said, squeezing my arm in a reminder that I still had living family here, not just ghosts, and to Ravenswood. I nodded, sniffing back the emotions that had stirred the branches of my family tree. Once I was in control of them, Gwyneth continued. What's clear from the family history, she said, is that the Proctor's family's talent for higher magic came from Granny Dorcas. John Proctor was a Nottera weaver, as you call it, and there had been others so blessed in his family line.
No one understood why their powers manifested in strange, undisciplined ways. Back in John's day, people believed that designing and casting your own spells was a sign of stubborn pride, bad blood, or some magical malformation in a witch's character. The way Gwyneth explained it, the 17th century attitude toward weaving was a bit like the vampire's views on blood rage. It was a scourge that had to be stamped out and contained. To add to the mysteries of his magic, John worked geometrically, building sturdy spells shaped like platonic solids, with intricate knots where the planes met that could withstand the ravages of time. He passed those spells on to William, who married Tabitha Hoare. Gwyneth paused to gather her thoughts. Something happened when the blood of the Hoares and the Proctors mixed, joining weavers who knotted new spells with witches who followed the dark path. My aunt pointed to 2 silver-filled boxes below the couple's name. One was edged in black, the other in gold. Twins. Their 2 girls, Mary and Margaret, had the same birth year. Gwyneth nodded. Since then, twins have appeared in every other generation of Proctors. One twin became a weaver, the other an adept in higher magic. It's as though the goddess didn't want too much power in any one witch's hands, so she divided the ability to knot spells and the talent for higher magic between them. And then came you, Gwyneth said, running her finger down the length of the page and touching each set of silver boxes in her path. An only child, a single witch. But there were 2 witches inside me, I confessed. My brother's embryo died in the womb. Mine absorbed it, along with his DNA. They call it vanishing twin syndrome. I'm a chimera, Gwyneth. Gwyneth let out a slow breath of understanding. That would help explain why Rebecca's first trimester was difficult. We worried she might miscarry. Mom did miscarry, in utero. I rested my head in my hands. My brother was meant to be the time walker, and the one to carry on the Proctor tradition of weaving new spells, it seems. And I must have been the twin destined for higher, darker magic. The call of the dark path came not just from my mother, but from my Proctor heritage, too. Had Rebecca given birth to twins, she would have broken a centuries-old pattern in the Proctor bloodline, Gwyneth said, understanding the significance of my being a chimera. The goddess was forced to abandon one of her rules. She could repeat a set of twins in successive generations, or she could allow a single witch to possess dual powers. She chose the second option. The goddess chose you. I never wanted to be chosen, I said, anger flaring. My family has given enough in the goddess's service. My father, gone. My mother, gone. Emily, gone. And I am not done with you, the goddess's eerie voice echoed through the barn. Dorcas' jaw dropped, the pipe falling from between her teeth. Gwyneth's eyes swept heavenward, then gently closed. She nodded. So must it be, Gwyneth replied. Whether you want these blessings or not, Diana, is beside the point. The goddess has bestowed them on you for some purpose of her own. Aye, Dorcas said, eyeing me through narrowed lids. It's no wonder the oracles called you home. Besides, no witch should refuse the dark path of higher magic, not before she's taken her first steps. What about your twins? Gwyneth asked. Do they exhibit a talent for weaving or higher magic? Pip has a familiar, I replied, a weaver's companion. When he was younger, he played with the strands of time. He hasn't done so recently, however. So far, Pip seemed to be following in the footsteps of my vanished brother. That must have been terrifying. And Rebecca? Gwyneth was nudging me to admit something I couldn't bear to say out loud. Becca talks to ravens, I said shortly. I don't know enough about higher magic to know what that foretells. She's always been more vampire than witch, and takes after Matthew, not me. What happened with the ravens had planted a seed of doubt about which parent Rebecca favored, however. My head told me to run back to New Haven, but my instincts and heart insisted I remain at Ravenswood. I need to know everything you can teach me about higher magic, I said, my decision clear, and quickly, before the congregation can examine Becca and Pip. There's nothing hurried about higher magic, Gwyneth cautioned. It's not something you can bone up on in a few days. Higher magic requires patience and daily training. You have to follow a standard curriculum, and it takes years. But I was one of the impatient proctors, and time was in short supply. I pressed my lips tight, not wanting to erupt into a panicked gush of molten resentment and fear over what had already happened and what might occur in the future. "You need a break before we go any further," Gwyneth said, gauging my mood. "I need to understand what is going to happen when the congregation witches examine my daughter and son," I cried. "I suggest you go for a walk," Gwyneth said, undeterred by my strong reaction. "The wood is cool on warm days like this." I thought the woods were off limits. "Ravenswood has had a chance to know you. You'll be safe there now." Gwyneth looked to Granny Dorcas for confirmation. She grunted in assent. Class was dismissed. After taking a few measured steps out of the barn, I ran across the warm meadow humming with dragonflies. As soon as I entered the wood, the sound quieted and a cool greenness enveloped me.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. A scrubby understory of pepperbush and blueberry surrounded stout trunks of oak, alder, white pine, hemlock, and rowan. Here and there I spotted greenbriers, a patch of ferns, a clump of starflowers, the twining branches of a wild rose. I stooped to pick up a fluffy gray feather left by one of the airborne inhabitants of the wood. I drank in the green air, and with it some of Ravenswood's steadying power. Here, among the towering trees and shrubby thickets, pulsed something ancient and sacred. I wandered at a slower pace through a clearing with the remains of a fire and past a grove of tree houses, all of them ramshackle. A tattered Jolly Roger flew from one of the more robust structures. Gradually, my frazzled brain found peace, and my heavy heart rose despite the burdens that had been placed on it this morning. The weight of my ancestors, the responsibility of new knowledge, my children's unseeable future. "Canst thou remember a time before?" The line from Shakespeare whispered through the wood once more. "Mom?" I turned around, looking for her among the trees. "Canst thou remember, Diana?" My mother knew better than to ask me that. "No!" I screamed, venting the hurt and anger that I was still not prepared to face. "You and Dad made sure of that. I've lost most of my childhood thanks to you," I sobbed, the tears coursing down my cheeks, crying like my 7-year-old self had done when told that her mother and father were never coming back. I wiped the tears away from my clouded eyes. My mother's ghost stood before me, only a few feet away. "If you've lost something and can't find it, maybe you're looking in the wrong place." Mom blew me a kiss. I blinked at the surprising sensation of her lips pressing against my cheeks. When my eyes opened again, she had vanished. My heart was a moth trapped in a cage, fluttering and banging against the bars of my ribs. Mom was trying to tell me something important. I racked my brain, looking for a hidden pocket of memory that I'd overlooked, but found none. I retraced my steps to the old place, determined to learn all that I could about higher, darker magic and its place in my family's past, present, and future, no matter how long it took. Chapter 7. That afternoon, Gwyneth wasted no time in picking up where we'd left off. She drew a long stick from a box on the work table. Its tip was pointed, and there was a knob at the base. Halfway up the length, the wood bent crisply to the left. "Is that a—" I began, my eyes darting back to the box of sticks. "Wand." Gwyneth held it out for me to admire. James Proctor fashioned it from an oak branch found in the Ravenswood.
It's exactly 11 inches from base to tip, and the top half is bent at an 11-degree angle. Perfect for higher magic. My worst nightmare came to life. Unlike the humble branch of the craft, higher magic was filled with rituals and props familiar to fans of television and film. I feared crystal balls would be next. As you know, magic has two branches, the craft and elemental magic. Gwyneth's tone was brisk and direct, the pitch and cadence those of an experienced teacher who knew how to snare my wandering attention and bring it back to the subject. Both the craft and elemental magic have higher, more potent expressions. For elemental magic, it's knotting spells, what you call weaving. For the craft, it's higher magic, what the ignorant call dark magic. Gwyneth made it sound as though dark magic was a superstitious illusion, not a real threat. But I had been on the receiving end of it and disagreed. I frowned. All branches of magic have elements of darkness in them that can be exploited for personal gain, Gwyneth said, noting my skepticism. But it's the witch, not the magic, that's at fault. Let me explain. My aunt directed her wand toward the center of the room. With a twist of her wrist, a canvas unrolled from the rafters. I wondered what kind of concealment spell had been used to cloak its presence, for it hadn't been visible before. Abracadabra, one of the world's first PowerPoint slides. Gwyneth's lips curved into a smile. This should help you understand the relationship between light, darkness, and the shadow that lies between. Someone had painted the power of higher magic on the canvas in a swirling 19th century copper plate. Underneath the title was a Venn diagram of 3 circles arranged in a horizontal line rather than the traditional pyramid shape. One circle was black, one was white. In the center, a gray circle lay across portions of the black and white orbs. Gwyneth directed the tip of her wand toward the gray circle. It floated off the canvas. I blinked, thinking it was an optical illusion produced by staring at a black and white image too long. When my eyes opened, however, the gray circle was suspended before me. No longer two-dimensional, it had become a sphere of mist. A dark storm burst forth in one hemisphere, followed by a brightening streak in the other. Swirls of charcoal snaked through it, darker veins of pulsating power. Higher magic resides here, in the depths of shadow, Gwyneth said. I reached out to touch the misty sphere, wanting to know this grayness better. A fraction of an inch before my fingertip touched the orb's surface, I hesitated. Higher magic is dangerous, Sarah's voice echoed through my memories. Stay away from it, Diana. Although Sarah had softened her firm stance briefly, I had little doubt that she would be opposed to me exploring higher, darker magic with Gwyneth. The orb of shadow collapsed in on itself. What emerged in its place was a shimmering black globe. I glanced at the Venn diagram where the flat gray circle was back in its place, and there was only blank canvas where the black one had been. In its three-dimensional form, the circle was no longer merely black. Sparks of rich midnight blue and aubergine glimmered in its inky center. Darkness seemed to absorb the light around it, growing thicker and more intense. You gave in to fear, Gwyneth said. Fear has no place in higher magic. It's the crack through which darkness enters a witch's soul. Once it takes root, it's difficult to weed it out. How could I not be afraid? Coming so close to pure darkness went against everything I had been taught. Gwyneth would have to find another way to teach me about higher magic. If she refused, I would go back to New Haven. The black orb swelled with satisfaction. Now you've given in to anger. Gwyneth went to the stove and calmly poured 2 fresh cups of tea. Anger and fear live in shadow, and you must face them every day if you want to practice higher magic. Who wanted fear and rage to be their constant companions? I wanted life to be light and hopeful, filled with my children's laughter and Matthew's love. I wanted to be consumed with passion for my work and make a difference through my teaching. "And if I don't?" I snapped. "Then darkness wins," Gwyneth replied. Dissatisfied, I drew on previous tactics that I'd used against dark adversaries. I summoned a handful of witchfire and threw it straight at the murky round. Darkness had chosen the wrong witch. I wouldn't let it beat me. My witchfire shot toward the black orb, a flaming meteor approaching a dark sun. The flames glowed orange when they hit the sphere's surface. They turned a venomous green as darkness latched on to their light, creating a cancerous bump on the surface that hissed and shot malevolent sparks into the air, until the flames went out. "You shouldn't have done that." Gwyneth put a mug of tea before me and lifted her own to her lips. She was behaving as though we were at a tea party rather than waging an existential battle with evil. The inky sphere grew again. Its edges were jagged, forming tendrils that reached in all directions. My mouth filled with bitterness. "You can't attack darkness with light," Gwyneth said. "All you've done is increased its hunger." "Of course you can," I shot back, swatting at a creeping black vine that was making its way toward my tea. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Everybody knows that. This tenet was central to the plot of every book I read to the twins at night. Light isn't a weapon, Diana. It's a resource. Gwyneth cupped her palm as though she held a baby chick. You want to hold it gently, not turn it into a missile. Darkness inched closer. I stepped back, hoping to put distance between me and the black vines. Darkness kept coming toward me. Maybe I could make a run for it and escape into the sunshine of the meadow. It was an inhospitable place for darkness, caught between sea and sky. I was headed for the exit when Gwyneth put an end to my escape plans. "Stop, immediately!" Gwyneth gestured toward the open barn door, and it slid shut with a bang. "You can't outrun darkness either, Diana. If you try, it will follow you into the world and contaminate everything it touches. What am I supposed to do?" I was in a panic, my breath rapid. "You must stand firm, daughter." Granny Dorcas heaved herself out of the rocker. She put her hands on her hips and marched toward the darkness, her elf locks swinging and rusty black skirts swishing around her ankles. "Look it in the eye and don't flinch. Darkness has a low cunning, and you must not allow it to slip past your defenses." "My defenses?" I laughed, and the bitter taste returned. "I have no defenses, Granny Dorcas. I know no curses or spells to turn the tide. My wards are weak at best. Think about the people you love, the satisfaction you feel when one of your students achieves a new level of understanding, the curiosity that drives your research," Gwyneth said, ticking off other options. "Draw on these feelings. Be specific. Your secret desires are your real weapons, not a bolt of fire or a spell." It sounded simple, almost Pollyanna-ish. "You'll find it's fiendishly difficult, my girl, looking on the bright side morning, noon, and night." Dorcas paced back and forth in front of darkness with her hands clasped behind her back, giving it a basilisk stare while she did so. It drove me mad. I closed my eyes and focused on Matthew's lopsided smile and the spark in his eyes when I walked into a room. I recalled the night we met and the night the children were born. I envisioned Becca and Pip playing in the backyard and fighting imaginary battles with monsters and wizards. I conjured up the sensation of wonder I'd had in the Bodleian when I cracked open the cover on Ashmole 782. The black ball shrank, frightened, though of what I couldn't imagine. "What are you afraid of?" I whispered to Darkness. Darkness answered with a pop and a fizzle as it slowly disintegrated, only to reappear on the canvas where it belonged. "Well done, Diana." Gwyneth beamed with satisfaction. Curiosity and wonder are often all it takes to keep darkness at bay. They too reside in shadow, where promise and potential disaster can be found in equal measure. It was that ambiguity that really terrified your father. Black and white, good and evil, right and wrong. Dorcas was agitated and continued her pacing, even though darkness had been put back in its place, for now. It's so tempting to pick sides, so difficult to center oneself in the in-betweenness of higher magic, caught betwixt here and there, perpetually at a crossroads, needing to choose the best path, knowing it might be treacherous and steep. Gwyneth's tone was somber. Stephen couldn't bear the uncertainty, or watching Naomi make one mistake, then another. "You are a child of the crossroads," I whispered, repeating the words that Bridget Bishop had uttered to me years ago. A child between, a witch apart. I'd had a choice to make then, too, one involving Matthew and our future life together. I had put my feet irrevocably on the road forward that had him in it, even though everything I'd been taught about creatures screamed that I was making a mistake, and never looked back. "'Tis a dangerous place to be," Dorcas said. "But a witch is not without guidance on the dark path," Gwyneth said. "Isn't that right, Granny Dorcas?" Granny Dorcas nodded and reached into her skirts. She drew a knobbly lump of cloth from the folds. The parcel looked as though it contained mad frogs, their joints poking against the fabric in spiky points as they tried to escape confinement. A warm hum like a bumblebee filled the side pocket of my leggings. I'd slipped the dark path card in there along with my phone when I left the farmhouse. Granny Dorcas put the rectangular bundle before me on the table. "These belong to you now." I touched the homespun enclosure, and the contents of the parcel sprang out. Cards danced in the air before me, delighted to be free. In my pocket, the bumblebee sensation intensified into an agitated swarm. "The cards will keep doing that until you reunite them," Gwyneth said. "Oracles are very sensitive, and if one of their cards is missing, they won't rest until it's found." I reached into my pocket, and the dark path leaped out to join her sister cards. Their swirling and twirling grew more animated as they were overtaken with the joy of reunion. They slowed and fell to the table, just as Gwyneth's had done in the parlor of the old place. When they came to rest, 6 cards snaked over the worn wooden surface in a vertical, wiggly line, leaving the rest of the cards gathered into a tight stack. Ah, the dark path spread. Gwyneth smiled with satisfaction. I knew there had to be a reason why the Black Bird Oracle selected that particular card to send on to New Haven. It was an omen. Granny Dorcas tapped the card closest to me. The book. You were embarking on a journey that would bring you great knowledge and success. I was glad to hear that the signs surrounding my forestalled trip to Oxford were auspicious. The Owl Queen changed all that. Granny Dorcas' words flattened my sails. You have knowledge, but you need wisdom and change. Gwyneth nodded and made a note on a nearby pad. Female wisdom and an initiation into the higher mysteries, I said, eager to find a reason to ignore this last message. A witch's life is filled with questions, Gwyneth said. When you touched the cards, some inquiring thought was doubtless going through your mind. Often the questions we don't utter are the most important and the most profound. And this spread only appears when a witch is questioning her next step, Granny Dorcas said. I know my next step, I retorted. I came to Ravenswood to see if Gwyneth knew anything about the congregation's intention to examine Becca and Pip. Now I know why they sent their letter, because of the history of Proctor twins and higher magic. As soon as I can, I'm going back to my family in New Haven. Family? You can't think straight with them all squawking around you. Granny Dorcas held up the card that bore the image of a group of birds gathered in conversation. Too many opinions obscure your path. I glanced at the next card, the skeleton. If that was what awaited me, I preferred to remain where I was. You must use your intuition, daughter, Dorcas said. Seemingly worthless signs will light your path. There are new possibilities waiting for you, but only if you become one with shadow. Blood. Gwyneth pointed to the fifth card of the spread. It always signifies a sacrifice of some kind. Dorcas is right, Diana. It won't be easy, but you must stop clinging to the light and embrace your desire for darkness. Push and pull, here and there, Granny Dorcas murmured. Blood and a parliament of owls in the same reading foretells contention and strife. The dark path was the final card laid out on the table. After you take your first step on the dark path, all will become clearer, Granny Dorcas promised. Fascinating, Gwyneth said. The Blackbird Oracle never disappoints. My mom's family always relied on birds for their auguries, Granny Dorcas replied. When we came to Ipswich, there were owls and ravens, vultures and herons, all of them black or white or gray, the colors of darkness, light, and shadow. It was a sign that we were on the right path.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. I fanned through the deck, locating the Owl Queen, the Raven Queen, the Heron Queen, and the Queen of Vultures. Couldn't you consult the birds directly? I asked, wondering why the cards had been necessary given the number of avian species in this part of Massachusetts. I was confined to that stinking jail for 13 months, Granny Dorcas retorted, unable to wander the marshes and woods in search of guidance. When I got out, my body was feeble, and I made the cards you hold in your hands so the birds could always be with me. The Queen of Vultures uncovered many secrets that might have caused me harm. The Owl Queen was at my side when I required deeper wisdom. When prophesying and consulting the ancestors, I spoke to the Heron Queen and the Raven Queen. It was ravens who had brought their message to Becca. Did you send the ravens to New Haven, Granny Dorcas? Only the goddess has such power, Granny Dorcas replied. I sent the card, though Gwyneth had to help me get it to you. I sifted through the deck. While there was a raven prince as well as a queen, and princes of vultures, owls, and herons too, most of the cards had little to do with birds. The 5 elements, magical equipment such as cauldrons, and alchemical substances and processes were represented as well. What do they all mean? I had never been a student of tarot and refused to let Em read my cards, though she had been eager to do so. Only you can know for sure, Gwyneth said. There must be a guidebook. Every deck in Sarah's Madison shop, Be Blessed, came with an accompanying booklet that laid out their meanings along with recommended spreads. There isn't one, Gwyneth blinked, solemn as the members of a parliament of owls. Every oracle deck in the barn was made by one of our ancestors, according to their own inner mythology and magical talents. Granny Dorcas can share the meanings the cards had for her, but you'll have to figure out what the cards mean for you. To do that, you'll have to venture deeper into shadow, said Granny Dorcas. I don't have time to hold your hand, child. You must do the work yourself. And if I do choose the dark path of higher magic, will I be able to keep darkness away from my children? I asked, blunt and to the point. You cannot prevent darkness from touching the lives of others. Everyone must find a way to do that for themselves, no matter what type of creature they are, Gwyneth said, with a touch of regret. The cards winked at me. Did I have the courage to face my own shadow and walk in my mother's footsteps? Could I leave a trail for my children to follow so that they would not be lost in the dark as I had been? See what the cards say about the choice before you, Granny Dorcas suggested. I gathered the Blackbird Oracle cards and shuffled them again, focusing on which path I should take going forward. A card quickly rose from the deck as though it had been eagerly awaiting my call. The dark path. Then another, depicting a weeping woman standing at a crossroads with a castle in the distance. The crossroads.
Finally, the corner of the labyrinth card emerged, with its twists and turns and a tiny figure standing in the center. "Well, well," Granny Dorcas said, "stars and moons." Gwyneth's mouth widened into an O of amazement. "The goddess wants you to proceed on the dark path through all 3 levels of higher magic," Granny Dorcas said, puffing on her pipe. "Bad things happen to witches who turn their back on the dark path when it opens before them. I was more worried about the consequences that might befall me if I continued." Gwyneth's next words gave me a more immediate cause for concern. "Given the Blackbird Oracle revealed its mysteries to you today, I'm obligated to notify the Coven's chair of divination and prophecy." I made a sound of protest. My aunt raised her hands to silence me. "It must be, Diana. And you have nothing to fear from Katrina," Gwyneth said. "Goody Woo is a great seer, with an open heart, a curious mind, and decades of experience. She's trained oracles from all over the world. But I was not sure I wanted to be among her acolytes. The specters of Naomi, Mom, and Em haunted me, all victims of higher magic. You aren't Naomi." Gwyneth's bright blue eyes locked on mine. "Nor are you Rebecca Bishop. You are not Dorcas or Emily either. You are the latest in a long line of Proctor oracles, but your path is your own. The cards are the oracle, not me." My response was quick. "Without a seer to interpret them, the Blackbird Oracle is nothing more than a deck of cards," Gwyneth replied. "The Blackbird Oracle has chosen to speak through you, girl," Granny Dorcas beetled her brows in warning. "Turn a deaf ear to it at your peril." I dreaded having to call Matthew again, but between the Proctor family tree and Dorcas's oracle cards, I was not yet finished at Ravenswood. When I told him about the illuminated scroll that showed my line of descent, Matthew was quick to express interest. "I'd like to see it," he said. "Before we knew about DNA and learned how to decipher the human genome in the laboratory, the passing down of bloodlines was captured in documents like yours." "I'm not sure you'll be able to squeeze much more information from it," I said. "The tree wasn't the only Proctor relic I saw today, however. I met Dorcas Hoare." "Who's that?" Matthew wondered. "One of Salem's accused witches," I replied. "You time-walked?" Matthew was furious. "How could you? What if you were lost?" "What if Granny Dorcas is a ghost?" I said, trying to reassure him. "Proctor ghosts are different. They're 3-dimensional and less smudgy than Bishop ghosts. They're open to questions, too. When I saw her, I thought the old woman was a vagrant who'd wandered down the carriage road and into the barn. Granny? I'm her direct descendant," I explained. "Tabitha Hoare married William Proctor. After that, twins and weavers appeared regularly in the Proctor line. As well as witches with a talent for higher, darker magic," my conscience whispered. I brushed the words aside. "So that marriage was the crucial genetic moment," Matthew said, thoughtful. "Perhaps I should come to Ipswich." "It's not a good idea, Matthew," I said firmly. "I'm on thin ice with the local witches, and Gwyneth and I are just starting to trust each other. I need to stay here and learn more about the Blackbird Oracle." Matthew drew in a sharp breath. "Oracle?" I told him about Granny Dorcas's cards and the guidance they could provide about events that were still to come. Knowing what the future might hold for the children, for us, could be important, I said. "Do you have reason to believe these oracle cards are accurate?" Matthew had been intrigued by the connection between traditional auguries, with which he was familiar from his earliest days, and Dorcas's cards. "Gwyneth and Dorcas are sure, and until they're proven wrong, I let my words trail off into silence." Matthew sighed. "I can't help but feel you're going somewhere I can't follow, mon coeur. Omens, family traditions, Proctor legends, there's no place for me in them. Your path is your own." Gwyneth's words echoed in my ears. "But I trust your instincts," he continued. "If you feel staying at Ravenswood is the right action to take, then of course you must remain where you are." "Thank you," I said, relieved to have settled the matter. For now. I was ready to say good night, but Matthew had more to say. Diana? Yes? Matthew hesitated. You would tell me if there was reason for concern, he said at last. Of course, I said promptly. There was no reason for Matthew to worry about the dark path of higher magic, not before I took my first step down it. He considered my reply. Keep in touch tomorrow, and let me know how you are. I'll do some research into Dorcas Hoare and her descendants, and see what I can discover myself. Matthew was no good to himself or others if he wasn't hunting something down. Good night, mon coeur, he said, voice husky with longing. I'll be waiting for your call. Chapter 8. I pulled the car into a vacant spot outside the Thirsty Goat. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Its wooden sign swung on an iron bracket, moving with the breeze blowing off the water. The gentle creak took me back to 16th century London and the similar sounds on our street in the Blackfriars. I sat for a moment, gathering my strength to enter the cafe and meet Goody Woo. Though Gwyneth had warned me the summer tourists would begin to descend on the place any day now, the street was quiet and only a handful of people were enjoying the fresh air and sunshine. I peered through my windshield in the cafe windows, trying to see who was inside, but the doubled reflections and bright light made it impossible. There was no choice but to go in and face whichever members of the Ipswich coven might be gathered inside. Though there were a few curious looks from customers, the only familiar faces were behind the counter, where Anne and Meg were readying themselves for the late afternoon rush. Meg was waiting for me at the till when I approached the counter. "Diana, what can I get for you?" Meg's strange eyes were a bit less alarming than they had seemed on first meeting. I glanced over the menu. "How's the oolong?" "Delicate," Meg replied shortly. "I like something heartier," I replied, looking for another option. "We have our own Thirsty Goat blend," Meg suggested. "It's malty and stands up to milk." "Perfect," I said. The bell hung by the door tinkled, and Goody Woo entered the cafe. Her signature round-tinted glasses, today their hue was amber, were perched on her nose, and she was carrying a lightship basket along with a violet parasol. "Your tea's waiting, Katrina," Anne said, nodding toward a secluded table in the corner. "Well, need a bigger pot, Anne," Goody Woo replied, "and another cup." "Sorry," Anne said, bustling behind Meg. "I got the message you would be here at 2:19 sharp, but I missed that you were expecting a guest." "The ether doesn't always transmit such subtleties," Goody Woo said. Katrina studied the paper cup filled with black liquid that Meg put before me, reading the name of the tea off its tag. Goody Woo shuddered. Tea from a bag in a paper cup? Goody Woo was incredulous. "That's no way to treat a fellow witch, Margaret Skelling." "I assumed she wanted it to go," Meg replied. "She?" Goody Woo's delicate eyebrows shot skyward. "What is it you are always saying in coven meetings? She is the cat's mother? Leave that dreadful concoction where it is and come with me, Diana." Meg's eyes narrowed to speculative slits. "If you would bring a fresh pot, Anne." Goody Woo folded her parasol and directed me toward a waiting table. "And a proper cup for Diana." My knees felt bowed under the weight of the other witch's curiosity as I walked the short distance to Goody Woo's table, grateful that there weren't more witnesses when my legs wobbled. Goody Woo sat opposite, inspecting me as if I, too, were a type of tea. Anne brought the fresh pot, along with some milk and a sticky jar of local honey. She plopped a teacup before me. Goody Woo preferred her tea served in the Chinese fashion, in small cups that you cradled in your hands. "We won't be needing them," Goody Woo said, waving off the milk and honey as though they were annoying mosquitoes. She emptied the small clay pot into our cups and handed it back to Anne. "You don't adulterate the perfection of Iron Goddess," Anne said, clearly wanting to linger, hoping that she might learn why Goody Woo had invited me here today. "We have everything we need, Anne," Goody Woo said. "Don't let your tea get cold, Diana." Anne obediently whisked away the honey and milk. Just as obediently, I picked up my cup and gave it an inquisitive sniff. Warm, slightly toasted floral and nutty aromas met my nose. I took a cautious sip. My eyes widened in surprise. Goody Woo smiled with satisfaction. "It's very good, isn't it? My sister sends it from China. It comes from the mountains of Fujian. This one is not baked as long as many you find that are imported from Taiwan. I prefer it that way." The tea was surprisingly flavorful and robust. I took another sip. Goody Woo lifted the lid of her basket and removed a red satin bag embroidered with golden dragons. "Meg's energy can be a bit intense for an oracle like you or me," Goody Woo said. "My cards find it disruptive, but a good shuffle helps them settle." I choked on my tea. "I'm not an oracle. I just have a deck of old cards." Goody Woo drew her deck from their bag and moved the cards slowly between her fingers. They were longer and narrower than the cards Granny Dorcas had given me, with faded red brush strokes spelling out a mystery on one side, and a painted network of fine lines on the other that resembled the crazed cracks in a piece of old porcelain. "As a historian of magic, you know that oracles can be people and places as well as things," Goody Woo said. "I'm a historian of science," I replied, quick to correct the witch. Why don't you take out your own deck?" Goody Woo suggested, looking at me over her amber lenses. "I find the oracle is most cooperative and has the greatest clarity when I'm not ordering it around." "I left it at home," I said hastily, "for safekeeping. The last thing I wanted was the blackbird oracle rising like a murmuration of starlings and flying about the thirsty goat." "You'll find them in that giant bag of yours." Goody Woo stopped shuffling and turned over the top card. She smiled with satisfaction. "You should reconsider toting that thing around. It's terrible for your back and shoulders, and it's the root cause of your headaches." Lately, the list of contributing factors to my recurring evening headaches had been lengthy. Department politics, research funding deadlines, graduate student assessments. Coming to Ipswich and meeting the Proctors hadn't shortened it. "I'm sure they're in the spell box on my bedside table, Goody Woo. I'd secured them before I left, turning the small key in the lock to keep them from wandering." "Call me Katrina," Goody Woo said in reply, her eyes glittering with amusement behind her tinted lenses. "I've used it since coming to Ipswich to keep the other witches from mispronouncing my real name, See-You." She fixed her gaze on my bag. I sighed and lifted the Bodleian Library tote from the neighboring chair. I'd rummage through it just to show Goody Woo, Katrina, that she was wrong. My fingers brushed against one soft edge, then another. The precious Proctor oracle cards were strewn all over the bottom of the bag, mixed in with my car keys, some old receipts, and the pair of sunglasses I thought I'd lost last week. Oh no! I scrabbled them out to see if they were damaged. Goody Woo slid a turquoise silk bag toward me. It, too, was embroidered with a dragon in brilliant greens and silver, and it had a thin ribbon tie at the top. "Thanks, but I have a box for them at Ravenswood." Not that my efforts to keep them there had been successful. "You'll find bags more useful than boxes and less likely to be searched when you go through airport security," Katrina commented. The thought of the cards tumbling out of my tote when I was searching for my passport was alarming. I shook my head. "I'd rather not carry them around. They're so old, a family heirloom," I said. Katrina meant well, but she couldn't imagine what the children stuck in my tote bag over the course of a day. "The Blackbird Oracle won't tolerate being left at home," Goody Woo said. "The cards will find a way to be with you, some of them inconveniently. It's best to keep them with you and in their own bag from now on." I picked the last cards out of the tote and gathered them together in a neat stack. Goody Woo was right about their mood, just as she had been about their location. They were agitated and unhappy. Gently, I moved them through my fingers to calm them. Katrina flipped one of her cards over. This time the card was met with a low sound of disappointment, and she returned to her shuffling. "More hot water?" Meg was back with a steaming kettle. "I know how you like a second steep. And a third, and a ninth." Katrina squinted up at her. "If I need anything, I will call."
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. If I don't call, I would appreciate some peace and quiet. Meg's eyes were fixed on the cards that were shuttling between my hands. "Which deck is that?" Meg asked, bending closer to make out the details. "I don't think I've seen it before. Is that a bishop oracle?" Card 17, the Siege, snapped out of the deck and swatted Meg across the nose. "Dorcas Hoare and her daughter Tabby made them," I said, retrieving the card, with its image of a castle ringed by cannons and explosions. "The Black Bird Oracle." Meg looked aghast and envious. "It's been lost for generations. Where did you find them?" "They found me," I said, glancing at Katrina, who was now bright pink with the effort to suppress her laughter. "Which is why I'm meeting with Diana now," Katrina said. "As chair of the Coven Committee on Divination and Prophecy, it's my responsibility to register all the oracle decks in current use. Remember what happened in 2000? Meg's skin was greenish. "Too many oracle cards were out of their bags and being handled by unskilled witches," Katrina said severely. "They bickered and squabbled until we had a magical version of the Y2K panic, and we mustn't let that kind of trouble brew again. I'll leave you to it, Goody Woo." With a final backward glance at the cards, Meg returned to the counter. Once there, she launched into a long, whispered conversation with Anne. Katrina muttered something in Chinese. What was that? I suspected that one should pay close attention to Katrina's words, whatever the language. "Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves." Goody Woo's expression soured. I am often reminded of it around Meg. Without an enemy, Meg isn't fully alive. It's a pity. She would be a great witch if only she could give up her belief that the goddess's deck was stacked against her. I'd given in to the urge for vengeance years ago, when I decided to spellbind Satu Jarvanen in retaliation for how she'd tortured me to learn the secrets of my magic, and for being in league with Peter Knox and Gerbert Daryalak. But I'd been motivated by more than righteousness. There had been anger, too. Without knowing it, my spellbinding had been stained with darkness. Perhaps I needed to acknowledge that before continuing with higher magic. If I didn't, the second grave I might unknowingly dig could be my own, or Becca's. Meg's presence in the cafe, and the interest she'd taken in the Black Bird Oracle, felt more threatening when I thought of my daughter. I gathered the cards together, ready to make my apologies and return to the safety of Ravenswood. But Katrina was attuned to shifts of energy in ways that I was not. She sensed my restlessness, and the reason for it, too. "Stay where you are," she commanded, "and keep the cards moving. The oracle needs to be grounded, not flitting around Essex County in your gas guzzler. You need to rethink that, too. Witches should know better than to abuse Mother Earth by wantonly consuming her resources." It was the second time a witch had reprimanded me for Matthew's choice of transport. I couldn't imagine what they would make of Baldwin's jets and helicopters. "This witch is married to an overprotective vampire with a pathological fear of car accidents," I replied. A card dropped out of my hands. "A wake of vultures." Goody Woo's mouth twisted into a sardonic smile. "Your husband needs to change his attitude." Good luck with that, I thought, returning the card to the deck. It responded with immediate tension, and 3 cards flew out of the deck with an audible pop, like slices of bread springing from a toaster. The cauldron, sulfur, mercury. These were alchemical emblems and easier for me to interpret. According to the oracle, Matthew was going to have to change. The vessel of transformation. Spirit and soul, judgment and desire. As I told you, oracles don't always respond well under the pressure of direct questioning.
Sometimes it's better to let the messages drift into your life and suggest small changes rather than demanding they blow on a trumpet to proclaim matters of enormous import. Katrina's mouth widened into a smile. And it's much more pleasant than dragging your cards out after the alarm clock rings in the morning in a daily ritual like brushing your teeth. The oracles like a bit of wildness. This was an entirely different way of using the cards than the regular consultations recommended to me by Granny Dorcas and Aunt Gwyneth. I was intrigued by Katrina's alternative and its flexibility, which suited my temperament and schedule better. Aunt Gwyneth said you could help me understand the connection between higher magic and the Blackbird Oracle. I kept my fingers moving, the cards shuffling. I understand that higher magic resides in shadow, though it touches on light and darkness too. But where do the cards fit in? Before Katrina could answer, the cards thrummed between my fingers, and the edges of 2 cards poked out from the deck. I froze, not knowing what to do next. When the goddess takes our call, we usually pick up on the first ring, Katrina said wryly. Go ahead, your answer awaits. Gingerly, I removed the 2 cards and placed them face up. Card 19, the key, and card 22, the mirror. Restate your question, Katrina instructed. Then look at the cards and tell me the first thing that comes to mind. I closed my eyes to concentrate. Where do the cards fit into the practice of higher magic? I whispered. My witch's third eye flew open. They're the key to greater knowledge, as well as greater mysteries. The cards open the doors to new possibilities and provide fresh solutions to old problems. They will grant me freedom, but carry with them the weight of responsibility. I was amazed by the words tumbling out of my mouth. The cards help to differentiate between truth and deception. I couldn't have said it better myself, Katrina nodded. Gwyneth told me that the Blackbird Oracle chose you for a reason. You show promise as a seer, Diana Bishop. Katrina's blessing fell on me with the gentle warmth of an eiderdown cloak. My shoulders, which had been hunched up around my ears in self-defense, lowered, and my chin rose in pride. And will you help me, Katrina? I asked, adding hastily, if I do decide to walk the dark path? It would be my pleasure. Goody Woo gathered her cards and slipped them into their bag before tucking it under the lid of the lightship basket. I'll meet you here next week. The exact timing will be up to the portents and signs. When I know what they recommend, I'll call you. Until then? I asked, putting the Blackbird Oracle in the bag Katrina had provided. Carry the cards with you. Follow Gwyneth's advice, of course, but remember, the cards don't know you yet. If you feel them stirring, be sure to handle them so that they know you're paying attention. All right, this sounded doable. Matthew wouldn't mind if I stayed at Ravenswood a bit longer. Katrina and I left the cafe together. As we walked out onto the sidewalk, Meg's malevolent stare bored into my shoulder blades. I shivered. What was that? Katrina asked. Meg Skelling isn't happy that you and I met, I replied. I have a feeling she might cause trouble. Trouble is Meg Skelling's modus operandi. Katrina waved her hand dismissively, as though Meg were an unnecessary milk jug. Don't let her darkness follow you back to Ravenswood. Leave it here, where it belongs. She pointed to the garbage can overflowing with used coffee cups and sticky napkins. I'll give it a try. When I returned to the car, a raven's feather was lodged in the door's handle. I hesitated, then tucked it into my tote bag. The Blackbird Oracle jumped and hopped with excitement. I'd ask the cards what the feather signified later when I was home. My fears about Meg's malevolence were realized 2 days later when Anne Downing paid an unexpected call. Aunt Gwyneth and I were in the barn, where I was working with the Blackbird Oracle. Within a few shuffles, the cards rose up, agitated and fluttering.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. When they settled down on the table, 6 cards faced me, arranged in a rough triangle. The raven's wing spread, Gwyneth said, peering at the cards. You'll have to confirm it with Granny Dorcas when she wakes up, but as I recall, that's a spread about what the future holds, what resources you will need, and the challenges you will meet along the way. A useful spread, although not always terribly precise. Granny Dorcas was napping in her rocking chair, her snores regular and sonorous. There wouldn't be help from that quarter any time soon. My aunt's spine stiffened, and she looked toward the barn door. It was partially closed, as a storm was bringing cooler temperatures to the area. "Anne Downing is here." Gwyneth put out a restraining hand. "Stay where you are. I'll see what she wants." Gwyneth stepped outside and drew the heavy door across the opening. She left a small gap, and I could hear their conversation. "Good morning, Anne," Gwyneth said. "What brings you to Ravenswood?" "Nothing good," Anne replied, her tone dour. "Is Diana Bishop with you?" "Yes," Gwyneth said, "but I don't see why that's any concern of yours." Ignoring my aunt's instructions, I left my stool and heaved the door open. "Looking for me?" I said, meeting Anne's surprised gaze with a steely resolve that would have made Granny Dorcas proud, had she been awake to witness it. "Let me in, Gwyneth." Anne was at the end of her rope. "I need a cup of tea before I deliver the bad news." Gwyneth ushered Anne past the table where the cards were splayed out and deposited her in the rocker opposite Granny Dorcas. My aunt sat next to our ancestral grandmother, gently rearranging the woven coverlet that had slipped from the old woman's knees. I filled the kettle without any trouble. The automated magic in the barn didn't require a single spell, which was a blessing since I couldn't use other witches' magic and might flood the place. By the time the water boiled, I'd arranged 3 mugs, some milk, and a pot of sugar on a tray and spooned the leaves into the teapot. I poured boiling water over them. The tea would need to steep for a few minutes, but then we would have Anne's bad news. "Well?" Gwyneth demanded the moment I deposited the tea tray on a nearby stool. But Anne was in no mood to negotiate. Tea first. Impatient, I monitored the 5-minute countdown on my watch. When the bell dinged, I sprang into action. "Sugar, no milk," Anne instructed, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. "Goddess bless me, I'm parched." I put a generous amount of sugar in her cup and added milk to Gwyneth's and mine. The stirring spells went to work as I delivered the drinks to the waiting witches. "Thank you, Diana." Anne took a deep draught of the hot brew, then sighed with satisfaction. "What happened in town, Anne?" Gwyneth held her cup between her hands as though she needed the tea's comforting warmth more than she needed a drink. "I didn't want you to hear the news second-hand," Anne began apologetically. "You know how quickly the phone tree starts buzzing." The Coven phone tree was the blessing and curse of every witch. Quick to respond in an emergency, real or imagined, witches relied on it for gossip, exchanging recipes, and arranging childcare, too. "Meg's asked for a meeting of the Coven next Friday," Anne said in a rush. She took a hasty sip of tea. "I had no choice, Gwyneth." "We don't usually meet under a full moon," my aunt commented. "Emotions will be running strong." Anne sighed. "I know. But Meg insisted, and according to Hitty Braybrook, she has a right to be heard immediately." As I suspected, Hitty was the Coven parliamentarian. Every gathering needed witches to arbitrate disputes and govern procedures. Coven meetings deteriorated rapidly into gripe sessions without someone keeping a tight rein on the proceedings. "We must hope that harmony and balance prevail," Anne said. "Full moons are a good time to manifest those energies." Gwyneth looked skeptical. "What is Meg's grievance this time?" "Me, and my custody of the Black Bird Oracle." I'd felt Meg's malice at the thirsty goat as she watched every move Katrina and I made. "Diana's right," Anne said, "but Meg's concerns extend to you too, Gwyneth. She's accused you of flouting our protocols with respect to training novices in higher magic. All pupils," Hitty confirmed, "must be presented to the Coven membership before any lessons begin." "That rule only pertains to outsiders," Gwyneth said. "Diana is my flesh and blood, a Proctor.
The coven didn't interfere when the Greens and the Vincents embarked on their own course of higher magic training, not even when it brought down the Ferris wheel at the Topsfield Fair and loosed the carousel horses on the crowd. Anne winced at the memory. Meg has claimed that Diana is an outsider, and that the bishop's decision to abandon the community and move west trumps her Proctor bloodline, Anne replied. I'm sorry, Gwyneth. Hitty has ruled in Meg's favor. There's nothing for it but to meet. Even though it will be the 325th anniversary of Bridget Bishop's hanging. Gwyneth let out a small sound of disbelief, and her mouth twisted into an expression of distaste. A bit heavy-handed, even for Meg. Tea sloshed over the lip of my mug. Sorry. I wiped my dripping hand on my leggings. Summer is always difficult for our gathering as we remember the hanging times. Gwyneth snapped her fingers twice. She handed the napkin that materialized over to me. This will only make things worse. Other witches go on vacation in the summer, Anne explained, my confusion evident. We stay in Essex County and mark the names of those who lost their lives during the panic, no matter if they died by the hangman's noose, were pressed to death, or perished because of neglect and heartbreak. We begin by keeping vigil for Bridget Bishop on the eve before her execution, and continue until we reach Mabon, when the last of our sisters and brethren were murdered. Sarah usually forgot it was the anniversary of Bridget's hanging until weeks after the fact. Then she lit a candle and put it in the window. What Anne was describing was far more elaborate. You look surprised, Anne said. I am, I replied. The bishops don't seem to be very popular in this part of Massachusetts. Before Anne could respond, my aunt spoke. Well, if Meg and the coven want to question my teaching methods or how the Proctors pass their legacy from one generation to the next, they can do it here. Gwyneth's expression was forbidding. What's wrong with the meeting house? Anne asked, careful to keep her tone just short of an accusation. You know how restless the ghosts are during the anniversaries, Gwyneth said with a shake of her head. Some of the old families fail to keep their kin close to home, and I don't want them latching on to Diana. I've already been around to the Reds, Anne said, trying to reassure my aunt. They're not the only ones, Anne. Gwyneth shook her head again. Diana will not face the coven under a full moon on the eve of Bridget Bishop's hanging at the site of the old jail. Diana will be at Ravenswood that night, with her family. The room fell silent, except for the snap and hiss of the logs in the stove. Very well, Gwyneth. We'll gather here at 8 o'clock, Anne said at last. The sun sets at 8:20, Gwyneth said. I look forward to welcoming our sisters and brothers then. Later that evening, I pressed the buttons on my phone that would connect me to Matthew. I wasn't the goddess, but he picked it up on the first ring nonetheless. Diana. The syllables rolled in his mouth and over his tongue as though he were savoring the relief of being connected once more. It's good to hear your voice. Being at Ravenswood without Matthew and the children had been my decision, but the nights were especially lonely. You sound rattled, Matthew said. I could imagine the worried frown that accompanied his words. Not rattled exactly.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. How was I going to explain what was happening in Ipswich without Matthew racing to my rescue? Coven politics, that's all. As a veteran of numerous academic departments, Matthew was well versed in the bitterness that could linger in small communities. My presence at Ravenswood has been noted, and now I have to be formally presented to the coven, I said, clinging as closely to the truth as I could without unduly alarming him. Of Meg Skelling and her charges against Gwyneth, I made no mention. It sounds positively biblical, Matthew murmured. I laughed. Hardly. They've picked next Friday for the event. June 9th? Matthew had been reading about Salem and the witch trials. That's the day before Bridget Bishop was executed. You'll be staying with Gwyneth a bit longer then. I'm sorry, my love, but I can't very well walk out and leave her without responding to the coven's invitation, I explained. The anniversaries are a big deal here, and emotions are running high. Do you want me to come? Matthew said.
Rebecca and Philip would be fine with Chris and Miriam for a few days. That wouldn't be wise, I said hastily. It's not any old anniversary of the hangings, but the 325th. Usually, a few members of the coven go to Proctor's ledge and leave offerings where the gallows stood. But this anniversary is turning into a special remembrance because of the opening of Salem's new memorial. I read about it in the news, Matthew said thoughtfully. The site doesn't officially open until the 19th of July, I said, but the authorities have invited the area covens to visit next week. Bridget deserves to have her family present, Matthew agreed. I know you don't want me there for the coven meeting, but should I come for the public ceremony and bring the children? I was torn. Part of my heart remained in New Haven, and I missed my own family despite all the excitement surrounding the Proctors. I don't want their first meeting with the family to take place at a time of sorrow and grief. This was entirely truthful, and my fingers relaxed slightly on the phone. I know it's another change of plans, but I've been learning a bit more about the oracle cards and Becca's ravens. Granny Dorcas didn't send the birds, by the way. She said that only the goddess could command them. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Matthew had experience with the goddess's crafty agreements and clever invitations. At least we know the Proctors had nothing to do with it, I said, hoping this would please him. If you change your mind about Proctor's ledge, let me know. Matthew was disappointed, even hurt. He was making every effort to put some slack in the silver chain that bound us, witch and vampire, but it was not easy for him. How long would it be before Matthew's protective instincts made it impossible? It's just a little while longer, I promised. For now, it's better if you stay away. The coven is struggling to accept a bishop in their midst. I can't imagine what they'd do if a vampire came to town. After we said goodnight and the line was disconnected, I held the phone a few moments longer, as though I could maintain my connection to Matthew. 9 more days, I whispered, putting the weight of all my magic into my words so that they had the power of a spell. In my side pocket, the black bird oracle hopped and danced. I drew out the bag Goody Woo gave me. One of the cards was threatening to burst through the fabric. The crossroads. It suggested I'd made another step down the dark path by agreeing to stay at Ravenswood. Shadow crept from under the bed, dimming the light of the waxing moon and shrouding me in doubt. Had I done the right thing? My finger hovered over the screen of the phone. Should I call Matthew back and tell him about Meg Skelling? Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, I said, uttering the traditional prayer to protect a witch's sleep before turning out the light. Chapter 9. The days between Anne's appearance at Ravenswood and the coven meeting were fraught and difficult, not just for me, but for Gwyneth, too. With more than 100 witches on the Ipswich Coven membership scroll, Gwyneth doubted they would all show up. Julie, however, predicted that the spectacle of a proctor charged with misconduct would draw witches like honey did flies. You're underestimating the level of curiosity that Diana sparked in Ipswich, too, Julie warned, not to mention the resentment some families have about the proctor's influence over local affairs. Despite Julie's ominous forecast, Gwyneth strictly limited the number of chairs she would allow to be hauled over to Ravenswood. 78 is my absolute limit, Julie. 6 times the witches normally present at a monthly coven meeting seems plenty, Aunt Gwyneth said sharply, her nerves frazzled and temper short with all the arrangements. A gleaming black van decorated with a goggle-eyed clam wearing a pointy hat trundled down the hill shortly thereafter. Ipswich seafood and the legend so fresh it's magic were painted on the side in white and gold. 2 women roughly my age climbed out of the vehicle, one fair with curly brown locks caught up in a loose knot, and the other ginger-haired and freckled with a muscular physique. "You must be Diana. I'm Tracy Easty," said the witch with the updo, Julie's niece. Tracy's eyes were not the pale sea-glass green or blue I'd grown used to seeing in Ipswich witches. Instead, they were a luminous brown, like a decanter of sherry sitting on a windowsill, sparkling with light and life. Her coloring suggested Irish ancestry, but those otherworldly eyes told me there was plenty of Proctor blood in her, too. I'm Grace. The other witch's pale green eyes rimmed with blue crinkled at the corners, the fine lines spreading across her cheeks to tell the story of a lifetime spent on the water. I come from the Mather branch of the Proctor family tree. There you are! Julie bustled forward, the orange and white stripes on her shorts flashing in the sun. Did you bring the chairs? Did you ask us to bring the chairs? Then we brought the chairs. Tracy reached into the back of the van and pulled out a plate of cupcakes. Here, take these. Tracy's famous for her baking and her lobster rolls. Grace swung open the door on her side of the van and removed a tub full of ice nestled with an assortment of clams and oysters. The combined weight of the ice and the shellfish must have been considerable, but Grace carried it easily, her arms taut and athletic. I spotted Mount Holyoke College, class of '86, printed in red on the front of her white t-shirt, along with a cartoon figure of a smiling pink and red Pegasus on the back. Heaven help Becca if she wanted to attend my alma mater, Bates College, or one of her father's colleges or universities. A tingle in my pocket suggested that the oracle cards had wisdom to share on this subject. But this was one message from the goddess and her oracle I refused to pick up. Tracy was busy at the rear of the van and emerged with folding chairs draped over her shoulders like an oxen's yoke. Let me help. I grabbed my own fair share of chairs and followed the procession to the barn. We brought clams, Aunt Gwyneth, called as we drew near. There's dinner sorted, Aunt Gwyneth replied. She shielded her eyes to get a better look at the plate Julie carried. Are those cupcakes vanilla? I wouldn't dream of bringing you chocolate. Tracy gave Gwyneth a smooch on the cheek as she passed by. I put a bit of blackberry puree in the icing. Yum! Gwyneth licked her lips in anticipation. Tea's ready. Let's have a cupcake before you bring in the rest of the load. It was not difficult to agree to Aunt Gwyneth's plan, given the mouth-watering pastries. We sat around the work table, which today doubled as a lunchroom counter and a packaging station for dried herbs. Gwyneth gathered sticks of mullein to clear a space for Tracy and Grace. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. They were a gift for Katrina, who used them in her divination. We tucked into the cupcakes and tea. Grace was right. Tracy's baking skills were very good indeed. The cupcakes were moist yet light, and not too sweet, allowing the vanilla and the blackberry to take center stage. Aunt Gwyneth, as always, concocted a divine pot of tea. It was dark and rich, with notes of lemon and mint. My own blend of golden tips from Hunan, lemon verbena from the garden, and fresh mint, Gwyneth told Tracy after she inquired about the ingredients. It's as close as I'll ever get to iced tea. Not me. It's so damned hot, I'll take all of the ice I can get. Julie conjured a heap of cubes into her mug and then poured some of the hot brew over them. The four of us chatted companionably. I asked about Tracy's family, and Grace shared pictures of her 2 daughters. I passed my phone around so that they could see the twins with their father, their faces painted blue and white at one of Yale's spring picnics. Once we were on a proper family footing, the conversation turned to more urgent matters. What are you going to do with the ghosts when the coven arrives? Grace asked, taking another bite of her cupcake. Keep them locked up where they belong. Gwyneth's attitude toward the dearly departed was draconian. We are not like the Reds or the Toothaches. Deceased members of the Proctor family do not roam about willy-nilly, apparating and disapparating at whim, frightening children, then moping and moaning in cemeteries. It's a wasteful expenditure of energy, not to mention a source of friction between neighbors. Gwyneth turned to me. We keep them in the attic of the old place, Diana, where they can rest and recharge in peace. This must be why the ghosts I'd seen at Ravenswood were so clear and colorful. unlike the blurry smudges of my ancestors in the bishop house, which were barely discernible. They're stuffed into trunks. Julie didn't seem to approve of incarcerating the dead any more than I did. I think that's against the Geneva Conventions, Gwynnie. It's Proctor conventions that hold sway at Ravenswood. Gwyneth looked at me sharply. Let me guess. Sarah lets the bishop ghosts do what they please, when they please. She definitely doesn't lock up relatives, I admitted. Sarah's approach to ghost keeping has always been free range. My mother was the same, letting the ancestors form packs and scare the postman. Gwyneth sniffed, looking down her long, elegant nose. The dead are always with us, but I find more than a dozen dearly departed a real nuisance. I let my aunt and cousins discuss the vexed questions surrounding refreshments, assigned seats, and how Gwyneth could get the membership to leave promptly at the end of the meeting. Their words passed in one ear and out the other. My thoughts were elsewhere, on my next meeting with Katrina at the Thirsty Goat. It was scheduled for Thursday, the day before the coven met. I'd been working regularly with the Blackbird Oracle cards, as Katrina had suggested, and had a stack of queries that I hoped she could answer. But I was reluctant to go into town and be on public display at the cafe for a second time, especially after the charges Meg had leveled against Gwyneth and me. Doing so sounded like a prescription for disaster. But Katrina had insisted that I couldn't cower all week at Ravenswood. Far better for Diana to meet you right under Meg's nose, Gwyneth agreed when Katrina rang Ravenswood to arrange the details. Thursday morning should be safe, Katrina had replied. The full moon energy will be near its peak, but I think Diana can manage it so long as we meet early in the day. I don't suppose we'll be joining the rest of the coven in the town cemetery after the meeting, Grace said. Drawing my stash of graveyard dust is running low, and I was counting on spending a few hours there on Friday night to replenish my stock. I hate coven politics, Julie said, reaching for another cupcake. She peeled off the pink ruffled paper and took a bite. They're so petty. This was one of the many reasons I had never belonged to any official gathering of witches. We could always gather dust here in the wood, Tracy suggested. Go old school and return to Proctor tradition. You mean go rogue, Julie said, visibly excited at the prospect. That's an excellent idea. Can we, Gwynnie? A lot of witches were put to rest in the Ravenswood, Gwyneth cautioned, and not just Proctors. Most of the old families have kin buried here. The town cemetery was off limits to witches then. Thorndyke Proctor opened the wood for burials and promised to maintain it as sacred space, Julie explained. That's why we never cut down trees and only gather herbs and plants when the moon allows. No wonder the wood was filled with power. It was storing not only Proctor magic, but the magic of other witches too. We welcome the families on anniversary days, Gwyneth said. July, August, and September are busy months at Ravenswood, filled with rituals and ceremony. Now June will be, Julie said, finishing off her cupcake and dusting the crumbs from her hands. Right, let's get the rest of those chairs in. Then I'll start the phone tree to ask for volunteers to bring treats. A coven meeting without cookies is downright unmagical. Katrina's tinted lenses were lavender when we met at the Thirsty Goat, and she wore a high-necked sleeveless dress that extended to her knees and buttoned up the front. It was made of ivory silk and embroidered with wisteria, reminiscent of the vines that sprawled over the porch at Ravenswood. Her black hair had a sheen of blue when she turned her head toward the light. "Am I being paranoid about Meg?" I blurted as soon as we were seated with our tea. "What do the cards say?" This was becoming Katrina's standard response. "Not much," I said, shuffling the cards between my fingers as Katrina had taught me. "They're quite fulsome on the subject of how I can support Gwyneth and help her get ready for tomorrow, however. I'd replenished the wood stack next to the stove when the fire card appeared in my teacup at breakfast, and gone to town for more salt when the cards advised that Gwyneth had run out and still had windowsills she needed to protect with a sprinkle of the magical stuff. Perhaps the oracle doesn't know. Katrina turned over one of her cards and blinked. She never shared their interpretation with me, but this time the card was met with a sigh. "What good is an oracle if it doesn't know the future?" I demanded, slamming my cards on the table in utter frustration. "Manhandling it isn't going to help," Katrina said, gathering her own cards together. "A coven meeting is a place where wits are sharp and unexpected questions are posed. I'm not surprised the oracle can't divine what's to come or what the final decision will be. What does Meg have against me?" I felt victimized. "Try the cards again," Katrina instructed. "Pick them up gently and ask them respectfully if they have any insights into what lies in your path. Leave Meg and the coven out of it and give the oracle some room to maneuver." I did as Katrina suggested, moving gently and respectfully, spending a few moments with the cards cradled in my hands to atone for my rough treatment. When my fingers began their shuffling movement, the cards held less tension. They were still shy, but over the course of the next few minutes, they loosened up to such an extent that I thought they might be willing to converse with me. I closed my eyes and whispered the question exactly as Katrina had formulated it. "Do you have any insights into what lies in my path?" As was usually the case in matters pertaining to divination and prophecy, Katrina's advice had been excellent. The cards moved of their own accord, and I let them fall on the table. They continued to shift and rearrange themselves, then pause, only to shift and shuffle some more. When they stopped moving, the oracle had arranged 6 cards before me.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. 4 of them were stacked vertically in a straight line. Slightly beneath and to either side of the top card were 2 more cards. The overall effect was that of an arrow flying toward its target. "I've never seen this spread before," I said. "Do you know what it means?" Katrina shook her head. "You'll have to listen to your intuition." Thanks to the time Aunt Gwyneth and Granny Dorcas had spent poring over the deck with me, I was more experienced with the Blackbird Oracle and the interpretation of its messages. I knew that it was best to start with the closest card, which undoubtedly represented the querent right now, and then move up through the spread. Darkness. "My fears are getting the better of me," I said glumly. The next card was no better. Blood. Sacrifice, longing, and revenge were some of the meanings associated with the card. "The Parliament of Owls must signify the coven," Katrina said, pointing to the next card, although in what context I'm not sure. The card directly above it was the Crossroads. To the left was the Box, a rendition of Pandora's casket releasing chaos into the world. On the right was the Unicorn, serenely sitting in a garden. Chaos or calm. I didn't need an oracle to tell me those were the 2 possible outcomes of Friday's gathering. Let Gwyneth and Dorcas help you explore the card's message more fully. Katrina put her own deck away. And get some rest. Tomorrow will be a long day. On the eve of Bridget Bishop's hanging, I followed Granny Dorcas toward the barn. "Remember what I told you, daughter. Fear is natural, but you must not let them see it." She elbowed her way through the throng of waiting witches, casting a baleful stare over the assembly. "Hold yourself proudly," Granny Dorcas continued, still barking out instructions. "You're a proctor, and my kin. Never let these witches forget it. Make no apologies for who and what you are." Gwyneth waited at the threshold with Betty Prince, the coven elder I'd met on my first day at the Thirsty Goat. Tonight she was sporting neon pink clam diggers embroidered with starfish, and had topped them off with a matching twin set and pearls. Her white hair had been freshly rinsed and set, resulting in a cloud of violet. She held a clipboard covered with tiger stickers in honor of the local high school mascot. "Let's check you in." Betty's eyes traveled down the length of the paper attached to her battered clipboard. "Gwyneth Proctor, present."
Diana Bishop, guilty. I covered my mouth in horror at the unexpected toad that had leaped from my tongue. Betty gave me a reproving glance. Everyone's present and accounted for. Time to go in and get settled. She conjured a large bell. It hung in the air, its rope pooling on the ground at her feet. Betty tugged on the rope, and the bell tolled a mournful dirge. Cousin Julie appeared with a Boston Red Sox megaphone. She lifted it to her lips. "This meeting is called to order," she hollered over the clanging of the bell. Inside, the mood was somber, and low waves of conversation crested and fell. Candles brightened the space, casting dark shadows in the corners where the light did not reach. The barn doors remained open to the quiet music of the owls and herons, the soft lapping of the tide against the edges of the marsh, and the glow of the full moon. 2 rings of chairs occupied the center of the barn. The inner circle was reserved for coven officers. The large outer circle was for the rest of the coven membership. As Julie had predicted, it was standing room only. I spotted some familiar faces in the crowd: Anne Downing, Hitty Braybrook, my cousins Tracy and Grace, and, of course, Meg Skelling. The rest of the assembly represented a cross-section of the town's population, young and old, male and female, though the latter far outnumbered the former, of European, Latin American, African, and Asian descent. One elderly wizard slept in his wheelchair. Had I not known better, I would have thought elderly members of the Junior League, Goths and Bohemians in their 40s and 50s, young mothers, and millennials with nose rings and cell phones had mistakenly wandered into the same meeting. The coven officers wore name badges like those I'd seen at the Thirsty Goat. The assignments ranged from the membership committee, Meg, to the education committee, Gwyneth, the divination and prophecy committee, Katrina, to the Young Witches Activity Committee. The badges also included the coven parliamentarian, Hetty, spellmaster, historian, secretary, Betty, mistress of coven ceremonies, and treasurer. As for the names on the badges, they represented a who's who of the Salem trials: Proctor, Jackson, Perkins, Varnum, Green, Skelling, Braybrook, Wilds, Prince, and Easty. There were few empty seats, and I was about to perch on the woodpile with Granny Dorcas when Gwyneth hooked me by the elbow. "Come, Diana," she said, "they've put you next to me." We processed to our places, neither of us meeting the curious glances of those around us. Once we were seated, Gwyneth looked into the barn's rafters. Her mouth tightened into a line of displeasure, and I followed her gaze to where a row of ghosts sat on the central crossbeam, looking down over the proceedings. Their clothing ranged from the 17th century to the 20th. One dashing young woman with bobbed hair and rouged knees blew us a kiss. "My mother," Gwyneth whispered, grim. "Not only did she find a way to escape from the attic, she's released all the family's other blackbird oracles, too. Look at them, preening and posing." I glanced over at Julie, who had a mischievous twinkle in her eye and an innocent expression plastered over her face. Gwyneth pursed her lips, her cheeks pink with suppressed irritation. "I call this special meeting to order," Anne proclaimed, rising to her feet. "Before turning to our first item of business, we will, as is our custom, mark the beginning of the hanging times by remembering our sister Bridget Bishop, whose descendant is with us tonight." Anne waited while the muttering and sharp looks of the coven members subsided. On the eve of the 9th of June, 325 years ago, Goody Bishop awaited her execution. She was not the first person accused of witchcraft in this part of Massachusetts, nor was she the last, Anne continued. Her death fractured the wider community and caused division and dissension among witches, as false allegations brought hundreds of innocents into the snare of the courts. Meg's glance touched me with a dark, cold pressure, then moved away. Let us join together in a moment of silence to reflect upon the past, when darkness took root in this community and we lost our way, Anne concluded. The birds stopped chirping, the waves quieted, and the moon hung heavy in the sky. We humbly entreat the goddess to keep us united and dedicated to her path in the years to come, Anne said, bringing the silence to an end. We will follow our customary calendar of observances at the other summer gatherings, reading aloud the names of all those accused, imprisoned, dead, and executed. This sacred season of remembrance will culminate with our Mabon ritual marking the end of the hanging times. The witches murmured spells to remind them to reserve the dates. In the interest of time, I've requested that the committee reports be filed with the secretary, who will distribute them by email, Anne said, nodding at Betty. If there are no objections, I turn the meeting over to Goody Easty. Julie rose, casting an apologetic glance toward Anne. Sorry, Julie mumbled. I forgot to make copies of Meg's charges. A few groans erupted. Meg straightened in her chair, visibly agitated by this slip. Another example of the Proctor conspiracy, someone in the barn hissed. Most of you know what the charges are already, so I'm not sure why we need to kill more trees, Julie said. Don't worry, I remembered Mama's document manifestation spell. She used it whenever she forgot to sign our permission slips and report cards.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. It's a good piece of magic, Betty Prince commented, hoping to assuage the disenchanted. Julie shared it with me when I misplaced my passport. Other testimonies concerning the value of the spell were offered, proving that her lapse had been forgiven, perhaps even forgotten. Only Meg continued to fume. You and Harold had a wonderful cruise, as I remember, Julie said with a grateful smile at Betty. Without preamble, she directed her wand into the air and swirled it around. A flurry of white paper rained on the coven, the pages sailing into the laps of the gathered witches. Except for me. I was not a member of the coven, and though I stood accused with Gwyneth, I had not been included in this special delivery. Excuse me, Julie, Gwyneth raised her hand. Diana doesn't seem to have received a copy. I've never studied the law, but this seems out of order. Debate erupted on the floor, and Julie, instead of being flustered by it, looked pleased. I was told only coven members should be privy to the charges, Julie said, voice sweet and expression wicked. Order! Hitty Braybrook stamped her high-heeled foot several times, as if it were a gavel. She had come to the meeting straight from work in a gray suit and pink blouse. The lady from Ravenswood was not recognized by the mistress of ceremonies before she spoke. Oh, for Pete's sake, Hitty, Julie said, hands on hips, lighten up. You're not presiding over the Massachusetts General Court tonight. If I may interject, said the coven historian, James Perkins, whose button-down collar and khaki trousers suggested he may be an academic, we haven't followed Robert's Rules of Order since 1972. We voted them down as a patriarchal form of governance that privileges elite white men and puts marginal voices at a disadvantage. There were murmurs of agreement. The Ipswich Coven gathering was turning into a nightmare version of the monthly PTA meetings held at the twins' progressive school, complete with officiousness masked in deference and unresolved resentments cloaked in virtue. Agitated chatter broke out again following James's remarks, and Julie lifted her megaphone in warning. The rumbling quieted. Diana Bishop is not a member of the coven, Meg said, piling fuel on the fire. I move that an exception be made in this case, said a quavering voice. I traced it to the old man in the wheelchair. Seconded, said a tall male witch standing by the shelves, his tattooed arms crossed over his Harvard t-shirt. If this coven follows the U.S. Constitution in its procedures, Diana has a Sixth Amendment right to know the charges. Thank you, Junior. All in favor? Julie asked. There were a handful of holdouts, but most of the room agreed, albeit grudgingly. The ayes have it, Betty noted for posterity. A single piece of paper slowly fluttered down into my lap. I guess it's time for Meg to make her formal declaration. Julie was determined to keep the proceedings casual and low-key, despite Hitty's emphatic stamping. Take it away, Meg.
Meg took her time rising to her feet and moving to the center of the inner circle. She was relishing her moment in the spotlight. My pocket buzzed and swelled as the Blackbird oracle cards took note of the proceedings. I patted them through the fabric, reassuring them that I had this covered. I charge Gwyneth Proctor with abusing her position as headmistress of this coven and ignoring our established procedure regarding witches who seek the dark path. Meg took a brief pause for dramatic effect. Furthermore, I charge her with divulging Ipswich Coven knowledge to Diana Bishop, who is not a member of this assembly. Meg deliberately pointed her finger at me. There were gasps from every direction. To be singled out like this by a witch was not something to be taken lightly, for a pointing index finger showed the direction in which your magic would be unleashed. All witches were schooled from an early age not to point a finger unless they intended to use it. Since this stranger arrived in Ipswich, she has been seeking advice and expertise without the consent of the coven leadership. Gwyneth Proctor has aided and abetted her, putting her own interests and those of her family above the community. Meg's finger was still extended, quivering with rage. Goody Proctor has knowingly led Diana Bishop down the dark path. Bridget Bishop's kin, whose irresponsible actions and their deadly consequences we remember this night. Goody Proctor has done so with unreasonable haste and a profound lack of judgment, jeopardizing the lives of herself and others. Darkness entered the barn, feeding on old terrors and jealousies, snaking through the room, charging the atmosphere with vitriol. A bishop has returned to Ipswich. Meg's glance swept over the coven, lingering on those who were nodding in agreement with her. Do you feel it? Gwyneth Proctor has allowed darkness into Ravenswood and polluted our community. Gwyneth's spine stiffened, but she remained silent. I humbly submit these charges to the coven for full consideration, Goody Easty, Meg said. Whether I am in the right or in error will be the coven's decision, and I will abide by it. So must it be. So must it be, the coven intoned. Well, my goodness, that was quite an opening act. Julie's sharp gaze flickered to me and Gwyneth before she faced the coven. Anyone else want to speak? Most hands went up. Okay, Julie pinched the bridge of her nose and regrouped. Betty, can you keep a list? And please observe the 3-minute rule with respect to comments, or we'll be here until midsummer. The bell will ring in warning if you go over your limit. Goody Varnum is first, then Goody Jackson. Betty's formal address took the gathering a step further back in time, to Salem and 1692. Then Goody Wilds. One after the other, the witches dredged up old grievances against the Proctors in general and Gwyneth in particular. Gwyneth had refused to educate her niece, Hannah Varnum stated, simply because she resided in New Hampshire. Why had she made an exception for Diana Bishop? For Phoebe Wilds, the issue was the speed of Gwyneth's lessons, and the young mother of two dredged up her own slow progress with higher magic, which was, she claimed, a direct result of Gwyneth's unfair judgment of her skill. Would her children enjoy the same fate at Goody Proctor's hands? Grudge by grudge, slight by slight, Gwyneth's reputation was brought into question. And the disgruntled accusations didn't stop with Gwyneth. They extended to past generations of Proctors as well. Tales of Granny Alice's tyrannical methods of instruction and strict observance of tradition were held up as beacons of light, while legends about Gwyneth's mother's lax requirements and how they had contributed to Naomi's downfall bubbled to the surface. Objection! Granny Dorcas cried, to no avail after each accusation. Objection! Gwyneth and I were already guilty in the eyes of the coven. Only a few members approached the matter impartially: Katrina, James Perkins, and Betty Prince. Their probing questions were concerning, however apologetically they were delivered. Katrina asked why Gwyneth felt compelled to deviate from her own traditions. Was Gwyneth under some kind of compulsion spell? Betty Prince wondered. Had I threatened her? Demanded of my aunt. Gwyneth sat silently as her friends and colleagues vented their fears of the future and their resentments from the past. After every member of the coven who wanted to had spoken, Gwyneth raised her hand. "Might I respond?" my aunt asked, her tone mild. "Yes," Julie said with a sigh of relief. "I recognize Goody Proctor." In a steely but quiet voice, Gwyneth spoke to the accusations leveled against her. "My lessons with Diana did not fall under my role as coven headmistress of education."
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. It is my right as one of the senior members of the Proctor family to guide successive generations in their study of higher magic as I see fit, without interference, according to the traditions of the Ipswich Coven, Gwyneth said. Diana's lessons took place on Proctorland, as is customary whenever a family undertakes its own program of instruction, to limit any damage to the community. Several witches shifted in their seats, uncomfortable. James Perkins nodded vigorously. "True," he said, "that's true. My niece, Diana, has just as much Proctor blood in her veins as she does Bishop blood," Gwyneth said. "She is, without question, a member of the Proctor family." Putnam Mather was aware of what was happening at Ravenswood and fully approved of it. All eyes turned to the aged man in the wheelchair. He was looking more sprightly than he had earlier. "So I did, Gwynnie," Putnam said. "This is a Proctor family matter. I still don't know why we're meeting tonight. I'd rather be in bed." Grace, who was sitting beside Putnam, beamed at him and patted his hand. "So too did the Easties," Gwyneth said, directing her attention across the room where a slightly older version of Julie sat, Tracy at her side. "Furthermore, I notified our chair of divination and prophecy that Diana had been chosen by the Blackbird Oracle, as our bylaws require." The assembly gasped, and whispers broke out once more. Goody Woo met with my niece at the cafe, as Anne and Meg well know, and approved Diana's use of the cards, Gwyneth continued. "My niece's training in higher magic, and my supervision of it, will continue unless and until her path crosses the Ravenswood boundary." Gwyneth had hoisted the Ipswich Coven by their own petard, using their customs to mount an inspiring defense. Concerned by the shifting mood in the barn, Meg changed tack. "Diana Bishop is married to a vampire," Meg cried. "Do we really want our secrets known to the notorious de Clermont family? How can we allow Matthew Claremont to understand the subtleties of higher magic, given what Isabeau de Clermont did to our people?" I shut my eyes and swore silently. The Ipswich witches knew my mother-in-law's checkered past. "Everyone in this room has done something that they're ashamed of," I interrupted, appealing directly to James for support. "History is full of misdeeds and atonements, isn't it? Isabeau would be the first to admit that her prejudices and fears got the better of her during her darkest days." Howells of protest accused me of being complicit in the actions Isabeau had taken centuries ago, simply by extending an olive branch of compassion to my mother-in-law. "Order! Order!" Hitty Braybrook tried to bring the assembly under her control, banging her foot against the floor. The tide of opinion in the barn had changed again, and not in Gwyneth's favor. "And what about Diana Bishop's children? They are unnatural, of mixed witch and vampire blood," Meg glowed in triumph. "We cannot let that Bishop woman pass an understanding of higher magic to them either. No matter how vivid Meg's fantasies or this gathering's eventual determination, I will continue to share Proctor knowledge and traditions within the family." Gwyneth's voice rang through the barn. "The coven can strip me of my position, expel me, and report me to the congregation, but I will not be bullied into submission.
"You have betrayed this coven and everything we stand for, Gwyneth," Meg spat. "You have given darkness shelter." I'd had enough. Without asking for recognition from Julie, and though I was a guest and therefore had no right to speak, I faced Meg squarely. "You have an issue with me, Meg?" I demanded. "Why don't you leave the protection of the circle and step outside? I'm sure we can settle this, just the two of us." Meg's satisfied smile told me that she'd been waiting for just such an outburst. I'd fallen into her trap. "Very well," Meg replied. "I challenge Diana Bishop to prove herself fit for the study of higher magic at the crossroads." The coven's answering silence was more unnerving than all the previous hullabaloo. "A challenge has been issued. Do you accept it, Diana?" Anne asked. The crossroads card shimmered in my memory. My pocket warmed with satisfaction. Meg was not the only one whose expectations had been met this evening. The Blackbird Oracle had been proven right, too. Yes, I had no idea what this meant or why Gwyneth looked so alarmed at the prospect, but, like my aunt, I would not back down from Meg Skelling. "Is Diana ready for such a challenge?" Goody-Woo asked Gwyneth, an edge of concern sharpening her voice. "More than ready," Gwyneth confirmed. "So must it be," Anne Downing said, with a sigh. "So must it be," the coven murmured in unison. "So must it be," I said, adding my voice to the rest. Chapter 10. "I don't think there's time for me to embark on your higher magic course, Gwyneth." I sat by the fire in the old place, gripping a cup of tea and reeling from the meeting and its outcome. They've given me just a week to prepare for the crossroads. According to your syllabus, we will still be covering the basics of ritual and preparing ceremonial spaces and magical inks. "Oh, that's just the intro," Julie said, consulting the 6-page document. "We can skip that along with prognostication, oracles and omens, and even basic spell work. That puts us at Unit 3, protection spells and basic wards." "That would be useful for a normal witch," I said, curbing my panic. "But I'm a weaver. I can't use other witches' spells for more than inspiration. I have to make my own." "The curriculum allots 3 weeks for witches to perfect the use of old spells. I've got 1. What awaited me if I advanced to the status of initiate after the crossroads was even more daunting and alluring. A week keeping light and dark in balance, followed by classes on the use of wands, the magic of locks and keys, how to make poisons and their antidotes, living with the dead, and even a unit on mnemonics and mind reading. I'd borne silent witness to how the proctors practiced the higher branch of the craft. It was not done with complicated ceremonies or a daily hour of spellcasting. Instead, they wove magic into daily life. When Gwyneth adjusted the windows to let in the breeze, she sprinkled salt on the windowsills. When she crossed a threshold, her lips moved in silent blessing. Each morning when she made her first cup of tea, my aunt tucked a sprig of rosemary into the frames of the ancestral portraits. Gwyneth collected feathers wherever she went, arranging them in the already overstuffed jars found in every room of the old place and orchard farm. I, too, had been collecting the feathers that seemed always to be in my path. They'd appeared at the Thirsty Goat, on my regular walks along the shore, and even inside the farmhouse on occasion. Then there were the oracle cards, the sigils, and the ghosts, all signs that witchcraft was constantly afoot at Ravenswood. Gwyneth told time by the rising and setting of the moon, not the sun, her hours tied to the goddess's rhythms. Her most active periods sometimes began in the morning, at other times in the afternoon. During my first few days at Ravenswood, I'd wake after midnight and she would be out, walking the meadow, staring out to sea. Higher magic wasn't a bag of tricks the proctors pulled out at Halloween. It was their way of life. Could I sustain such a magical routine, attuned to forces that didn't care about university calendars or deadlines set by humans? And what if Matthew issued an ultimatum and demanded that I not continue to study higher magic, like the one my father had given to my mother? I can't just dive into higher magic without telling Matthew what's happened at Ravenswood, I said. I've been keeping things from him for weeks, small things, but this, I shook my head. I fell silent, brooding over my options. Gwyneth waited with me while I considered my dilemma. Finally, she weighed in on the matter.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Call Matthew and invite him and the children to Ravenswood, Gwyneth urged. Trust him, Diana. Put it all in the goddess's hands so that your path can become clear. I remained unconvinced. I needed to talk to someone, but I couldn't call Sarah for advice. She had just returned to Madison after spending time with Agatha in Melbourne. So far as Sarah knew, we were settling into the old lodge. Given the questions I had for her and the anger I felt after Gwyneth's revelations, now was not the time to update her. I called Ysabeau instead. It was early in the morning in France, but my mother-in-law, like most vampires, seldom slept. "What are your witches up to now?" Ysabeau demanded. I might not have told Sarah about Becca's ravens and our change of summer plans, but Matthew had kept his mother apprised. Ysabeau would never have forgiven us if we failed to disclose such important news. She was a protective grandmother and deeply involved in the children's lives. Amen over my head. There was no point in prevarication or social niceties. The Ipswich coven met today. I've been challenged by another witch, and I either have to back down and leave Ravenswood or stay here and formally commit myself to the study of higher magic. Ysabeau was silent for a few moments. And Matthew doesn't know? Yes. No. It's complicated. I was reluctant to bring the extent of my half-truth to light, but Ysabeau needed to understand my conundrum if she was going to give me advice. Matthew thinks I stayed here for the anniversary of Bridget Bishop's hanging. That's true. The coven will go to Gallows Hill tomorrow to mark her death. But one of the witches charged my Aunt Gwyneth with flouting coven rules. She said I should have been presented to the coven before launching on a course of magical study. I haven't even mastered the basic theory of higher magic yet, but a special meeting was called, and I couldn't abandon my aunt to face their tribunal alone. You have attracted the attention of a powerful enemy. Ysabeau sounded delighted at the prospect. What is this creature's name? Meg Skelling, I replied. Her animosity toward me was immediate. You already stood up to the witch. Ysabeau made a contemptuous sound. Good. Being une carpette is not in your nature, Diana. If it were, you could not be with Matthew. Now this Skelling creature knows you are a worthy adversary. Meg is powerful, Ysabeau, I confessed, not feeling worthy at all. And influential? As powerful as you? Ysabeau asked. No modesty, Diana. When faced with such an opponent, it is important you are honest about your strengths as well as your weaknesses. This was the advice of a battle-tested warrior who had survived challenges far more daunting than the one that was facing me. I'm not sure, I confessed. But Meg has walked the dark path herself and has risen through a series of tests to become an adept in higher magic. Her practice of it has the blessing of the congregation. I'm just a novice. Then you have no choice but to educate yourself until you are her equal in skill, Ysabeau replied. Your aunt is helping you on this dark path? My great-aunt, I replied. Her brother, Taliesin Proctor, was my grandfather. The line went silent, and I was afraid we'd been disconnected. Ysabeau, I am here. It was the same response that Matthew had given me when I first mentioned my grandfather's name. My suspicion that my grandfather's path had crossed the de Clermonts grew. When she was ready, Ysabeau broke the silence. Lieutenant Taliesin Proctor notified me that Philippe had fallen into the hands of the Nazis, Ysabeau said, her voice quiet. The Americans' unit was operating in the mountains of the Gothic line near San Marino.
Neither he nor I knew that Philippe had put himself in harm's way to save Janet. Janet was a bright-born descendant of Matthew, his great-granddaughter through Benjamin Fuchs. She, too, was part witch and part vampire, though not in equal blend like the twins. The Nazis had rounded her up in Romania and taken her into the concentration camps. Philippe had managed to liberate Janet along with several others from Ravenswood before he was captured by the Nazis. Given what I knew about Ysabeau's state of mind while Philippe was in enemy hands, it was a miracle that my grandfather had survived to become the editor of the Ipswich Chronicle. He brought a British soldier with him to break the news of Philippe's capture, a Captain Thomas Lloyd. I knew immediately they were both witches, Ysabeau continued. What I did not know was that they were agents for the OSS and the SOE as well. They warned me that Philippe may not survive Nazi captivity, vampire or not. My mind was bursting with questions. Lieutenant Proctor offered to help me locate Philippe and remove him from behind enemy lines, but I refused. Ysabeau's tone lowered with regret. He was a witch and a member of the congregation. How could I trust him when your kind had played a role in Philippe's capture? I scrambled to put these new pieces of information about my family into the puzzle of my life. I always wonder, when I am grieving and cannot find peace, if Lieutenant Proctor could have succeeded where Matthew and Baldwin failed. Ysabeau's voice sounded far away, carried on the tenuous strands of memory. We shall never know, but I have struggled with my decision, especially after you and Matthew were mated and the children were born. The enormity of what might have been had Ysabeau agreed to Grandpa Talley's offer threatened to take me under. Philippe might be alive still had Ysabeau only been able to trust the sincere offer of help from a witch. You must stay where you are, Diana, at Ravenswood. Ysabeau's tone returned to its usual warm steeliness. Be firm with Matthew when you tell him. Whether or not to study higher magic is your choice. He can be part of it or not. That is his choice. The vampire's advice was much the same as what Gwyneth had offered me during my time at Ravenswood. And the children? I demanded. What happens to them if Matthew can't accept higher magic into our lives? My father's ultimatum to my mother was uppermost in my mind. Ysabeau made a dismissive sound. Matthew could never leave you for long, Diana. His mating is too strong. As for Rebecca and Philip, Matthew won't deprive them of their mother's presence. Philippe would have done so without a second thought. Matthew? No. But I was still concerned. Matthew would fight me at every step if he believed the twins were at risk. Matthew must have told you about Becca and the Ravens, I said. My choice will affect her future as well as my own. He told me of the curved one's message, yes, Ysabeau said. Poor Coronis, buried in your backyard under an elm tree. But that is a tale for another day. This was Ysabeau's response whenever conversation drew too close to her ancient history. I made a mental note to look up the legend of Coronis for further insights into my mother-in-law's past. As for Matthew, he is a knight and must have a quest, Ysabeau continued. He's been researching Salem, I told her. That won't engage him for long, Ysabeau said. You must find him a better one. If not, he will make you the sole object of his attention and become a liability. Your goddess will have no more patience with you than mine did when I dithered and wasted her time. Which goddess is that? I was on thin ice already when it came to learning Ysabeau's secrets, but I took the risk of probing further. Nemesis. I was mute at the honor of being entrusted with such an important piece of information. I thought you might have guessed, Ysabeau said, drawing the cloak of her mysterious origins around herself once more. That, too, is a tale for another day. Do not worry about Matthew. Be attentive to Rebecca and Philip, for they will have to adjust to your new power and priorities. This is a lesson best learned sooner in this family rather than later. Look after your own desires and needs. All de Clermont women must do so.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. If we left it to the men, we'd be ruined. Ysabeau ended our call with the same abruptness with which it began. The sigils and hexafoils carved into the keeping room doorways shone softly in the dark. Someone had switched on all the magic in the old place. The Blackbird Oracle warmed in my pocket, reminding me that I had other sources of advice at my fingertips. I drew the cards out and shuffled them while I wondered how to tell Matthew my news. The cards arranged themselves in the same pattern I'd seen earlier in my visit. This time, a shimmering thread of blue connected the outer cards, while an amber one did the same for the inner cards. Another shot of blue thread ran vertically through the first, third, fifth, seventh, and ninth cards. An amber thread provided a horizontal axis through cards 2, 4, 6, 8, and 9. Gwyneth stole into the keeping room, drawn by the oracle's magic. "The cards are awake," she said, easing her old bones into one of the tall back chairs. Gwyneth lowered her spectacles from the crown of her head so that they were perched on her nose. The Sunwise Widdershins spread offers 2 different readings, depending on whether you move clockwise, what we used to call sunwise, or Widdershins, moving anti-clockwise. And you can read them down the vertical axis or across the horizontal axis, too. The circles contained a crossroads, too. That couldn't be an accident, given its significance in a witch's progression to the level of adept. What does the center card mean? It was the unicorn, nestled at the heart of a maze, a crescent moon overhead and sprigs of flowers all around. "It's the signifier," Gwyneth said. "The unicorn represents you, standing in the middle, bathed in shadow. I was neither a healer nor a virgin, 2 of the traditional attributes of a unicorn, but I supposed the Blackbird Oracle knew what it was doing. I assigned a number to each card, starting at the top of the outer circle and proceeding through the inner circle, in the order in which they had arranged themselves. I reversed course and assigned them another number. This spread typically presents itself only when someone faces a difficult impasse," Gwyneth explained. "The card at 12 o'clock represents your dilemma. The card at 6 o'clock represents your first option to solve it. And the card at the top of the inner circle represents your second option. The bottom card in the inner circle indicates which option would serve the highest good. How do I choose whether to read the cards Sunwise or Widdershins?" I wondered. "Usually, the cards indicate which way to proceed," Gwyneth said. The air in the keeping room was heavy with anticipation. Nothing happened. Gwyneth made us cups of tea, and we waited some more. Finally, the top card, the one that stood for my dilemma, moved left and down. "Widdershins it is," Gwyneth said. I was not surprised. Ravenswood was a logic-free zone, and my experiences here had been anything but linear. Now that I knew I was reading to the left, I could try to decipher the oracle's message. My dilemma was represented by the alchemical wedding, depicted here as an interlocking serpent and fire drake, one with wings and feet and one with smooth scales. "The double Ouroboros," Gwyneth said. "Isn't that a de Clermont family symbol? The single Ouroboros is used by the whole family. This double version is the official emblem of the Bishop Clement Sayonara family," I explained. "Matthew's grandson, Jack, had designed it for us, or so I had thought. How had it ended up on a 17th century oracle card?" I moved to the next card in the spread, the Prince of Vultures. The bird sat on a dead tree branch overlooking a barren landscape, his neck ruffled with downy white feathers and his body black. The vulture held a piece of carrion dripping with blood. The Prince of Vultures represents what's shedding light or casting darkness over your dilemma, Gwyneth reminded me. "Picking over the dead?" I frowned. "Does that mean I should question the ghosts?" "Perhaps. But vultures aren't only a symbol of death and cannibalizing ancient wisdom.
They also symbolize silence, Gwyneth said. There were all sorts of silences in my life. My own, Matthew's, my parents' secrets, Ysabeau's untold tales. They cast a deep shadow over everything that I did. As I gazed over the cards, I recognized that the box, the key, and the death's head all symbolized great mysteries. The box's image of chaos unleashed into the world was one option facing me. The key, with its dual messages of opening doors and locking away secrets, and new possibilities as well as solutions to old problems, felt like a better second choice. But the oracles were suggesting that the raven's head would lead to the best possible outcome. I sat back in my chair, reflecting on why the Blackbird Oracle had chosen the raven's head rather than one of the other raven cards. The image was specific to alchemy, representing the nigredo, or blackening phase of the Philosopher's Stone. Alchemists likened it to death, as the substances in the crucible were subjected to heat until they were reduced to ash, then put through other chemical processes to separate the charred substance from its inner spirit. The raven's head was thus a symbol of rebirth, too. The end of one stage of being and the beginning of another, I mused. Shedding what's not necessary to make room for something new. I studied the cards that provided a horizontal axis for the spread. The Vulture Prince, the Heron Prince, the Owl Queen, Quintessence. Matthew, Dad, Mom, and the children, I said, running my finger across the cards to confirm that my reading was correct. They tingled and sparkled, the firelight catching the surface in glints of amber and blue. And I was the unicorn, caught in the maze of their conflicting desires. My confusion stemmed from the concerns and priorities of those I loved. How could it be otherwise when the bishops and proctors were tied up with the de Clermonts, my magical talents, and Matthew's blood rage? Somehow, Matthew and I had to do a better job keeping these threads untangled. Secrets and lies clogged the back of my throat and made my eyes stream with frustration as I contemplated what a difference it would have made if the important people in my life had chosen a different path. If only Dad hadn't made my mother give up higher magic. If only my mother had stood up to him. If only Philippe hadn't been such a good chess player. If only Ysabeau could part with her prejudices and secrets. If only I could center myself, quiet the constant chatter of guilt and responsibility, and choose, "What do you want to do?" Gwyneth inquired. "Don't overthink it. Just say the first thing that comes to mind." "I want to beat Meg at the crossroads," I said, surprised by my own vehemence. "And then I want to study higher magic until I am an adept, like my grandfather and mother before me." The echo of my words filled the air. The hexafoils and sigils indicated that I had uttered a powerful truth, flickering in joyful pinpoints. The ancestral portraits reacted next, nodding their heads on stiff necks. The besom resting against the fireplace spun into the air and hung over the table, as if offering to take me on a wild ride through the stars. For the first time since coming to Ravenswood, I felt connected to the true spirit of the place. It may be shadowed in power and heavy with legacy, but at its core was the pure exhilaration of being true to oneself. Gwyneth reached over and clasped my hand in hers. Never forget the feeling of being aligned with your purpose. It will steer you through shadow and illuminate your path no matter where it leads. Right now, it was telling me that my husband and children belonged on the dark path with me. I'm going to call Matthew. Back at Orchard Farm, I put my treasured oracle cards to bed in the carved spell box that Gwyneth had given me, and settled into the armchair in my grandfather's office. Then I dialed my husband's cell phone.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. "You're up late," Matthew said. "The coven meeting must have lasted longer than you expected." I swallowed around the lump in my throat, unable to say the words my heart yearned to speak. "Diana?" Matthew's voice warmed with concern. "Could you come to Ipswich?" Matthew's breath left his body in a whoosh of relief. Thank God. We'll be there in 4 hours. The drive from New Haven to Ipswich took nearly 3 hours without traffic, griffins, dogs, and children who needed food, drink, and frequent bathroom breaks. There was no way he could make it here so soon. I glanced at the clock ticking on the desk. It was nearly 3 o'clock now. Matthew would reach the Boston area just as rush hour started. "Take your time," I protested. "You've got to pack and get the twins ready." "We've been ready for over a week," Matthew said gently. "The car has been packed since the last time you extended your stay." Oh. I reminded myself that vampires seldom slept and therefore had extra time to prepare for every eventuality. "You needed space and time," Matthew said. I understood that, hard though it was difficult to stay away. Rebecca and Philip were less able to see things from your perspective. The cultivation of empathy had been a focus of our child-rearing since the children could walk and had teeth, but it was not easy for them to exercise this superpower when they were hurting or lonely. "We've missed you," Matthew's voice dropped. "Me most of all." "I've missed you too," I said. "Ravenswood, Ipswich, Salem, I'm so overwhelmed I can't think straight." "I was concerned about you facing the crowd at Gallows Hill by yourself," Matthew said. "Now I can be with you. Perhaps the children can stay behind with Gwyneth?" "No," I was firm. "We can't keep the children from their lineage and its legacies." Matthew was taken aback by my response. "Of course, mon cœur. Let's talk about it when I get there." He was intending to pressure me into protecting the children. "I won't change my mind, Matthew," I said, tears springing to my eyes. "I will not do to Becca and Pip what was done to me. No secrets, no lies. It all stops here and now." I wiped away a fat, falling tear. My witch water was rising, as it always did when I experienced strong emotions. Besides, it would take more magic than I possessed to prevent Gwyneth from attending such an important event, I continued. "The children will have to come with us. They must learn who they are and where they come from us, rather than discovering the truth on their own." Darkness was drawing in and couldn't be kept at bay for much longer. "Very well," Matthew said at last. "I would have preferred to wait, but in light of the congregation's—" His voice trailed off into silence. "It's time," I said, supplying the words Matthew couldn't yet say. "Don't worry, they'll be utterly surrounded by Proctors." Matthew didn't know or trust the Proctors yet. He was used to relying on members of his family for support, not mine. That would have to change too. "Drive safely," I said. "Please try to obey the speed limit." "No promises," Matthew replied. "See you soon, my love." I held the phone to my heart after Matthew hung up. Had I done the right thing? I wanted Matthew to be there when I met Meg's challenge and chose my path. When he found out all that was involved, would he refuse to walk it with me? I was too exhausted to think about it now, and there were precious few hours of sleep left before Matthew and the twins arrived. I climbed the stairs, flipped on the light at the bedroom door, and sloughed off my shoes. Nestled into the center of my pillow was a fluffy gray and white feather. The horizontal markings resembled those of a barn owl, but the colors were wrong. The size was wrong, too. This feather was far lengthier than would be found on most owls. I checked the windows, thinking some strange bird must have flown in through a loose screen. They were all secure. My flesh rippled at the uncanny sight of that single, long feather with its downy fluff and shadowed hue. Perhaps the Owl Queen had paid a visit. I plucked the feather from the pillow and brushed its softness against my cheek. Then I crept into bed and turned off the light, the Owl Queen's gift still in my hand. Part 2, Chapter 11. Next morning, the slam of car doors and chorus of ecstatic barks and chirrups indicated that Matthew and the children had arrived. I flew out of the old place to meet them.
It tingles! Becca was already out of her seat, hopping from one foot to the other. Tamsy hung from her arms, eyes wide with astonishment. See if you can feel it, Pip. Pip climbed down with more caution. He stood unsteady, then bent over to put his hands on the earth. Becca removed her lavender sneakers. It's even better with bare feet. Matthew released the back hatch, and Arduina tripped out on her long legs, graceful as a ballerina. She gave a good shake and slunked off to the scrubby brush on the side of the property, sniffing to see if there were any creatures hiding there that she might be able to chase. Apollo stuck one paw out of the cargo area, then slowly released another. Gingerly, he dropped them to the ground so that he was half in the car and half out. Apollo's eyes widened in surprise. As a magical creature, he felt the same tingle Becca had. He slithered until he was fully out of the Range Rover, at which point his Labrador disguising spell evaporated, revealing the splendid griffin underneath. My poor weaving was no match for the power of Ravenswood. Matthew lowered the hatch and it snicked closed. At the touch of his eyes, the world was set to rights. We met halfway between the car and the house, each of us eager for the reassurance of physical contact. I don't like being separated from you, I said as he folded me in his arms. I don't either, Malion, Matthew replied. We held each other, my heart beating in a rapid rhythm. Matthew's pulse was equally strong, though slower, and my own quieted to match, reveling in our instant connection. "Mommy!" Pip thundered toward us, one shoe on and the other forgotten by the car. He barreled into me without regard for the fact that I had no vampire blood to withstand such an enthusiastic reunion. "Steady, Philip." Matthew stayed Pip's momentum with a firm hand. "Mama cannot hug you with broken arms." "Mom!" The fireball of energy that was Becca plowed into the family hug. "I love it here. The ground is welcoming me. Can we stay?" "You are always welcome at Ravenswood, Rebecca." Gwyneth had followed me out of the house, leaving plenty of space for the family to come together before she joined in our reunion. "All of you are. I'm Aunt Gwyneth." "Thank you for having us." Matthew gathered the children closer. It was an instinctive movement, and Gwyneth's eyes flickered as she registered it. "It's a pleasure to meet another member of Diana's family." My husband's tone did not match his words. It was wary, like his embrace of the twins. Gwyneth pretended otherwise, and approached Matthew with her hand extended. Matthew de Clement. There would be no effusive hugging between my aunt and my husband. "My brother Taliesin met your mother during the war. She left an indelible impression on him." So Gwyneth had known about Isabeau's interactions with Grandpa Tally. "Which war?" Matthew's expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes narrowed. "World War II, Gwyneth replied, without missing a beat. "He was in the Allied Intelligence Service?" "My mother never mentioned him." Matthew absorbed this piece of information with his usual impassivity, but I suspected that it was not the whole truth. With a bright smile, Gwyneth turned to the children. "You must be Philip." She gestured toward the griffin, who was preening in the strong sunlight. "Who's your friend?" Pip said shyly. "And he's not my friend. He's my familiar." I thought as much. "Do you see that big rock down by the marsh?" Gwyneth shielded her eyes and directed our attention to the enormous granite boulder that dominated the shore. "Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. That's where your grandpa's heron familiar, Bennu, first appeared to help him learn his knots so he could make spells." Pip's eyes were round. "Really? Really?" Aunt Gwyneth beamed at her great-great-nephew. "You look like your grandpa, you know. All those freckles." Pip giggled. "This is Tamsy." Becca, feeling left out, held her doll up for Gwyneth's inspection. The bone ring around the doll's neck shone in the light. She wanted to come home, too. Gwyneth drew a sharp breath. "I imagine she did. Where did Tamsy get her ring, Rebecca? It looks very old." Rebecca shrugged. "It was in the dead raven's beak. I thought she'd want me to keep it. A gentle buzzing in my pocket suggested that I could ask the oracle about Becca's decision. Ardwina was the last to welcome me. She had finished a thorough exploration of the hedge and was panting with all the excitement of new smells and sounds. "Hello, sweetie." I ruffled her fur and scratched her ear until her back leg thumped in ecstasy. "I trust everything meets your expectations." The deerhound's vigorous tail wagging confirmed it. "Where are my manners?" Gwyneth clapped her hands. "You've had a long drive and must be thirsty. Who wants lemonade? And I have blueberry muffins, too." Becca nodded enthusiastically. Thankfully, her reliance on blood as a major source of nourishment had waned as she aged, and she was less finicky about what she consumed. "Yes, please," Pip said. Gwyneth beckoned the twins toward the house. "Let's get out of this bright sunshine and get everybody fed and watered." Ardwina, who knew what both fed and watered meant, loped past Gwyneth to the promised land of the kitchen, the twins behind her. Apollo glued himself to Gwyneth's side, chattering away and letting out the occasional chortle. He spread his wings wide, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "Yes, there are a great many birds around here," Gwyneth responded to the griffin as though she understood perfectly what he was saying. "I don't imagine you have anything to worry about, Apollo. You've got wings and a beak. Surely that's all you need to join in their flights." Matthew and I remained where we were. A shimmer of awakened power filled the space between us with golden motes that attracted the dragonflies and bees that hummed over the meadow. My husband searched my face, caressing my cheek and drawing a wayward curl away from my eye. His expression of wonder reminded me of the first time we dared to touch each other in love. The power of our connection undeniable. "You look like you're seeing me for the first time," I said, resting my cheek in his hand. "Maybe I am," Matthew replied softly. I kissed his palm, and his eyes smoldered with unmet desire. Then he remembered where we were. The moment passed, but we would return to it later. He took my hand and we strolled toward the house. "We've barely got time for an early lunch and a whirlwind tour of the old place and orchard farm before we have to go to Salem," I said, knowing how many questions Matthew must have about my experiences at Ravenswood. "Can our catch-up wait until after the ceremony?" "It sounded urgent last night," Matthew said, frowning. He suspected something was not quite right. "You'll see why when we get to Gallows Hill," I said. "Essex County is not like Madison County. The witches here are in a league of their own." Matthew's frown deepened, but he let me lead him into the old place to join Gwyneth and the twins. It was, I knew, only a temporary reprieve. Good Lord! Matthew surveyed the cars that were parked haphazardly near the intersection of Bridge Street and Boston Street, a short walk from Proctor's Ledge. It had been cordoned off so that the witches could find a place to park on a busy summer Saturday, when Salem was filled with tourists buying black hats and potion bottles filled with scented oil. I sighed. It's a lot, I know. Matthew was familiar with the close relationship between witches and their modes of transport, be they car or broom. Vampires were the same, although they prioritized raw horsepower over everything else, including fuel economy and the environment. But nothing could prepare you for the sight of 100 parked cars driven by witches from all over New England on the anniversary of Salem's hanging times. Curious visitors took pictures of the vehicles to share with the folks back home. The snapshots would no doubt feature the SUV with a flying black witch attached to its roof rack. The bumper stickers Sarah was so fond of were all represented, as well as others that were unique to the area. "We are the daughters of the witches you didn't hang," proclaimed one popular example. "1692, they missed one," read another. And it wasn't only the bumpers that carried messages. An ancient VW Bug was covered in pagan symbols and crescent moons. 19 nooses decorated the side of a paneled van, one for every accused witch hanged over the summer of 1692. The owner had not forgotten poor Giles Corey, pressed to death under a rock-covered plank when he refused to confess. The rear of the vehicle was embellished with a painting of said wooden plank with Giles' name inscribed in red paint. The other side of the van was dedicated to the 5 unfortunate souls who had died in jail: Anne Foster, Sarah Osborne, Lydia Dustin, Roger Toothaker, and Mercy Good, who was born in prison and died before her mother was hanged. 4 large tombstones and 1 tiny marker for Mercy were silent testaments to lives lived and tragically lost centuries ago. I spotted Grace's Ipswich seafood truck pulling into the parking lot with its enchanting bivalve. The family are here. I straightened Pip's collar and made sure that Becca had shoes on. Since arriving, she had preferred to go barefoot. Aunt Gwyneth will be with 2 of Mommy's cousins. We'll walk to the memorial together and then put Aunt Gwyneth's flowers under Granny Bridget's stone. I miss Apollo, Pip said, clutching his long-eared rabbit, Cuthbert, for comfort. We'd left the animals behind under Granny Dorcas's watchful eye. It was going to be difficult enough to manage the children while supporting Gwyneth. A griffin with a Houdini-like ability to shed his disguising spell and a scary-looking wolfhound with very sharp teeth would have made it impossible. "Hi, Aunt Gwyneth." Becca removed Tamsy from the seatbelt she'd fashioned from Arduinus dog leash. Sadly, we had not succeeded in leaving the doll at Ravenswood. Our daughter trotted off, eager to meet more Proctor witches. "Do you want to go with Becca?" I asked Pip, as Matthew carefully removed a large bouquet picked that morning from the back of the Range Rover. Grace's van was filled with empty crab pots, so she'd carried Gwyneth and we'd brought the flowers. "I'll stay with you." Pip was still adjusting to his new environment. His clinginess was a departure from his usual roll with the punches approach to life. Matthew eyed Pip with concern before his features smoothed out into something that was gentle yet determined. "I could use your help with this vase, Philip, if you have a spare hand." Now occupied with important business, Pip started to relax. By the time we'd met up with the Proctors, he was even giggling at some of the more overtly witchy car decorations. "Have you seen that?" Grace asked, picking up on Pip's interest. She pointed to the city's water tower, peeking over the summit of Gallows Hill. It was painted Salem and ornamented with a black witch's silhouette flying skyward on a broom. She gave Matthew a nod and a smile. "Ridiculous," Pip said, giggling again. "Everybody knows witches don't need brooms to fly, just spells." "Exactly," Grace said. "Tell me about your rabbit." Pip was quick to abandon Matthew now that he'd met a kindred spirit who appreciated his stuffed companion. "Thanks for bringing the flowers, Matthew." Tracy took charge of Gwyneth's elbow, making sure our aunt didn't stumble over the broken pavement. "I'm Diana's cousin Tracy. Welcome to Salem. It makes quite an impression." His was a classically obscure vampire response.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. "You ain't seen nothing yet," Tracy said. She hoisted a bag filled with snacks and water bottles onto her shoulder. "I thought Julie and the kids might need munchies and some hydration to keep their blood sugar on an even keel." "Good idea," I said. Matthew might have been reserving judgment, but I was thrilled to have Tracy's eyes on the twins. We made our way to Pope Street. A nod of witches indicated we were close to the memorial. Matthew's step faltered. "From what I've been reading, Bridget Bishop was something of an outcast amongst the witches of the area," Matthew murmured. He checked on Becca, who was skipping next to Gwyneth, and Pip, who was enumerating the family's other pets to Grace. She didn't seem at all surprised that one was a griffin. "Don't let the crowd fool you," I replied. "They're only here to get a sneak peek at the memorial." "And you?" "They're here!" Julie burst out of the throng, her long arms extended and her legs encased in a pair of hot pink Bermuda shorts. She picked up one knee. "I'm not a flamingo. You can call me Aunt Julie like everybody else."
Julie's joy was infectious. Even Matthew lifted a corner of his mouth as she swept toward us like an airplane in flight. "My goodness, Philip, you're very tall for your age," Julie told Pip, winning his undying love. She cemented a place in his heart by shaking Cuthbert's ear. "Nice to meet you, too. And you must be Rebecca." Julie's hand touched Becca's raven dark head, and Matthew tensed beside me. He'd heard my tale of how Peter Knox had tried to invade my mind with just such a touch. "Look what I found," Julie said, seeming to draw a small black feather from Becca's long tresses. "It told me to give it to you." "You talk to feathers?" Becca's face lit up. "I do too, and birds, and sometimes the trees, but they've been quiet lately. I talk to the wind and cast spells for the fishermen to keep their boats from being damaged in storms," Julie replied. "Christ Jesu," Matthew said under his breath, "filia mea custodiat." Falling back on medieval Catholicism was a sure sign he was under stress. "Neither of your children is in any danger," Gwyneth said softly. She was not Catholic, but she knew Latin. "Not with so many Proctors here. Who would like to meet Put-Put? He's even older than Aunt Gwyneth." Julie put her hands on her hips and waggled her eyebrows like Tinker Bell. "I beg your pardon," Gwyneth said tartly, but Julie's grin only got wider. Julie led the twins off like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. There was something irresistible about her sparkling web of magic and possibility. "Should you go with her?" Matthew asked, holding the heavy bouquet in one hand, as though it too were a feather. "We'll all go," Gwyneth said firmly. "Together. The moon is near nadir, and they'll be waiting for Diana." I was surprised. Who knew I was coming? "Everyone within reach of the coven phone tree, of course," Tracy replied. "Come on, let's not keep the old biddies waiting." We were yards away when the whispers began. Then came the curious looks. There were a few pointed fingers, too. Pip and Becca, oblivious to it all, had made friends with the elderly man from the coven meeting. Standing next to him was the young lawyer who'd invoked the United States Constitution in my defense. Matthew took account of every narrowed eye and acid remark. "That's her," one witch whispered to her neighbor. "And that's her vampire." "Steady," I murmured. It was the advice Matthew always gave Pip when he forgot he was part vampire and acted on his instincts. My husband, however, was all vampire. He remained calm, but the ticking of the dark vein in his temple and the set of his jaw revealed that he was on guard and would move swiftly if anyone made an aggressive move. "Are you all right, Gwyneth?" Matthew inquired, not taking his eyes off the crowd. His protectiveness had quickly enfolded my aunt. "Perfectly fine, Matthew," Gwyneth said serenely. "You worry about the flowers. Everything else is under control." We joined the rest of the family. "Marvels and magic! You are tall, even for a vampire," said the old man in the wheelchair. "Come closer so I can get a good look at you." "This is Put-Put," Pip told Matthew, shifting his weight between his feet. "He was a soldier, too, just like Grandpère. But he fought on a ship. So did Uncle Ike, but that was in a different war, and he was a merman. A Marine. Ike was the lawyer with the Harvard t-shirt. He had luminous jade-green eyes and high cheekbones, and was as tall and broad as Matthew. He extended a hand to my husband. Isaac Mather, Put-Put's grandson. Most people call me Junior, but I prefer Ike." Matthew's eyes widened slightly at the familiar last name, then returned to normal as he clasped Ike's hand. The two men exchanged a look like those I'd seen pass between Matthew and Marcus and Gallowglass and Fernando. It was the look that soldiers gave one another, a recognition that they were brothers in arms, no matter which side they fought on, who shared a common code of honor. My husband's shoulders relaxed a fraction more. "Bend down, young man," Put-Put said testily. "My neck doesn't work that way anymore, and I still can't see you." Matthew did so. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." "Sir." Put-Put looked like he'd bitten into something sour. He pointed to his hat. It was embroidered with USS Essex and had a badge of 3 bars, 3 stars, and a white eagle. I left the officer corps to tally. Then my son went to Annapolis, and I was outranked. As for Junior, he enlisted in the Marines and broke his mother's heart. Put-Put's look of pride indicated that he thought the world of Ike, no matter what he said with his dry New England wit. "That's Captain Junior to you, Master Chief." I grinned down at his elder, who gave him a sharp salute. "Let me take those flowers, Matthew. What on earth were you thinking, Aunt Gwynnie? This vase is so big you won't be able to read Bridget Bishop's name on the stone." Gwyneth had been out in the early hours of the morning, selecting blossoms for the bouquet. White anemones with their dark centers, red roses, white snapdragons, purple irises, bright marigolds, sprigs of azalea from the shrub outside the farmhouse, and the velvety celadon leaves of silver ragwort. Now that Matthew's hands were free, he was able to gather Becca in one arm and Pip in the other. "And here is Anne with the rest of the coven. Perfect timing as ever," Julie said brightly. She maneuvered into place behind Matthew, linking arms with Tracy and Grace. The 3 witches were smiling, but steely resolve shone in their eyes. The Proctors were going to present a unified front at today's proceedings, no matter what bombs were lobbed our way. I swung around to see who had joined Anne today. Meg Skelling's uncanny eyes met mine. She hissed. Matthew's spine straightened, his teeth bared in a terrifying smile. I quickly passed the flowers to Grace. "Hey, Squirt," Ike said to Pip, "you want a lift so you can see better?" Pip held his arms up. "Yes, please." In one smooth move, Ike lifted Pip onto his shoulders. It was an exhibition of controlled strength. Matthew drew Becca closer. "Come here." Put beckoned the members of the Ipswich Coven over to where we stood. "We need to show the Salem witches that we outnumber them." Anne hesitated. "I warned you," Meg said, low and venomous as a snake. "I warned you that Diana Bishop would share our sacred knowledge with that creature." She forked her hands in Matthew's direction. Without a moment's hesitation, I sent a black thread toward her. It wrapped around Meg's fingers. I tightened the lasso's hold, and she gasped. "Don't fork with me," I said, deadly serious. "Not today." "Dang, you beat me to it, Diana," Julie said, her eyes glowing with amusement and power. "If you can beat Julie to a spell, you really are a Proctor." Grace's eyes crinkled at the corners. "What is she talking about?" murmured, his lips close to my ear. "What sacred knowledge?" "Later," I replied under my breath. "Anne, you haven't met my husband, Matthew Claremont."
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Anne is the high priestess of the Ipswich Coven. Matthew's name tag proclaimed her position, as did those worn by Hitty Braybrook, Betty Prince, and Meg. Katrina was there too, her tinted glasses a mournful gray in honor of the occasion, and her parasol black. The screech of a poorly controlled microphone split the air, capturing everyone's attention. "Welcome to this special soft opening for the Proctor's Ledge Memorial," a city official said, interrupting the growing tension among the Ipswich Coven membership. "We didn't expect such a crowd." The woman laughed, nervous. "But we're delighted that you can all be here on this sunny day." "She makes it sound like the Martyrs' Memorial is a new Dunkin' Donuts," Tracy muttered. "And forecasting the weather is not her forte," Katrina said, twirling her parasol to block the sunshine. "A storm is headed this way." Everyone looked up in disbelief. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, but we all knew better than to question the chair of divination and prophecy when it came to making predictions. I shrugged off my own sixth sense that a brewing storm was an ill omen and returned my attention to the ceremony, ignoring Meg's fixed stare. "We are all aware, here in Salem, that today marks the 325th anniversary of the first hanging to take place at Proctor's Ledge," the official continued.
While we will welcome the general public here in July, it felt neighborly and right to give this special community VIP access. Julie groaned. Now she's turned it into a movie premiere. And I'm told that one of Bridget Bishop's direct descendants is with us today, chirped the city official. Pip and Becca raised their hands. 3, actually, I said, stepping forward. It's showtime, Ike said, putting Pip down and taking Gwyneth's arrangement from Grace. I'm right behind you, cuz. Julie had called me cuz when I was outflanked by unfamiliar witches at the Thirsty Goat. Was it a Proctor endearment or a warning to any witches within earshot to back off or face the family's collective wrath? I gave Matthew a reassuring smile and bent to kiss Becca on the brow. Can I come too? She asked, her expression full of entreaty. I hesitated and looked to Matthew. All eyes were upon us, and much depended on everyone remaining composed. He nodded, and I took Becca by the hand. Do you want to go with us? I asked Pip. No, I want Dad to pick me up like Uncle Ike did so I can see you from here, Pip replied. Wise wizard, for one so young. Tracy handed Pip a granola bar as a reward. Here, you don't want to get lightheaded at high altitude. The crowd parted before us, falling silent as we passed. It was not out of respect, but rather a sign of how amazed the witches were to have bishops walking freely among them. Once my back was turned, however, snippets of bile floated to my ears. I heard the words fault, as well as the distinct phrase, she deserved it. I spun around, using my teacher stare to reveal the identity of the witch who had said those unforgivable words. Ike put himself between Becca and the crowd. He was ready to clobber anyone who laid a finger on my daughter, first with Gwyneth's heavy crystal vase and then with his bare hands. The guilty party wasn't hard to spot. She was red-cheeked and defiant, but I could smell her fear. Don't. My voice was rich with the promise of magic to come, and a lock of red-gold hair whipped against my cheek like a lick of fire. For all I knew, my head was ablaze with anger. The witch's eyes dropped to the ground. Coward. I used silent speech, sure that most of the witches present would hear me. The gasps told me that my assumption was correct. A smattering of applause sounded from the Proctor encampment. Listen, Mom, Becca said, her eyes wide. They're clapping for Granny Bridget. She must be famous in this town. I smiled and nodded, moving her closer to Ike. Together, we went to the curving stone wall of the memorial. The names of the martyrs were arranged in a terrible timeline of executions. Bridget's stone was the first and the only one to read June 10, 1692. Ready? Ike asked. Becca nodded, thinking the question was for her. I guess so, I replied, taking a deep breath. Ike nestled the vase filled with brightly colored blossoms at the base of the wall under Bridget's name. He stepped back so that Becca and I could approach. Becca, who was no stranger to memorials and spent hours in the de Clermont Chapel whenever we visited septeurs in hopes of seeing Hugh de Clermont's elusive ghost, wasted no time in plucking a single red rose from the arrangement. She kissed its velvet petals and touched the flower to Bridget's name before putting it at the foot of the vase. Well done, I said, my heart filled with pride at my daughter's dignified sense of ceremony. It was my turn. I rested my hands against the stone wall in silent communion with my ancestor, who had faced the gallows alone. As a historian, I was not surprised that Bridget's fiercest enemies in 1692 had been her one-time friends. It happened all the time, in every century and every culture. But I was angry that such allegiances could be so quickly cast aside. A tear fell from my eye into the vase of flowers. Then another. The change of barometric pressure, combined with my rage and heartache, was too much for the atmosphere to bear. The heavens opened, clouds roiling in a sudden tempest. Wow, Ike said, blinking away the sudden torrent of raindrops. Many of the witches had umbrellas with them. They, too, had smelled an approaching storm and come armed to Proctor's ledge. Katrina held her parasol so it would protect Put-Put and Gwyneth from the downpour. "Woohoo!" Julie cried, whipping a bucket hat out of her back pocket and slapping it on her blonde head. "There's a new sheriff in town, and her name is Bishop." Startled by this announcement, I released a lightning bolt into the sky. "We don't see much ground lightning on the coast," I commented mildly, taking Becca's hand. "You might want to follow it up with a bolt from the blue, cuz, or a bit of spider lightning, just in case there are any meteorologists among the tourists." I waved my hand above my head as though I were diverting the raindrops, and a gratifying clap of thunder and a network of silver illuminated the underside of the darkest cloud. I took Becca's other hand, and the three of us ran toward Matthew and the rest of the family. Matthew caught me in his arms. He'd put Pip down at the first hint of lightning, so that our son didn't become an electrical conduit. "If you intended to make it rain, you should have warned me to bring an umbrella," he said, pressing his lips against my ear in a kiss. "Weren't you a Boy Scout?" I said, my shoulders shivering in the white shirt that was now stuck to me. "Hardly," Matthew said, eyeing my body appreciatively. "I was a Girl Scout," Grace said, handing my husband a large golf umbrella. "And our Mount Holyoke education taught us to be prepared for any crisis." "Thanks, Grace," Matthew said, holding it over me and the children. "God, I need coffee," Ike said, releasing the brake on Put-Put's chair. "I bet you do too, Grandpa." Matthew's expression turned wolfish and hungry. "Let's stop at the Thirsty Goat on our way out to the Neck," Gwyneth suggested. "We can take our drinks home and steam in front of the fire with Granny Dorcas." The prospect of dry clothes was enough to get us all moving toward the parking lot. Our fast retreat was halted by Meg and some of her cronies. They strung themselves across the path, a moat of malevolence that would be difficult to cross. In the thick of the mob, the cowardly witch who hadn't the courage to face me before now did. "Tss," Meg hissed. The rest of the witches took up Meg's strange song until the air filled with the sibilant sound. "Go back where you came from," Meg said, her strange eyes sparking green and black. "Why is she mad?" Becca asked her father. "Because you don't belong." Meg spat at the ground near Becca's feet.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Julie was nose to nose with Meg before Matthew could move. Vampires were fast, but magic, it was always faster. "All righty, Meg." Julie had a handful of fire in one hand and a curved blade in the other. Ike told me never to bring a knife to a firefight, so I brought both. Meg's eyes flickered with alarm. Julie was more powerful than she seemed. "Grace, Ike, get everybody into the cars and then home," Julie said in a tone that didn't welcome negotiation. "We don't want Becca and Pip to get sick on their first day in Essex County. It wouldn't be much of a welcome, would it, Meg?" "Go," I told Matthew. "I'll stay with Julie." My hands were itching to make more magic. "I appreciate the offer, cuz, but Meg and I need to chat about a few things. Nothing that need bother you," Julie said. "We don't want you falling sick either. Not with the crossroads in a week's time." "What crossroads?" Matthew asked, his vampire instincts on alert. "Let's go home," I said, "to Ravenswood, where we belong." I swept the line of witches with a deadly stare, daring them to disagree with me. None did. "Why the hell didn't you tell me?" Matthew exploded. We'd been arguing since the children went to bed. First, the twins had demanded answers to at least 1,000,000 questions while they sipped warm apple cider in front of Gwyneth's fire. My aunt supplied as many as she could, while I remained as quiet and invisible as possible. Matthew seethed with his own unanswered queries, and after dosing him with a full pot of coffee, Gwyneth resorted to pulling red wine out of a cupboard. Julie and Ike tried to smooth things over, too, but their efforts were in vain. The agonizing afternoon we'd spent with the family at Proctor's Ledge and the stilted conversation over dinner seemed a positive picnic compared to what was happening now behind the closed door of Grandpa Tally's study. "Lower your voice," I said. "You know how sensitive their hearing is. Becca and Pip have been through enough today."
Matthew nearly put his fist through Tally's oak desk, trying to curb his tongue and his temper. "You should have told me as soon as this vendetta with Meg started," Matthew said. "I would never have allowed you to remain here alone had I known." "Allowed me?" I was incredulous. "I don't require your permission to live my life, Matthew." "It's not your life." Matthew gripped me by the elbows. "It's our life. Why can't you see that your magic touches all of us?" "You made it and married a witch," I retorted. "You knew what you were getting into." "I thought so," Matthew shot back. "Oracles, prophetic twins, higher magic, dark paths that meet at a crossroads? Until now, these had never been part of our life." The Proctors were, as I feared, challenging Matthew's control over his ingrained prejudices and deep Catholic faith. Years ago, I'd confessed that I felt the pull of darker, higher magic and was afraid Matthew might not be able to accept it. He'd reassured me then, saying that there was darkness in him, too. "What happened to loving my darkness?" I demanded. I said I couldn't hate you for it because I fought against my own every day. Matthew's pupils shot wide, giving him a dangerous, wolfish look to his face. "But not hating you and loving your darkness are two very different things. My God, the children understand that, and they're only 6. "The twins have had the benefit of your fine medieval education," I hissed in reply. "I was raised by ordinary witches, not someone who studied philosophy and theology at the University of Paris under Peter Abelard and can use logic to thread a camel through the eye of a needle." Matthew blinked, taken aback by my vitriol. "As for darkness, I'll know more about that once I defeat Meg at the crossroads," I continued. "If you fail," Matthew growled. "I've never failed a test in my life," I replied. "I just have to hold Meg off until I see the dark path." "I know more about darkness than you do, Diana," Matthew said. "I don't want it to be part of your life or the life of our children." "Darkness is a part of life," I cried. "It's only a problem when you pretend it doesn't exist." "I have never ignored it or its power," Matthew replied, crossing his arms over his chest. "Darkness has been my close companion for some time." "Bullshit," I pressed my finger into his chest. "You've experienced pain, trauma, sin, and agony, and you've turned that all inward until you convinced yourself that you are darkness incarnate. Well, I've faced darkness here at Ravenswood, and I hate to tell you, but you aren't it." Matthew's jaw tightened with fury. "Go ahead. Let it out," I said, my voice as level as one of my grandfather's neatly arranged bookshelves. "I've never been afraid of you, Matthew, or your shadows, or your anger. But you are filled with fear, and it makes you darkness's willing prey." "Everyone fears darkness," Matthew said. "To think you are immune from it is unforgivable hubris." "The goddess forgives everything," I told him, "and you don't even have to flagellate yourself to earn it." Matthew recoiled in shock. Normally, his faith was off limits when we argued, but tonight's disagreement was far from normal. "Why do you need to do this? Are you unhappy?" Matthew demanded. "Is there something lacking in your life, something I'm not providing you that I should?" "This is not about you, Matthew." I took his clenched fists in my hands. "My desire for higher magic is innate. It's in my blood, on both sides of my family. And like blood rage, there isn't a drug to cure me of it." My words hit a painful bruise, and Matthew looked away. "If you take the dark path at the crossroads, I will follow you," Matthew promised. "God help us then. God help Rebecca and Philip. Will they lose both their parents, just as you lost yours?" I cried. The farmhouse's screen door creaked open and slammed shut. "What was that?" I asked Matthew. "Philip," Matthew said. "He's talking to Apollo." "Why was he outside?" "I'd left Pip upstairs tucked into bed. We found him in the mudroom trying to remove his boots." Pip was soaked to the skin, trembling, and carrying a droopy rabbit. "What's wrong, Pip?" I said, gathering him close. Apollo joined in, enfolding us in a damp, feathery embrace. He clacked and chirped with worry. "I'm sorry," Pip said, before he burst into sobs. Chapter 12. "Shh, shh," I murmured, rocking him in my arms. "It's all right, it's all right." "But it isn't," Pip screamed through his tears. "You were yelling at each other. You're not supposed to yell in the house." "That was wrong of us, Philip," Matthew said, crouching before him. "Where have you been?" "Becca said we should run away," Pip hiccuped. "But I couldn't go in there with her. It made my tummy hurt, and I was scared of the dark." "Go in where?" I said, my panic rising. "The attic? The barn?" The twins had been told both areas were strictly off limits, unless they were with Gwyneth. "The trees by Aunt Gwyneth's house," Pip said, sniffling. "Apollo didn't like them either." "She's in the Ravenswood." I let go of my son and jammed my feet into one of the many pairs of Wellington boots that were stored here, pulling on a bright yellow slicker at the same time. I grabbed a flashlight. It sent out a weak glow, but it was better than nothing. I have to find her. Arduina. A crack of thunder and a flash of lightning emphasized Becca's peril. The rain, which had been falling steadily, now came down in watery pellets that made a sharp sound when they hit the ground. "Can I stay here?" Pip's face was white at the prospect of going back out into the stormy darkness. "You can stay with Aunt Gwyneth." I'd already lost track of one child. I wasn't going to leave the other home alone. I raced across the garden, trampling Gwyneth's prized flowers in my haste. Matthew picked up Pip and was already knocking on the door of the old place when I arrived on its stolid granite step. "Just go in," I shouted over the rain. "She's probably asleep." But my aunt was not asleep.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Gwyneth was still fully clothed, though her startled expression suggested we'd woken her from a nap. "Is everything all right?" Gwyneth asked, opening the door wide to let us in. "Becca is gone." I stood in the pouring rain and swallowed down the lump of dread that was lodged in my throat. "We need to find her before the storm gets any worse." "Gone where?" Gwyneth frowned. "She's in the Ravenswood," I replied. Gwyneth's face turned milky with shock. "Alone? Under a full moon?" Another rumble of thunder and flash of lightning lent urgency to my words. "Can Philip and Apollo stay with you?" Matthew asked, depositing Pip in the old place's narrow entrance. "I didn't like the woods, Aunt Gwyneth." Heavy tears fell from Pip's eyes. "Now Becca's alone in the rain, and it's all my fault." "You were right not to go into the Ravenswood." Gwyneth reached for the mackintosh hanging from a peg by the door. "There's no telling what the storm and the moon have awakened." "I don't want to go," Pip protested. "We're both going, me because I know the wood, and you because Becca is your twin sister." My aunt took Pip's hand and turned to his griffin familiar. "It's your responsibility to watch after Pip. Understood?" Apollo thumped his kale, eagle-eyed and serious. There was no idle chatter now. Gwyneth grabbed her wand and sharp-bladed a thame from a basket by the door. She picked up an ancient lantern and murmured a spell to conjure everlasting witch-fire. The lantern filled with a glow that was far brighter than what was produced by my flashlight. Together, we set out toward the dark grove of trees at the end of the meadow, to look for our missing daughter. Lantern and flashlight bobbing, we followed the narrow trail that led from the old place into the trees. An eerie green-gray glow surrounded us, and ether trails of mist crept through the thickets of black huckleberry and wild blueberry, sending fingers of fog deeper into the wood. "Becca!" I cried out, hoping that my voice would carry through the stout trunks of the hemlock, oak, and pine. Pip added his voice to mine, while Gwyneth swung her lantern in shallow arcs, using it as a divining rod that might indicate Becca's location. The trees closed around us as we trampled ferns and pushed aside the toothed-leaved branches of summersweet.
Matthew attempted to track Becca's scent, keeping a sharp eye out for freshly broken branches or footprints in the wet earth that might indicate our daughter had passed this way. "Find Becca," I told Ardwina. She was familiar with this command and scampered into the darkness. The gray mist we had encountered in delicate tendrils at the edges of the Ravenswood grew thicker, clinging to the hemlocks and swirling around the ancient oak trees. "I'm still scared," Pip confided in Apollo, who promptly extended a golden wing to shelter him from the gloom. "Any trace of her?" I asked Matthew, desperate for some indication that we were on the right path. "I picked up a bit of her scent when we entered the forest, but it faded away." Matthew crouched to be closer to the woodland's floor. He pressed his hands against the mat of fallen leaves and needles that were soaking up the storm's moisture like a sponge. "The ground is so thickly covered with debris that someone as slight as Rebecca isn't likely to leave footprints." Matthew stood, his mouth arranged in a grim line. The sharp set of his shoulders and the tense muscles in his thighs indicated he was ready to race to his daughter's aid. Gwyneth pulled her crooked wand from the front pocket of her pants. She held it aloft and murmured a few words. The end of the wand sent out firecracker sparks of gold and green. "May I borrow your familiar, Philip?" Gwyneth asked. "I'll give you my magic lantern in exchange. It will serve as a lighthouse like the one in the bay, so that Apollo will be sure to find his way back to you." Pip nodded, his eyes as wide as an owl's. Apollo spread his wings and cocked his head, awaiting further instruction. "You know what to do," Gwyneth murmured to the griffin. "Fly and find your charge's sister spirit." Apollo's answering shriek cleaved the air as he soared upward, his golden plumage on full display and a lethal claws of his lion's paws extended. The griffin climbed to a height that allowed his eagle eyes to see farther even than Matthew. Emboldened by the steady light from Gwyneth's lantern, Pip renewed his calls to his sister. Gwyneth, eyes closed, let her wand lead the way. Matthew continued to scan the ground, making methodical sweeps of the area. "Too slow," I murmured, feeling the urgency rise as we traveled deeper into the Ravenswood. I felt useless, unable to do anything more than follow Gwyneth and Matthew in their pursuit. I realized there was something more I could do, something that wouldn't get tangled up with Gwyneth's magic or disturb the powers of the wood. I had been so caught up in fear for Becca's safety that I had forgotten Apollo was not the only member of the family who could fly. "Magic is faster," I reminded Matthew, handing him the flashlight. Matthew gave me a small smile that collapsed into a worried frown as he realized that I too would soon be out of his sight. There was no time to reassure him. Becca was out in the storm, angry with her parents and separated from her brother. Determined to find her and put things to rights, I called on the air to lift me into the sky. Apollo saw me flying in his wake and widened his search area in response. I flew through the tree houses, some recent and others long abandoned by the Proctor children. I passed by a tall sassafras tree, my hands brushing the leaves and releasing their sweet scent. I spied dark patches in a clearing where a fire had been lit, and wondered what higher magic had been worked there. A flash of phosphorescence slipped between the trunks of two oak trees, about the height of a 6-year-old. "Becca!" I cried, following the faint trail. I overtook the figure and swept down, hoping to see my daughter's face. But the figure, though familiar, was not Becca. Mary Beth! It was my imaginary childhood friend who I'd played with in the woods near our house in Cambridge. I had forgotten that she wore the long, full skirts and ruffled cap of another era. The girl resembled Tamsy, with her tight bodice, an apron tied around her waist, and a linen kerchief tucked around her neck for warmth and modesty. "Helter-skelter, hang sorrow, Carel kill a cat," Mary Beth whispered. "Up tails all, and a loose for the hangman." I blinked, surprised at this outburst of Ben Jonson from a girl not yet 10. Mary Elizabeth Proctor! Granny Dorcas had joined our search, though she was less grandmotherly at present and more an avenging angel. Her elf lock whipped this way and that, crawling with fairies. Fire shone from her eyes in an ominous display of power. "If you vex your niece in her need, I will hex you in return." 2 more ghosts apparated from a low pepper bush. One was identical to Mary Beth, a twin. The other was older and bore enough resemblance to the pair to suggest all 3 were sisters. "I beg your pardon." Mary dropped into a curtsy. Her sisters joined her, then linked their arms in the same show of solidarity I'd seen from later generations of Proctors at the ceremony in Salem. Matthew, Gwyneth, and Pip arrived, the magic lantern glowing. Matthew drew up short at the sight of the ghosts gathered around me. Ghosts! He had long wanted to spot one. In the Ravenswood, where Proctor power was at its height, the dead were visible even to him. "Thrice-faced imps!" Granny Dorcas thundered. "What mischief is this?" Mary's ghost traced the tip of her stout shoe in a circle, gathering her courage to respond to Granny Dorcas. "I only wanted to watch over little Rebecca, like I once watched over Diana. But Tamsin said I wasn't enough. She said it was her task." "Tamsin," I faced the eldest sister. "Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth." "Tamsy?" If the ghost of Dorcas' granddaughter had been inhabiting the body of Becca's treasured doll like a homunculus, there was no telling what confidences she'd shared, nor what my child could be doing in this enchanted place. "You told me to watch out for such a one, Granny." Tamsin's chin rose, and she met her grandmother's sparkling eyes and dark countenance without flinching. "When I learned my spells at your knee, and you taught me the wisdom of the birds and how to read their signs." The fire in Granny Dorcas' eyes dimmed, but not enough to spare her grandchild a tongue-lashing. "Tell me where she is, Tamsin, or the fairies will take you away to Elfame to repent your misdeeds." "Rebecca's not gone far, Granny." The other twin, Margaret, spoke up for the first time. She pointed at a dark clutch of trees. "She is elsewhere." Matthew was a blur as he went in the direction that Margaret had indicated. "I'm not done with you 3, Granny Dorcas warned. I followed Matthew, making no effort to muffle the sound as I trampled down ferns and crushed sarsaparilla underfoot, stepping directly on branches to snap them when I could, or clambering over them when they were large and covered in lichen. Aunt Gwyneth and Pip followed along the path I was forging, making slower progress and watched over by Apollo, who flew low above them. As I approached Margaret's trees, the trunks seemed stouter and the canopy of leaves denser than they had appeared at a distance. I sniffed. An unmistakable scent of unfamiliar magic hung in the air. Blackberry, honeysuckle, hyacinth, and lily of the valley. Exotic and sweet, there were darker notes of pine, sage, musk, and clove drifting through the mix. I peered into the darkness ahead. "We sometimes, who dwell this wild, constrained by want, come forth." The 3 Proctor sisters skipped into view, unrepentant despite Granny Dorcas' warning. To town or village nigh, curious to hear, what happens new finds us out. It was mangled, but it was recognizably John Milton. "They were singing that song when Becca decided to go into the woods," Pip said, chin quavering. "I don't like those girls." Mary stuck her tongue out, and Margaret forked her fingers at Pip. Tamsin separated from the group, floating through the mist. "See this trophy of a man?" Tamsin said, drawing her hands through the murk as though opening a window. "Raised by that curious engine, your white hand." Though delivered quietly, Tamsin's words had the ring of a spell. The dense mist parted, revealing a large clearing ringed by oak trees sacred to the goddess and revered by witches. Becca stood at the center. "Becca!" I cried, running toward her. "She can't hear you, Diana," Gwyneth said. "She is elsewhere, like I told you." Margaret heaved a sigh. "I'm not an oracle like Mary. No one pays much attention to me." The cold finger of premonition tickled along the length of my spine. Elsewhere was not an evasive answer to a question as I'd thought. It was a real place between the worlds, and Becca was trapped in it. Shadows rose like licks of flame at Becca's feet, and an unkindness of ravens swept over her in waves. A single raven broke from the group, its knobbed black feet and lethal talons reaching for her. Becca shrieked and fell to the ground in a tight somersault before rising, arms held out for balance. Another raven fell, its beak open, and pecked at her hand. Matthew reached the clearing before me. His hands pressed against some invisible barrier, and he swore. "I can't go any farther," Matthew said, his eyes wild with the need to free his daughter from her tormentors. I put my hands next to his, trying to understand the spell around my daughter. Every ward had a weakness. If I could find the vulnerable point, I could breach the magic and release her. Gwyneth, sensing my intentions, held fast to my arm. "You don't have the knowledge or the skill to break Becca's circle. Tamsin taught it to her, and it's strong and pure, as only a child's magic can be." A quick glance at Matthew told me I was not the only creature in the wood who was battling their inner demons. Matthew's eyes were glassy, a sign that his blood rage was bubbling to the surface as his control slowly unraveled. "I'm here, Moonbeam," Matthew said, his voice cracking on his pet name for her. "Maman and I will fix it, I promise." "It would be better for Becca if you let this play out," Gwyneth advised. "The wood won't let harm befall her, nor will I." "You already have." Matthew's expression was chilling. "The Proctors have laid claim to Rebecca with your oracles and shadows and alluring magic. But she is a de Clermont, too, and we won't give her up to your darkness so easily." Becca ran in the circle, dodging two ravens who were clawing at her hair and pecking at her head. "The ravens! They're going to kill her!" I cried, my eyes stinging with tears as the ravens croaked with glee. Matthew, who was not known for letting matters unfold in their own way, never mind taking advice from witches, decided on a different path. His muscles bunched as he dropped into a low crouch. "Rebecca!" The tone of Matthew's voice, or her own awareness that her father was nearby, stopped Becca in her tracks. She spotted Matthew and smiled. "You can come in, Daddy," she said, waving her hand in invitation. Matthew passed effortlessly through the once impervious barrier. I tried to follow, but the circle snapped shut. Her father was welcome. I was not. "I never foresaw that," Gwyneth murmured. "Will they be okay, Mommy?" Pip, too, had been excluded from his sister's presence. "Of course," I said, falling back on Yasabeo's vague words of assurance. In truth, I had no idea what was going to happen now that Matthew and his darkness had entered Becca's arena. The ravens erupted into an ear-shattering clacks, chortles, and guttural cries as Matthew wrapped strong arms around his daughter. Bells chimed, filling the air with painful reverberations. Pip clapped his hands over his preternaturally sensitive ears. Inside the circle, Becca spoke to Matthew with great animation, waving her arms and laughing. Matthew straightened, an expression of cautious wonder on his face. The largest of the ravens swooped onto Matthew's head, cackled, and lifted off again. Becca returned to her whirling, the ravens following in her wake, while a train of shadow and starlight formed behind her. Matthew watched the birds sweep past, tumbling above Becca and pecking at her shoulders. "Why isn't he doing something?" I cried. "It looks—" Gwyneth paused and reconsidered. "Can it be that the ravens are playing with her?" Matthew turned, following Becca's movements. Two ravens grabbed at the fabric of her raincoat. Becca screamed in delight as they lifted her into the air before releasing her. I stifled a cry as Becca tumbled back to earth. "Don't worry, Mom," Pip told me. "Becca jumps out the window at home all the time." I didn't find this particularly comforting, given the lofty position of the second-floor bedrooms in New Haven. Pip was right, however. Becca somersaulted as she hit the ground and was back on her feet once more. "Come on, Daddy," she said, her voice barely audible over the cry of the birds. Wary, Matthew performed a somersault of his own, springing into the air before tucking his head and rolling to his feet. He adopted a crouch, but this one was not a battle stance. He looked like a puppy ready for play. A memory niggled of a different bird, a different wood. I'd given chase, but she flew before me, elusive and unreachable. I'd laughed, following her into the darker recesses of the woods at the Bishop House. Canst thou remember a time before? My mother watched with fiery eyes from the other side of the clearing, a white crossroads marking the space between her brilliant yellow eyes. Someone else was watching me too. Becca's doll was propped up against the trunk of a nearby pine tree, forgotten in my daughter's eagerness to be with the ravens.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Tamsy's unblinking eyes reflected the gray licks of shadow that clung to Becca's legs. When I looked back across the clearing, my mother was gone. "She's getting tired," Gwyneth said. But Becca had vampiric reserves of stamina that my aunt could not predict. Her play may have quieted, but magic was still afoot, and my daughter wanted to be part of it. The largest raven whistled at Matthew, and his head swung around at the sound. The vampire began a fast lope around the perimeter of the clearing, inviting the bird to follow him. The raven took the bait. With a mighty flap of its wings, the bird hovered as though about to swoop. Matthew snapped at the air above him like a wolf, his strong jaws closing. The other ravens landed around Becca, rattling their beaks like sabers and watching the standoff between the bird and this strange wolf in man's clothing. Matthew laughed. Somewhere in the wood, an owl hooted in joy. The raven plunged to Matthew's waist and pecked my husband's backside with his powerful ebony beak. Matthew rubbed his rump and laughed again. Then he ran, his body a blur as he rocketed around the clearing. Gwyneth was right. The ravens were playing with Becca and with Matthew, too. Matthew's delight at their game was as great as his daughter's, perhaps greater. As he ran and jumped, snapping at the raven without ever touching a feather, the raven parried with talons and beak. The other birds remained with Becca, bobbing their heads up and down while she whirled to music only she could hear. She was mesmerizing, another wild creature of the forest. Our daughter's laughter joined with her father's, the higher note resembling the bell-like sounds of the ravens in flight. Matthew tipped his head back and howled. He leaped into the air and tumbled. My breath caught at Matthew's graceful movements. For the first time since I'd known him, he was free. I wondered what special magic my daughter had wrought. Matthew bent over, panting with exertion. Becca's feet stilled, and she stood straight as the meeting-house spire, her arms outstretched. A raven perched on her slender arm. It rose, only to be replaced by another member of the unkindness, then another, in what looked like a blessing or a ritual of shared power. Becca saw her brother waiting outside her magic circle and broke it. Pip! Becca ran toward him, her arms wide like a raven's wings. Her brother and I met her halfway. I buried my nose in her hair and drank in the familiar scent, now sweetened with magic. Cuddling her so close, I thought my ribs would part so that I could hold her safe against my heart. "You scared me," I whispered between kisses. Matthew drew near. His complexion was ruddy, and his breath followed a quicker, warm-blooded rhythm. "What a night," Aunt Gwyneth said, her face gaunt from the strain. She slipped her wand into the pocket of her mac with a trembling hand. It hadn't left her grip since we entered the gloom of the wood. Tomorrow, when we've recovered, we will see what we can do to extract the spirit of Tamsin Proctor from Becca's doll, and I will bring Becca and Pip back here and introduce them properly to the Ravenswood. But first, we are all going back to bed." My aunt drew a weary hand across her brow. Pip and Becca scampered off, chattering with excitement.
Apollo flew above the pair like a guardian angel, and Gwyneth followed with her witch light, showing them the way home. Darkness drew close, taunting me with images of Matthew as I'd never seen him before. "How did it feel, playing with the ravens?" I asked Matthew softly as our steps slowed and we fell behind the rest of the group. He kissed me. After our earlier argument, I was reserved and chilly at first. But Matthew was persistent, his tongue teasing my lips until they parted with a soft sigh that he swallowed as though it were water or wine. My arms locked around his neck, and he hitched my leg until my sex was pressed against the hard lines of his body. An energy that Matthew kept closely confined had been released, here in the Ravenswood. "It felt like that," Matthew said when our lips parted. "Hungry and wild, tinged with sweetness and danger." I looked deep into his eyes, wordless with wonder at the passion that never failed to bridge the space between us. "Let's go home," Matthew said, his thumb soft against my lower lip. Matthew took my hand and we walked through the trees, the moon illuminating our steps and our bearing clear so long as we followed the gleam of Gwyneth's lantern and the happy sound of our children's voices. No matter what the future held, for now I was exactly where I belonged, at Ravenswood, with Matthew and our children moving forward on our shared path. Chapter 13. When I woke the next morning, stiff from being out in last night's chilly rain, the house was filled with the scent of coffee and wood smoke. Muffled sounds from the kitchen floated up the stairs, pots and pans clattering, snatches of claws on the floor. I swam through memories of last night. It took only a few moments for the enormity of what had happened in the Ravenswood to get me out of bed. I peeked into Naomi's room. There was no sign of Becca or Tamsy. As for Pip, he and Apollo were still snoring in my father's old bed, the griffin's wing slung over his charge like a feathered blanket. Usually, Apollo and Ardwana slept together downstairs, but we'd made an exception last night. As I descended the staircase, the conversation in the kitchen grew louder and more distinct with every tread. "Ravens and wolves are friends," Moonbeam murmured, against a background of whirring and rinsing as he made another pot of coffee. Based on the house's roasted aroma, it was not his first. Based on what had happened last night, it would not be his last. I paused, my hand on the banister. Matthew and Becca were both light sleepers and early risers. Part of their father-daughter routine was a daily coffee ceremony, which involved Marcus's old French siphon coffee maker and whatever light roast coffee Matthew could find in a town like New Haven that preferred cold brews and espresso. The siphon resembled a chemical apparatus, and from it Matthew drew a pure, delicate brew that made Becca feel grown up without packing a wallop to her finicky digestive system. "Have you played with ravens before, Daddy?" Becca asked. The squeak of wheels across the floorboards indicated that she was settling Tamsy into the chipped wooden high chair parked in the corner. "I have," Matthew replied. "Remember how I worked in the snow so I could learn about wolves?" Matthew's tales of the wolves and their pack and hunting behaviors had been an important component of the twins' early education regarding what it meant to be a vampire. "Uh-huh," Becca replied. "I saw ravens and wolves playing there, dodging and tumbling in the air and on the ground," Matthew explained. "They were friends and shared meals, and sometimes a raven would adopt a wolf. They would spend lots of time together, and even when the wolf left her family to start her own pack, the raven would go with her." This was a story I had not heard before. "Like best friends," Becca said. "Like me and Tamsy." It was an opportune moment to break the intimate father-daughter bubble. It worried me that Becca felt her closest companion was a doll occupied by the spirit of a dead girl. "You two are up early," I said breezily, giving Becca a peck on the cheek. I drew back and spotted something more worrying than the doll. Becca always wore the key to Tamsy's Hadley chest on a coral satin ribbon around her neck. This morning, the raven's ring hung from it too. The juxtaposition of the coral ribbon, the brass pea, and the white and dark bone ring sent a shock through me. as though these were signs waiting to be understood. My fingers itched to consult the Black Bird Oracle, but I'd left the cards in Grandpa Tally's study locked within their wooden coffer for safekeeping. Katrina was right. I needed to keep them with me. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. I wondered how Matthew would react when he saw the full deck and understood their significance. I'd meant to show him last night, but events had overtaken us. Matthew was at the stove, stirring oatmeal with a wooden spoon. It was a crisp morning here by the sea, and warm food would be welcome. He smiled, and his eyes lit up as they always did when I entered the room. "Is that for me?" I said, rising on my toes for a kiss. Matthew tasted of coffee and darkness, the after-effects of the wood still with him. "Of course it's for you." Matthew cast his eyes toward the stairs. "And Philip, should he ever wake and join us. Enjoy the quiet while you can." Stifling a yawn, I rummaged through the tea stashed on the shelves of the old dresser. Did I want English breakfast? Puer? Matthew was ahead of me, as usual. Already made. Matthew nodded in the direction of a teapot encased in a crocheted cozy. He ladled oatmeal into a bowl, sprinkling it with cinnamon, walnuts, and blueberries. "Come get your porridge, Rebecca." Matthew prepared a second bowl for me, with bananas and walnuts and brown sugar. He knew everyone's favorite toppings, and we each got a bespoke bowl. Though the scent of coffee might not rouse Pip, the oatmeal likely would. "I smell breakfast," Pip pelted down the stairs. "Morning, Mommy." I opened my arms. Pip knocked me back in his eagerness to fill them. Gently. Matthew beetled his brows at his son, fixing the third and final bowl of the day. Pip took 2 moderate steps in Matthew's direction, and then leapt to pluck his breakfast from his father's hands. His generous portion of oatmeal boasted a thick swirl of cream and a heavy dose of cinnamon sugar. Once it was safely in his possession, Pip inhaled the aroma and sighed with reverence. "Thanks, Daddy." "You can have a snack, Tamsy. Then we'll get dressed for our hike." Becca put a single blueberry and a walnut on the tray in front of her doll. "What hike?" I spooned oatmeal into my mouth. "I thought I'd take the children on a walk." Matthew poured himself a fresh cup of coffee. "I've taken a look at Gwyneth's syllabus, and you have a busy day of hexes ahead of you. Ardwina and Apollo could use some exercise after the long car ride. We will venture forth into unknowing lands and pretend Ravenswood is a map that we must read closely." Matthew tousled Pip's hair, and our son giggled. "That's what Tamsy's grandfather did when he came to Ravenswood," Becca said, tracing a ribbon of sugar in her bowl. "It was all new, and he had to clear the trees and cut the wood to make the house." My spoon of oatmeal hovered halfway to my lips. Matthew and I exchanged a worried glance. When the oatmeal finally made it into my mouth, it was difficult to swallow, my throat tight with concern about what information Tamsy was imparting to Becca now that she was back at Ravenswood. We chatted easily while the twins finished their meal. Becca was suffering no ill effects from last night's strenuous play, and Pip, who thrived on any amount of sleep, was energized and curious about the prospect of combing the edge of the property for buried treasure. When the twins went upstairs to change, Matthew and I tidied the kitchen. We'd learned our lesson and kept our voices low and calm. "I'm worried about that doll," I said, running the water full force into the sink to further muffle my words. "I'm worried about Ravenswood," Matthew confessed, his expression grim. "Philip is still wary of the place, and with good reason, while Rebecca is already deeply attached to it." "Gwyneth will make sure that the children come to no harm," I assured him. "She's attuned to everything that happens here." "Your aunt didn't know Rebecca and Philip had run away," Matthew observed. "Nor that Rebecca had gone deep into the wood, though I suspect that there was nothing she could have done about it." I thought of the ring around Becca's neck and the easy way she spoke about Ravenswood's past. Becca's coming into her power. I wasn't going to sugarcoat this pill. She has a talent for higher magic, Matthew, just like me and Mom and Dad's sister. The congregation is going to recognize she's suited to the dark path the minute they examine her. We can't prevent that either." Matthew put his back to the sink so that he could meet my eyes. He adopted the stance he usually did when faced with an uncomfortable truth, legs slightly bent and arms crossed over his chest. "Very well. But Rebecca will make her own choice about whether she wishes to study higher magic," Matthew warned. "Neither you, nor her DNA, nor the congregation will decide for her." I was stung by his belief that I would force Becca's hand. "Higher magic may be an inextricable part of Rebecca's constitution, and I won't keep her from it," Matthew continued. "But I won't encourage her to pursue it. Neither should you." A knock on the screen door interrupted our talk. "Come in, Gwyneth," Matthew said, pulling himself away from the counter. My aunt's eyes were sharp. Gwyneth had overheard part of our conversation about higher magic, and she wasn't happy about it. "I promised the children a tour of the Ravenswood," Gwyneth said. "Is this a good time?" "Thanks for the offer, Gwyneth, but we're headed out on a long walk toward the water," Matthew replied. "Rebecca and Philip require a great deal of exercise, especially when they're under stress." It was not an ideal way to start the day, with Matthew making pronouncements and building defenses around Orchard Farm and the children. But he was on Proctor land, not his own, and it was Gwyneth who ruled here. "Excellent," Gwyneth replied. "The quickest way to reach the river is through the woods. I'll show you the way." Check. I was reminded of the de Clement family's regret that Matthew was such a terrible chess player. Unlike Philippe, it could be easy to predict my husband's next move, especially if he was wearing his Master of the Universe cape. "That sounds delightful," I said, giving my aunt an appreciative hug and a kiss. "Did you sleep well?" Becca and Pip had heard Gwyneth arrive, as had Ardwina, who let out a sharp bark of welcome and plummeted down the stairs. She was followed by a ball of fur and feathers. "Hi, Aunt Gwyneth." Becca came next. "Are we going back into the woods? Can I lead the way?" Matthew might be able to argue with me, but he could not oppose the collective will of two Brightborns, a deerhound, a griffin, and my aunt. His plans for a family walk, getting the lay of the land and scouting for small rodents and other edibles, vanished into thin air. Coolly, he accepted Gwyneth's offer. "We are going back to the wood, but this is your aunt's house, Rebecca Ariel, and she will lead the way," Matthew said sternly. "Okay," Becca replied, slapping a hat on Tamsy's head and putting shoes on the doll's feet. "Can we go now?" Pip asked, his baseball hat askew. After a liberal application of bug spray, we trooped toward the trees. The green flies were biting, and the children's tender flesh would be irresistible to the persistent bloodsuckers. We took the same path we'd taken to find Becca last night. Tamsy came with us, and Pip hopped alongside Apollo. Ardwina, who knew all about pack rules and was fully aware of Gwyneth's position and ours, stuck close to my aunt. Without the distorting lens of panic, I was able to see the Ravenswood clearly and better feel its magic. This morning the wood was not a place of nightmares, but an enchanted forest from a fairy tale, where darkness and light were held in perfect balance, and anything was possible. "Look, Pip, that's the treehouse I told you about." Becca pointed out a particularly lofty perch with wooden boards that circled the trunk of a stout oak tree like a crow's nest on a schooner's mast. Someone had propped a rickety ladder against the rough bark. It was made from fallen tree branches lashed together with rope, the uprights twisted. "And this is where I want to build a cottage for the fairies," Becca said, crouching at the base of the tree where the moss was thickest. She beckoned to her brother. "Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Come see, Pip. You decide if it's a good place for a house." Eager to share his architectural skills with his sister, Pip raced to the prospective building site. "This brings back happy memories." Aunt Gwyneth's eyes were brilliant with unshed tears. "I never thought I'd see any of Tally's great-grandchildren here." "Becca!" Pip cried in a loud whisper. "I see a fairy." "Where?" Becca's head swiveled like an owl's. "There!" Pip pointed to an agitated huckleberry bush. "I think she's stuck. Let's rescue her," Becca said, leaping to her feet. Happily, the fairy, if indeed there had been one, could not be found, and we resumed our progress through the wood. Gwyneth laid out the rules should the twins wish to return, doling them out one at a time so that Becca and Pip would remember them. My aunt might have retired from teaching, but she had not lost her gift for gauging how much new information a creature could absorb. "The Ravenswood prefers you peep to the paths," Gwyneth warned when Becca got entangled with a baneberry bush. The goggle-eyed berries rolled on their bracts in agreement. "I wouldn't dig the earth up with that stick, Pip," my aunt advised. "It disturbs the tree's roots, and they get annoyed." Overhead, the limbs of an oak tree whipped this way and that. They quieted as soon as Pip put his digger down. "You'll find the river is this way, Matthew," Gwyneth told my husband when he caught scent of the sea and forged ahead toward the water. "There's nothing but bog and marsh in that direction." Matthew, who was as eager to bash through things as his son and daughter, paused in his tracks. He turned. Gwyneth pointed to an old sign in the shape of a manicule that read, "River this way." Foiled again, Matthew pressed his lips into a thin line and stalked ahead of us. "Sorry," I murmured to my aunt. "He likes to be in charge." "So do I," Gwyneth said, blue eyes glittering. The path to the river wended this way and that, so that we headed north, then west, then south around a clump of trees, then north, then east, until I was bewildered and gave up trying to remember how we'd gotten here. "Just stick to the path," Gwyneth said whenever the children asked if we were there yet. The more often my aunt said it, the more I suspected that there was a deeper meaning to her words. When at last we reached a bit of solid ground where the Ipswich River touched Neck Creek, we looked out over a complicated maze of estuaries, salt marsh, and streams that ran from inland to the sea. The waterways were crowded with all types of craft, from clam boats to sailboats. "Wow!" Pip hopped with excitement. "Look at them!" "Your Aunt Grace is out there," Gwyneth said. "Can you see a boat flying a Jolly Roger?" Mount Holyoke women were part pirate, too. This made perfect sense based on the alumni I had met thus far. Though we all searched, we couldn't find such a vessel. Disappointed, the children now had a chance to focus on their other wants. "I'm hungry," Pip said. "I'm thirsty," Becca complained. Gwyneth turned to where a small clutch of houses perched close to a road. "Looks like Betty's home," she said. "We can stop there for a visit before we go back to Ravenswood. And I know another way home, too." Betty was pleased to entertain a griffin for the first time and supplied Apollo with a bowl of birdseed. She gave the children lemonade and lavender shortbread, while Matthew and Ardwina opted for fresh water, and Gwyneth and I had cups of Earl Grey tea. We spent a pleasant hour with the coven secretary before Gwyneth led us home via the road that passed by the entrance to Ravenswood. Matthew was eager to get away from my aunt and replenish his patience with something stronger than Betty's refreshments. But my aunt had one final ace up her sleeve. "Who would like to see the barn before I take my nap?" Gwyneth asked no one in particular. "It's where your mom will be studying higher magic." The children's hands shot into the air. Matthew's lips tightened. His red wine and coffee would have to wait. "Let's take a peek inside." Gwyneth beckoned the children forward toward the sliding doors. "Can you feel something?" "Not a tingle," Pip said with a frown. He pushed his finger at the door to be sure. "Ow! That stings!" "My famous wasp spell. It keeps people from poking their fingers where they don't belong." My aunt's face twisted into a grimace that made both twins laugh. "Make sure you have permission from your mother or me if you want to go inside. If not, you're going to feel like you've stepped on a hornet's nest." The look Gwyneth gave Matthew notified him that he was included in this warning. "Can you help me with the door?" Gwyneth asked my husband sweetly. "It's quite heavy." Gwyneth routinely manhandled the door into place. And if that didn't work, she used a TNT spell handed down through the Finnish witches and quarry workers of Cape Ann, which blew the doors apart while causing minimal damage to the structure and its contents. She was up to something. Matthew stepped up, happy to save any damsel in distress, and we filed into the barn. Whoa! Rebecca looked around with wide eyes. There's more old stuff in here than in Grandpare's room at Les Revenants. Matthew slid the door fully open at that startling announcement, for Philippe's vast personal library at our house in France qualified as the 8th wonder of the world. It was stuffed with uncatalogued bits and pieces that the de Clement family patriarch had collected over his very long life. Ravenswood's cold barn was neither as large nor as imposing as the library at Les Revenants, but it was impressive nonetheless. I smiled at the children's astonishment and Matthew's surprise as they examined the riches within. Becca and Pip raced around, finding the spell looms and the library ladder. Becca squealed when she located the alchemical laboratory. Pip stared in wonder at the enormous mandrake root atop a cake stand under its domed glass lid. Matthew examined the old instruments, a fond smile on his face as he remembered our friend Tom Harriet and his love of mechanical gizmos. Matthew and the children were falling under the Proctor family spell, just as I had. Thunder and lightning! Granny Dorcas's pipe dropped from her lips, spilling burning tobacco everywhere. She was transfixed by the sight of Matthew and the twins. Babes! And a bloodlech! I saw them in the wood, Gwynnie, but never imagined you'd let them in here. Pip came to an abrupt halt before Granny Dorcas and swept a courtly bow. I am sorry, madame, I did not see you. I am Philip Bishop Claremont. And a very presentable lad, too, Granny Dorcas cooed, disarmed by Pip's fine manners. She motioned Becca forward. Come here, lass, and greet your old granny. I won't bite, like your pa. Biting's not polite, Becca replied, inching her way toward the rocker. Like Pip, she had been schooled in proper creature behavior by her father and Ysabeau. Politeness was important in the de Clement family, even if you were stabbing someone in the back or plotting the ruin of their family. Then what are you fairt of, sprite? Granny Dorcas peered at her granddaughter. Becca hesitated. Helter-skelter, hang sorrow, Carel kill the cat, girl. Granny Dorcas patted out a small fire smoldering in her skirts. Spit it out, or it will turn into an evil toad and choke you. I beg your pardon, madame, Becca began, but what are you? Granny Dorcas stared at Becca wide-eyed. Then she tilted her head back and roared with laughter. I'm your granny, that's what. Granny Dorcas wheezed and chuckled. You smell like a ghost, Becca replied, wrinkling her nose, but you don't look like one. Proctor ghosts aren't like Bishop ghosts, honey, I said, putting my arm around her shoulders. There would doubtless be many nighttime metaphysical conversations about the nature of ghosts, why some were nothing but green vapors, and others more substantial. I looked to Matthew for support. My husband, I saw, would be no help at all. Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. Though had seen the ghosts last night, being so close to one again had rendered him mute. He stood, dumbfounded, with John Proctor's very fine brass gunner's compendium in one hand, staring at my great-grandmother. Matthew crossed himself with his free hand. A bloodlech and a papist to boot. Granny Dorcas angled her head to see him better, enfolding him in pipe smoke. Go on, rapscallion, you know you want to. Matthew touched her on the shoulder. He pressed a bit farther, poking his long finger deeper until the tip disappeared into Dorcas' flesh. He jumped. Don't be such a barmpot, Granny Dorcas said. What did you expect? I'm dead, man, and you better get used to it, for I'm not the only ghostie around the place. Pip and Becca listened attentively to this exchange, squirreling away papist, bloodlech, rapscallion, and barmpot for future use. Overall, Matthew's first encounters with the Proctors, living and dead, were going better than I'd feared. Gwyneth was turning out to be something of a mistress of ceremonies herself. I could detect her guiding hand in everything that happened today, as she got Matthew and the children feeling safe and secure at Ravenswood. Becca's next words made it clear that she was ready to cross over from guest to summer resident. "Can we stay with Aunt Gwyneth, Daddy, until all the ghosties meet us?" Becca asked her father. She knew better than to wheedle. Instead, she fell back on logic and reason. "I'd like to play with the ravens again and pretend I'm a wolf," she continued. "And there are lots of chipmunks and squirrels in the wood, more than in England even. We could go on an overnight hunting trip and stay in one of the tree houses." Becca, who already showed signs of a scholastic bent, was mounting an excellent argument in favor of her proposal. Matthew's efforts to share his medieval education with his children had, like the raven in the wood, come back to bite him. "I think Philip would prefer to go to England, Moonbeam." "So would your mother," Matthew countered. "Would I? I don't mind. There are woods and fields here." Pip shrugged. "And Ravenswood already has tree houses. We just need to fix them up and make them nice again. Apollo's happy to stay too. He wants to meet the herons who live out there." Pip used the spell loom he'd removed from the wall to gesture toward the marsh. "You mean the nestling?" Gwyneth said. "That's where the herons hatch their eggs. We can walk out there at low tide." "Tamsy was right, Pip," Becca said. "Aunt Gwyneth does know how to find the herons, and she said Aunt Julie will take us out there on her boat if the water is too high to walk." A touch of magic washed over me, faint but distinctively Becca's, with its honeysuckle sweetness and blackberry bramble core. With Tamsy in her arms, Becca didn't need oracle cards. She was relying on the spirit of her ancestor to see the future. I thought of Bridget Bishop and the puppet the authorities had found tucked into her wall. Perhaps training in higher magic began with dolls, then moved to oracle cards. If so, then Becca was right on track. "Aunt Gwyneth no doubt has her own summer plans," Matthew said. "We don't want to disturb them." "This was my summer plan," Gwyneth replied, squashing Matthew's penultimate line of defense. "Welcoming you to the family and showing you the magic of Ravenswood." "And learning how to sail," Pip chimed in, "so Apollo can meet the herons." Gwyneth chuckled. "And sailing, and herons, and clam bakes, and playing with your cousins, and even going to magic camp if your parents want some well-earned peace and quiet." The prospect of magic camp was met with enormous enthusiasm. "Settle down, or I'll use my mother's troubled water spell on the pair of you." Gwyneth waggled a finger for emphasis. "She used it on your Grandpa Stephen and Aunt Naomi. They were twins, too, and as wild as grimalkins when they were your age." "What does the spell do?" Pip asked, wide-eyed. "It makes you tired for days," Gwyneth said. "All you'll want to do is nap, and I don't imagine you'd like that one bit. You might miss something interesting." Matthew laid down what he hoped was his ace. "Your mother has important work to do in the library," Matthew said firmly, drawing the discussion to a close. "The whole family knew that if I didn't get regular boosters of the Bodleian's unique magic, I was no fun at all." "But I have a whole new library right here," I said, sweeping my arms out, just waiting to be explored. Matthew's face darkened like a thundercloud scudding across the marsh. "I have a lot to learn from Aunt Gwyneth," I said. "We can all be students together. Wouldn't that be fun?" The twins' nods indicated they agreed. Gwyneth's tail thumped as she cast her vote to stay where we were. "Daddy needs to learn about the magic, too." Becca's remark was not a question. It was a statement. "He's a vampire, but he knows a lot of witches. It would be polite for him to understand them better." Poor Matthew had been outvoted again. "I think that's a grand idea," Aunt Gwyneth said. "It's your decision," Matthew told me, still hoping I would choose another path. I weighed familiarity and safety against curiosity and the unknown. I balanced Matthew's reluctance to uncover the secrets tucked into our children's lineage against my own horror at the thought that Becca and Pip might be swept up into the congregation's desire for power and control. My fingers itched to begin doing alchemical experiments and learning curses, not to mention preparing some adequate wards to use when Meg challenged me at the crossroads. "Let it be the twins' decision," I said, reminding him of his earlier words. "Very well," Matthew said, his expression one of grim resignation. "We'll stay at Ravenswood, for now." There were whoops and hollers from Pip, Becca, and Granny Dorcas. Ardwina barked along with their exuberant cries. Apollo took flight and soared between the rafters, coming to perch on one of the oak beams. 3 came by land and 1 by sea, and 2 were already present. Blessed be! Julie beamed at us from the entrance to the barn. She was wearing one of her wide-brimmed hats, knee-length white shorts, and a poppy red shirt. "What's all this racket?" "We're staying all summer," Becca said, dancing around Julie. "We're going to go to magic camp, and Mommy and Daddy are going to magic school. Can we sail on your boat?" Like his father, Pip was dogged in pursuit of his objectives. "Of course you can." Julie conjured up 2 sparklers and gave them to the twins. "That means you'll be here for the midsummer potluck." "Potluck?" Matthew said, his face blanching. "All the Proctors on the North Shore get together on Midsummer Eve to celebrate the summer solstice," Julie explained, conjuring up a couple of additional sparklers. She handed both of them to Matthew. "Here, take 2. It looks like you could use some brightening up. And it's not just a potluck for grown-ups," Julie continued, sticking more sparklers through the ventilation holes in her bucket hat. Thankfully, the sparks were made of witchlight, otherwise Julie's hair would have gone up in flames. "All of your cousins will be there, too. Everybody brings a signature dish, and sometimes all we get is dessert, but nobody minds. There are 3-legged races to see who can fly the farthest, and egg and spoon games to test your prognostication skills, and Cousin Rachel tells fortunes that will make your eyeballs fall out." It sounded like a witchy version of the June fete held at the children's school in New Haven, except for the eyeball-popping predictions. "Which reminds me," Julie said, handing Gwyneth another sparkler, "I thought we should gather at Ravenswood this year." "Absolutely not!" Gwyneth exclaimed. "It's been years since we celebrated midsummer here," Julie said, her bottom lip pushed out in a pout. "You children moved out and moved on," Gwyneth said, "tramping around Europe in the summer instead of staying at home. William has done a superb job hosting the annual picnic." "I guess," Julie said. "Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth." But nobody likes his deviled eggs, and he can't light a clean witch fire, so the barbecue always smokes. Besides, his backyard is too small for a proper egg and spoon contest, and we have to get in the pickup truck and drive for 3 miles just to dig for clams. Becca and Pip listened to every word Julie spoke, dazzled by the prospect of the wonders in store. Julie had transformed a family reunion into a magical theme park, complete with rides and too much heavy food. Julie Proctor Easty. Aunt Gwyneth was horrified. "What have you done?" "Everything," she said cheerfully. "It won't be any trouble at all. You won't have to lift a finger except to put on fairy wings and join the party." Gwyneth did not find this reassuring, but it brought the twins to new heights of excitement. "Can I wear wings?" Pip asked. "Everybody wears them," Julie explained, as the children peppered her with additional questions. "Wait until you see Aunt Sally. She looks like a giant bumblebee, but she can still clear the tops of the trees when she flies." "It's too late to change plans," Gwyneth protested weakly. "William's already bought the charcoal." Matthew, for whom revenge was a dish best eaten cold, smiled with satisfaction as Gwyneth failed to persuade Julie to her point of view. "Will's delivering it here tomorrow." Julie beamed at her aunt. "I told you, everything's taken care of. Trust me, Gwynnie, I know how to throw a party." Chapter 14. After a few days of humid, variable weather, thick clouds rolled into Ipswich, and the temperature plummeted once more. It was now part of our morning routine to gather in the barn after breakfast and make family plans for the day. The children drew logs from the woodpile and heaped them on the fire, bringing welcome warmth to the overcast day. Gwyneth presided over the teapot, while Matthew, who had made a second coffee siphon out of distillation equipment, made a fresh pot of his own favorite hot beverage. The happy buzz of family life filled the air, and Granny Dorcas puffed contentedly on her pipe in the rocking chair, stroking Ardwina and then Apollo, who sat at her feet and gazed at her with soft eyes. "I thought I'd get up on the roof and look at that leak," Matthew said, drawing a cup of coffee for Granny Dorcas. She couldn't drink the stuff, but adored the smell, which reminded her of long-ago evenings spent by the fire at Sparks' Ordinary, telling fortunes and fencing stolen goods. "That would be fine," Gwyneth sighed with relief, and eyed the dented kindling bucket placed in the corner to catch the drips. "I'm worried that if we have more rain, the books might be damaged." I was at the central work table, shuffling the Blackbird Oracle cards to see if they might reveal any insights into Gwyneth's teaching plans for the day. "I don't think the Oracle is awake yet," Gwyneth said with a yawn, bringing me some tea. "Patience, Diana." Matthew deposited the mug of coffee at Dorcas's elbow, casting a wary glance in my direction. When I'd first shown him the cards, they flew at him and fluttered all over his face and body like butterflies drawn to a particularly sweet patch of Bedulia. Since then, he'd kept a healthy distance from the deck when I had it in my hands. Not so Becca, who had finished feeding the stove and was now hovering at my shoulder. The cards fascinated her. "Can I try, Mommy?" Becca's fingers reached for the Blackbird Oracle. The sulfur card flew out of the deck and rapped her smartly across the knuckles. "Granny Dorcas gave the cards to me, sweetie," I said, looking across the room to make sure I was right to keep them away from my daughter. "She'll get her turn," was Granny Dorcas's somewhat ominous reply. "One day someone will give you a deck of your own," I said, not wanting to bathe the cards in the allure associated with forbidden fruit. "Maybe it will be this one. Maybe it will be one of the other decks in the barn." "This summer?" Becca demanded. "Rebecca," Matthew growled. "When the time is right," I said firmly. "Why don't you make a set of oracle cards for Tamsy to use?" Gwyneth suggested, steering our family ship out of troubled waters. "You can put your special pictures on one side and write their meaning on the other." She set a pile of index cards on the table, along with a pot of colored pencils and crayons. "Like what?" Becca said, clambering onto a nearby stool. "Things that hold meaning," Gwyneth said. "Colors, books, food, songs, anything you like. There's no right or wrong." I wondered if all the Proctor decks had started this way, with a child drawing out their inner hopes and fears and refining them over a lifetime until they sang with power and insight. It was a good way to guide a young witch on how best to use her intuition. By freeing Becca to do whatever she fancied, Gwyneth had cleared any obstacles that might stand between my daughter and her witch's sixth sense. The look on Matthew's face suggested that Gwyneth might have steered us out of troubled waters only to land us in the belly of the whale. My aunt had crossed one of Matthew's lines, and her plan for Becca seemed like coercion in his eyes. "Would you like to color with Becca?" Gwyneth asked Pip, smoothly including her brother in the project to divert Matthew's attention. "Nah," Pip said, his fingers tangled up with a ball of string. Gwyneth had been teaching the twins string games like Cat's Cradle, The Moth, and Jacob's Ladder. They were good for finger dexterity, which pleased Matthew. The games also taught the twins the basics of the Proctor method for building spells geometrically, rather than relying solely on complicated knots. I, too, was learning this complex four-dimensional method as part of Gwyneth's curriculum covering protection spells and basic wards. It was unlike the weaving that Goody Alsop had taught me in London, but it helped that I had always seen spells in shapes and colors rather than words like most witches. "Are you ready to learn the witch's broom?" Gwyneth asked, releasing Pip from the web of string. "Or would you like to practice on your spell loom instead?" "Spell loom," Pip said, running toward the wall where the family looms had pride of place. He took down his favorite. It was smaller than most of the looms and simply carved with the initials MP. Clever Gwyneth. The spell looms had been carefully arranged so that those at a child's height would not tax their skills too much. As the children grew, they would have access to finer and more complicated looms. Watching Becca and Pip with their great-great-aunt, I was struck by the physical similarities between Gwyneth and my father. They had the same crinkle around the eyes, the same patient expression, the same pursed smile that conveyed mischief as well as mirth. What might Dad have thought of his grandchildren? It was a question I'd asked myself many times over the years. Seeing the twins play with Gwyneth provided a kind of answer. Even though Dad would have disapproved of Gwyneth's subject matter, he would have been delighted by how their minds worked and ready to guide them with a light hand. This is hopeless. I kept shuffling the cards, but to no avail. The Blackbird Oracle isn't sleeping. It's gone on a cruise to the Bahamas. Nobody gave my griping a moment's notice, or a drop of sympathy. Matthew tied on a leather belt with a pouch that held the tools he would need and climbed up into the rafters, scaling the bookcases and traveling across roof beams like an agile cat. "Very nice," Gwyneth said, looking over Becca's drawing of a feather. "Did you see that on your walk?" "No, it was in Penny's paddock this morning." Becca examined her drawing with a critical eye. "Only it wasn't black, it was greeny-bluey blacky." "Layer the colors," Gwyneth said, pulling out a green and a blue pencil and shading the feather. "See?" Becca was amazed by the transformation and eager to try it herself. She was soon absorbed in her work. "Everybody seems settled," my voice twanged with envy.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. You need something more active to do than brood over your cards, Gwyneth observed. Come with me. Happy to be excused from my chores, I tucked the Blackbird Oracle into its bag. Where are we going? Mommy and I are going to the old place for the rest of today's lessons, Gwyneth told the twins. Granny Dorcas will check on you while your father is up to his teeth in hammers and nails. She knows a great deal about oracle cards. I'm sure she'll share her knowledge with you if you ask nicely. Granny Dorcas waggled her fingers, which set off a shower of sparks and tiny bubbles that popped when they burst. "Bye, Matthew," I called up to the rafters. I gave each child a kiss on the nose. "Have fun, you two. Learn things." At the old place, Gwyneth opened one of the doors in the tiny front hall to reveal a twisting flight of stairs. My aunt made slow progress up the uneven treads, pausing every few steps to catch her breath. She swore often, making her feelings on stairs, attics, the moon, the goddess, and the spirits of willful ancestors abundantly clear. My eyes watered at her vehemence, not to mention the extreme detail of her proposed remedies and retributions. "Where are we going?" I asked again. "To see to the ghosts," Gwyneth replied. "I'm jumping ahead in the lesson plan to the subject of living with the dead. I wasn't supposed to study that until after I chose my path at the crossroads." I clambered up the stairs after my aunt, tripping over my own feet in my excitement to learn Gwyneth's methods for keeping the Proctor ancestors in such good condition. When we reached the top landing, Gwyneth removed a ring of keys from her pocket and pushed open the thin door into the attic. I was surprised that it was unlocked, then noticed the fuzzy ends of broken wards hanging from the lintel. "Our dearly departed did that the night of the coven meeting," Gwyneth said. "No man-made lock will keep this bunch inside when a proctor is in need." My aunt cast an iridescent blue witchlight and sent it across the dark space.
It hid an ancient tin sconce, the metal absorbing the magic and casting a bright glow throughout the rafters that revealed neat rows of trunks and boxes laid out like coffins in a graveyard. "You'll find most ghosts pale in modern lighting," Gwyneth commented. "It dims their luminosity." Many of the boxes, trunks, and coffers were tightly closed. Some had lifted lids, and personal items dripped out of them onto the scarred pine boards laid across the beams to make a precarious floor. I spotted bonnets, waistcoats, shawls, socks, the cardboard-backed cartes de visite of the 19th century, and ribbon-tied stacks of correspondence. "It looks like homecoming weekend at Amherst," Gwyneth said, surveying the mess. "We'll have to clean this up before we let any more ghosts out. And make sure you get everything back in the right trunk. The old folk are possessive and take note of every skillet and pillowcase before they can be put to rest." I'd encountered a few household inventories in my travels through 17th century archives, and I was familiar with the meticulous accounts that had been made at a time when raw materials and manufactured objects were precious and scarce. I pulled on a stocking draped over an old hook and held it up for identification. "My mother, Damaris Proctor." Gwyneth pointed to a steamer trunk the size of a small child. It was covered with labels from ports of call throughout Europe and Africa. The corners were nicked and dented, and the leather surface worn through in most places, exposing the wood and metal structure beneath. Inside, the trunk held crystal scent bottles and delicately embroidered handkerchiefs, along with a photograph album with a cracked spine and crumbling cover. A spectacular pair of satin-covered heels with worn soles proved Granny Damaris had tripped across many a dance floor. I folded the filmy silk stocking and slipped it into a heart-shaped bag embroidered with the name Dee Dee. The old-fashioned epithet Damaris must have been too much for a stylish young woman of the 1920s. Gwyneth made faster progress than I did, for it was not the first time she'd tidied up after her ancestors. My work was slowed by the attic's irresistible historical charms. I wanted to savor every item I touched, hear its story, and learn why the object was precious to its owner. "And to think we're going to have to do this again in less than 2 weeks," my aunt muttered under her breath, tossing a wooden toy into a trunk. "I hate potlucks. Who wants to eat nothing but desserts?" I was not looking forward to the potluck any more than Gwyneth. Coven business meetings and ritual celebrations were bad enough. Potlucks were far worse, as they involved dozens of witches, enough food to satisfy a field battalion, and bruised egos once the event was over. After Gwyneth and I returned the scattered personal bric-a-brac to their places, and the attic no longer looked as though a hurricane had blown through, we left the trunks open so that the ghosts would be drawn back to them by the power of their possessions. Gwyneth turned over an hourglass. We waited for 10 minutes while the sand trickled from one chamber to the other, but no ghosts returned. "We'll have to use a stronger lure." Gwyneth went to a small cabinet set on bun-shaped feet. Unlike the attic itself, the cabinet was well protected with wards, hexes, sigils, and a stout iron lock. My aunt murmured the wards away and inserted a heavy key into the mechanism. Maybe Gwyneth would bring forward the unit on locks and keys, too. She drew the doors open and removed a small bottle with a ribbon tied around its neck. The ribbon bore a tag, inscribed with a spidery script like one of the bottles Alice found in Wonderland. 19 October 1834, Gwyneth read from the bottle's label. First frosts and final harvests. That should fetch them. The bottle reminded me of the tiny vials of perfume that my mother liked to keep on her dresser. Mom could never bear to part with them, even when the liquid was gone. Her empty bottles of Diorissimo were still on display in my parents' bedroom in Madison. Gwyneth held the simple glass vessel up to the witchlight. It was securely stoppered, empty except for a single crumbling rose hip. My curiosity must have shown. Whenever a handful of ghosts escape, there are bound to be problems getting them back into their trunks, Gwyneth explained, handing me the bottle. I was surprised by its weight. The small vessel was far heavier than it should be given its size. They like a good gossip, and there's a lot of weeping and wailing when it comes time to return, Gwyneth continued. It's essential to have a plentiful stock of happy memories like this one. The elders find their lure irresistible. You can bottle happiness? This was contrary to every bit of advice I'd ever received. I handed the precious bottle back to my aunt. No, just the memory of it. Gwyneth's tone was tinged with regret. My aunt twisted the cork in the neck of the bottle, cracking its wax seal and releasing a scent of fallen leaves and apple cider. I felt a crisp breeze on my skin and the warm sun on my face. Children could be heard playing in the distance, their voices raised as they scampered across the meadow where piles of golden grass had been cut and gathered. A cow lowed, a bell sounded, a ship under full sail passed by the nestling. I shielded my eyes to see it better, but my hand was not my own. I was looking out at the world through different eyes, seeing what someone else had seen, a very long time ago. Gwyneth put the cork back in the bottle, and the scent of leaf mold and apples faded, taking the precious glimpse of the past with it. I was hungry for more, wanting to remain in the happy time forever. I was not the only one. Greenish vapor trails appeared outside the fractured window glass, passing through the panes and resolving into small angular rainbows that resembled those cast by prisms set out in the sun.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. The rainbows shone against the steep, pitched walls and along the pine boards. Some easily found their box and settled into it with a sigh. There they brightened briefly, then went dark. Gwyneth was ready with her wand as the wayward ghosts returned. She gently closed the lids and locked them, murmuring the spells that would keep them safely contained until midsummer. I watched my aunt work with interest, fascinated by the success of the happy memory bottle and intrigued by how it was created and used. The bottle had provided me with a brief time walk into the past, one that didn't require a special outfit so you could blend in when and where you arrived. We won't get to the arts of memory this summer, I'm afraid, my aunt said, aware of my keen attention. Those subjects are reserved for advanced initiates who are well beyond the crossroads and nearing the labyrinth. A few trunks still stood open, and she drew a weary hand across her brow. Who do those belong to? I asked, lowering my voice in case there were still ghosts around who might hear. Naomi, Stephen, Julius Proctor, who was lost at sea. Gwyneth pointed to each box in turn. Granny Dorcas, who is refusing to be rehomed at the moment, she's having such a fine time among the living. She'll need to replenish her energy soon. Maybe Julie and Put-Put will be able to cajole her inside with an open bottle of scotch and a cigarette. And that box belongs to Roger Toothaker, of course, who haunts the meeting house. He's only a relation by marriage and doesn't believe that he deserves a death sentence in the old place's attic. I wanted to dive into each trunk and pull out every remnant of their lives. The dented camp trunk that had my father's initials on it and Naomi's purple suitcase were especially enticing. Perhaps I should... No, Gwyneth turned a question over in her mind. It might be safer if... My aunt trailed off again, then nodded. We should let Tally out to help keep a lid on things as we get closer to midsummer. At long last, I was going to meet my paternal grandfather. I should have realized that Tally's presence would be necessary, she continued. All those years in the army taught him a thing or two about disciplining the troops. He'll keep the other ghosts from meddling with you at the crossroads, as well as ensure the potluck doesn't turn into Haverhill's haunted farm. Am going to face Meg here at Ravenswood? It would be a considerable home court advantage, and I was surprised that the coven had agreed to it. Anne called late last night. It was Meg's suggestion, Gwyneth said, her mouth set in a grim line. She's up to something. Oh, hell, Meg's always up to something.
Perhaps she thinks that the family ghosts won't be able to keep themselves from the crossroads. Maybe she hopes the Proctor's ancestral bones will rise out of the earth and reject you. It was a horrifying thought, given the number of bodies buried there. But Meg has no idea what powers are available to a Proctor in the Ravenswood, Gwyneth said. This maleficio of hers is going to backfire. Meanwhile, we'll have Tally out and about to make sure nothing is brewing, spiritually speaking. You're sure Meg doesn't have Proctor blood in her veins? I asked my aunt. Not a dewdrop. Gwyneth sat back on her heels. Now that we know that her challenge will take place here and not at some other crossroads, I can take you to the exact spot where you'll meet Meg and look for your path. It will help to settle your nerves and give you a feel for the place. We can go there as soon as I get Tally out of his trunk. Gwyneth carefully stepped across the boards to a row of footlockers tucked under the eaves. Some were stenciled with names, and I easily found the one belonging to Lieutenant T. Proctor, U.S. Army. The metal lid was dented and didn't close properly. Ike had to bash it shut last time, Gwyneth explained. Once I unlock it, you'll have to pry the lid open. That boy wedged it tight. Gwyneth went through her ring of keys and found the one that fit the lock. I worked the lid this way and that, putting all my might into loosening it. I even banged it up and down on the boards as though it were a giant pickle jar, hoping that would break the seal. The lid opened with a pop and a whoosh of air that was pale green and nearly opaque. The strand of green grew longer and more transparent before it found a broken window pane and dissipated through it and out into the air of Ravenswood. There goes Tally, Gwyneth said, wistful. I was disappointed as well. I'd hoped that my grandfather would want to apparapate before me so that we could be introduced. Don't take it personally, Diana, my aunt said. Tally was never one to linger, and he won't have gone far. Can I look inside? I was still holding on to the rolled metal edges of the lid. I don't think your grandfather would mind, Gwyneth replied. Gingerly, I lifted the lid higher. Folded inside was the white suit he'd worn to his wedding with Ruby. There was a brass army buckle, too, and a wool garrison cap pinned with 2 bars and piped in black and gold cord. My aunt must have cast some formidable moth-repelling spells in the attic, for the cap was remarkably well preserved. Another flash of black and gold caught my eye. I lifted a patch with neatly clipped threads still dangling from the edge. There were no division numbers or other identifying marks, only a spade-shaped arrow that resembled the golden arrowhead that Philippe de Clement had given me. It was always on a chain or cord around my neck, and I touched it regularly for comfort. What is this? I asked. It's the badge for Tally's military unit, Gwyneth replied. The OSS. I knew Hitler relied on witches and their supernatural powers, but I'd never imagined the U.S. Army had done the same. Tally never spoke about his OSS days to me, Gwyneth said. I know he was in Europe, unlike Putnam, who was stationed in the South Pacific. After the war ended, Tally was evasive about where he'd been deployed and when. I drew a small circlet of brass buttons from the trunk. They were tied together with a thin red ribbon and rattled when I held them up to the witchlight. Once they had ornamented the front of Grandpa Tally's uniform. Like his cap, they were in pristine condition. Reluctantly, I put the buttons back in his footlocker. I wonder what else he did during the war, I said, lowering the lid. Your grandfather was one of the finest men who ever lived, Gwyneth said, utterly fearless and sound of heart. Whatever Tally did in the war was done with honor, you can be sure. I nodded, thinking of Philippe. The 2 men sounded similar, and I felt certain that they would have been friends had they had the chance. Let's get some fresh air, Gwyneth suggested, soft-voiced with understanding. I think it's time you saw the crossroads for yourself. We entered the Ravenswood through a narrow opening atop the rise near the witch's tree, rather than taking the familiar path from the old place. It felt like an entirely different place, with none of the deer paths and tree houses that served as landmarks in the lower wood. Here the wood was bathed in a perpetual twilight that cast strange shadows in all directions. "This is where you'll enter the Ravenswood on the night you meet Meg," Gwyneth explained. "Anne, Katrina, and I will be waiting for you here, and together we will go to the crossroads." "Where will Meg be?" I asked. "Wherever she chooses," Gwyneth replied. "Some challengers meet their opponent outside the wood in an effort to intimidate them, but I don't think that's Meg's style." Nor did I. Meg would lurk in shadow, then appear without warning. The wood opened its thick underbrush to let us pass, then closed behind us. "Ravenswood has become expert at hiding its secrets," Gwyneth explained. "It will only reveal what you are ready to see and comprehend. That's why the way to the river was so clear and the path filled with tree houses," I said.
Keep consonants soft to maintain vocal warmth. The wood had only offered a curated glimpse of itself to Matthew and the children. Mirages of graveyards and ghosts of fires long extinguished shimmered before me and disappeared. In the distance, I saw the ruins of a tower. The top crumbled away to reveal a room filled with women embroidering tapestries on spell looms. They seemed real and tangible, but when I blinked, they were gone. "This part of the wood belongs to shadow," Gwyneth warned. "Nothing is as it seems, and you must learn to differentiate between truth and fantasy." A witch sat inside a carriage made from a gigantic hollow egg, feet pressing against the pedals that kept its wheels turning. "There goes one of the shades," Gwyneth said. "They're not ghosts, but manifestations of Ravenswood's magic, and can be a help or a hindrance. I recommend you ignore them until you become more familiar with their ways." We crossed a glen and passed by an enchanted garden enclosed within a baneberry hedge. Though little sunlight penetrated this far into the depths of the Ravenswood, it was filled with blooms, and the air was redolent with the intoxicating scents of flowers, fruits, and herbs that weren't normally in season at the same time. How? It was the only word I could utter, my mind befuddled by the strong smell of rose, lilac, and carnation. "It's my moon garden," Gwyneth replied. "It blooms according to lunar phases, not the progress of the sun. At the full moon, the garden reaches the peak of its growth cycle. After that, the flowers slowly wither and then set seeds under the crescent moon. The seeds lie dormant, gathering energy, until the moon waxes again." On we walked, through another clearing and around a patch of red and white speckled toadstools. We came upon curved stone walls covered in moss and lichen. "This is all that remains of the Proctor family labyrinth," Gwyneth said, surveying the green mounds. "Before witches went to Isola della Stella, many communities maintained labyrinths. We trained our kin there, tested one another, and sent reports to Venice every now and then. Some were hidden in gardens, or marked out with tree trunks, or even scratched into the ground and swept clean later. The Proctor labyrinth must have been impressive when it was first constructed. It still made a mark, even in its decrepit state." Gwyneth led me past the labyrinth to the remains of a tree that had been stripped of its bark and polished to a high sheen, like the mast of a tall ship. Its circumference was easily 20 feet, and its flat top was large enough to stand on. "What is this place?" I said, my weaver's cords animated beneath my skin. "This is the crossroads," Gwyneth said, her voice echoing in the hush. "Here is where you will meet Meg. Here you will find your path through shadow." "I don't see any paths," I said, looking at the dark ground. "You have to find them," Gwyneth said. "It's difficult enough for a witch to do so without someone thwarting her at every turn." "So, Meg's challenge isn't typical?" My suspicion that Meg was targeting me, not Gwyneth, was confirmed. My aunt had simply been collateral damage. "No, but they do happen," Gwyneth admitted. "Old grudges and feuds often bubble to the surface during these milestone rituals, and challengers step forward to distract their opponent so that they don't notice the paths the goddess prepares. I thought I'd be playing defense in this challenge. It sounded as though the opposite were true."
Meg's best chance of beating you is to wear you down so that you become frustrated and hopeless, Gwyneth continued. Many witches turn away from the crossroads after a few hours of fruitless searching. Most never return, though there are always opportunities for second and third chances. So, being at the crossroads is no guarantee I'll find a path forward into higher magic, I said slowly, beginning to understand how hard a task I'd set for myself. Not at all, Gwyneth said. The goddess always has a trick up her sleeve that can't be foreseen. And if I find my dark path, I asked, what will Meg do then? She will try to force you in another direction, Gwyneth said. You wouldn't be the first witch to mistake darkness for the dark path and travel out of the crossroads and into the territory of nightmares. Elsewhere, I said. Gwyneth nodded. A man sat under a tree smoking a cigarette. He was long of limb and broad of shoulder, with golden hair touched with copper. I jumped, startled I hadn't noticed him. I'm going to leave you to explore on your own, Gwyneth said, squeezing my hand. Stay as long as you like. Get familiar with the place. The ravens will see that you make it back to the old place. There's a man, I said, pointing at the woods. But there was no trace of him now. Take your time, Gwyneth said, releasing my hand and melting into the wood. After my aunt vanished, I walked the clearing, wanting to make sure that no one was watching me. Satisfied that I was truly alone, I ran my hands along the smooth surface of the post. With no signs or markers pointing the way, it was easy to dismiss it as just an odd relic of a tree. I put my back to it and slid down until I sat at the base, resting against the stout trunk. I inhaled, filling my lungs with the air of the wood. With each breath, I was changed. The wood altered my perception so that I was more aware of the enchantment that was stored in every plant and tree. My ears tuned in to the flight of the birds and the sounds made by the small creatures who lived here. The weaver's cords in my left wrist tingled as they met the intricate web of power that extended across all of Ravenswood. My breath fell in sync with the soughing of the tree limbs, and I felt a sense of calm like none I'd experienced before. I closed my eyes to savor it. See, there's nothing to be afraid of. My eyes flew open. The man I'd seen earlier was crouched before me, his forearms resting easily on his knees. He looked like Tally, but he was not so young as he had been in his wedding picture or even the formal shot of him in his officer's uniform. Bitter experience had etched the skin around his eyes, and a melancholy air surrounded him. Grandpa? I held my breath, worried that he might be a shade of the wood, and not a ghost at all. Grandpa Tally nodded. His energy was bright after months spent in his footlocker, and he looked as solid and lively as I did. Thank you, I said, softly, moved to tears. Thank you for trying to save Philippe. Shadow flickered around my grandfather as Grandpa Tally smiled through his own unshed tears. I had to try, Grandpa Tally said. I kept trying too, even though Madame de Clement warned me to keep away. It was unspeakably brave of you to go behind enemy lines into Vichy, France, and track down Ysabeau de Clement when she was angry, I said. Most witches wouldn't have dared. It was the right thing to do, Tally said shyly, as though the decision had been a simple one. I'd sworn an oath to speak out if I suspected that higher magic was being used for evil purposes. I couldn't break my word. Gwyneth said you were fearless, I said. Without fear, you can do the impossible, Tally replied. That's what Shadow teaches us. Ambiguity and uncertainty frighten most creatures, I said, thinking of Matthew. Tally